Murph, and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Wow. Man, this week is flying by. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach once again from Levi's Stadium in the Tasman Studios here on this Wednesday. Dieter, good morning to you, sir. Brandon Aiyuk still at this hour a member of the San Francisco 49ers, but the drama surrounding what's going to happen with good old number 11 continues.
Good morning, JD. Yeah, I wonder if Brandon Aiyuk will show up to work today. He was at work yesterday. He is holding in, right? So he needs to show up to work. He needs to get that key card going. They need to be able to double check that so that he doesn't get fined. And with all the things that are happening for Brandon Aiyuk, by Brandon Aiyuk behind the scenes right now, I got to wonder if today's the day where we finally get some resolution on this thing, which is either he goes to a different team via trade, signs a new contract, or gets to hang out with the San Francisco 49ers and figure it out here, kind of leaving us where we've always been.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You look at some of the reporting from last night and from yesterday since we got off the air at 10 o'clock and went out to practice, and then Kyle Shanahan had his press conference with the media following practice. Now, Shanahan isn't scheduled to speak, and I think wouldn't speak unless there is a trade or a contract agreed to today or tomorrow. And even then, it might be John Lynch. Shanahan isn't scheduled to speak currently until after preseason game number 1, which is Saturday evening in Nashville. Mm-hmm. So stay tuned on that front. But again, it's a very fluid situation. But since we left the airwaves and it was basically Cleveland and it was New England,
those were the two teams the Niners had a, quote, framework with on a deal,
exactly,
according to Matt Maiocco.
And the ball in Ayuk's court as far as a decision. And then Pittsburgh popped up as, hey, still trying to get back in, which you were all over.
As I told you, can't count Pittsburgh out because ultimately that's where Aiyuk wants to go, right?
Well, and here's the other deal. When you have the framework of a deal in place and the ball is in Ayuk's court, and I think this is the initial jumping off point for today's conversation, it means you're willing to trade the player. It doesn't mean you're going to trade the player, but It means you're willing to trade the player.
You don't get this far unless you have some desire, even if it's not your ideal outcome. But if you're not comfortable with the concept of trading a player, you certainly don't work out a trade package for the player.
Yeah, and Cleveland and New England were the two, and then Pittsburgh got into the mix in the afternoon, and then Adam Schefter last night, according to his sources, he wrote, after inquiring about Brandon Aiyuk's availability, the Patriots have decided not to explore any further trade possibilities with the 49ers regarding their standout wide receiver. Mm-hmm. Patriots excited about their young receivers and want to focus on them. Matt Maiocco then tipped in off of that. The Patriots had an agreement in place, which obviously he had reported already.
Right.
Large offer to Aiyuk as well from New England, but he didn't show interest in going there, which is something we'd speculated upon. Hey, are the Niners intentionally agreeing to deals with two teams, one for sure in New England, because we went back and forth for a good chunk of the show yesterday.
Yeah. What could it be?
And the Patriots, finding a deal with the Patriots didn't seem like it totally added up, one that would be worthwhile for the 49ers. That being said, I think the bigger picture outlook on it was, are the Niners looking to try and, agree to deal with potential teams that Aiyuk doesn't want to go to, knowing he doesn't want to go there, and it kind of turns things back toward him being more open-minded toward taking their deal.
That's right. There might be some three-dimensional chess happening here. It might also be a pretty straightforward process, JD, in that no one really knows what the hell they're doing. This is somewhat uncharted territory, and we really shouldn't be doing this here in the first, second week of August, where teams have their rosters stabilized, at least financially. They've done free agency. They've done the draft. They have an idea of what 2024 is going to look like. Right? Training camp's not about figuring out who's going to be really your starters. Like, yeah, okay, you might have some 1-2 battles, whatever. Both of those guys would be on the roster. You're not cutting the guy who's your backup now. And then it's about figuring out guys like 45 to 53 on the roster, right? These are not important players in the grand scheme of things. You figure out who your starters are, but you know more or less the heart of your roster, the bulk of your roster. And that's why we don't see a lot of player-for-player trades, and we certainly don't see a lot of trades sans an emergency, right? Like Teddy Bridgewater's leg explodes. We need a quarterback. Here's a first-round pick for, I think it was Sam Bradford at the time. Like that kind of thing happens, but This is uncharted territory, and I think if we learned anything yesterday, and it's hard to really say if we did, so maybe I'm stretching this a bit, it's that Brandon Aiyuk isn't strictly about the money here. He isn't strictly about, I want this annual yield to be $30 million.
He wants a certain situation, and I think there's also, and I think this is what we need to get into between now and 10 o'clock today, there is this undertone of he's annoyed with the Niners for some reason.
Maybe that ain't an undertone anymore.
A little bit of a Klay Thompson vibe in a way. And again, totally different situation in terms of the tenure and championships won and impact, future Hall of Famer.
There's a lot
Klay
of
Thompson.
Warriors parallels right now with the 49ers.
There really are, but it's, again, there is he's kind of annoyed to a point where it almost feels like he doesn't want to be here.
Yes, I am of the mindset now, having talked to a couple people yesterday, that the ego is obviously a very big part of this. And we talked about it a bunch yesterday. And this isn't to say a negative thing about it. You have to have an ego. You're standing up for yourself here if you're the player. And you know this is your best chance to get the most amount of money. This is his big contract. The second contract in the NFL is your big contract. If you're a non-quarterback, you got to maximize it. Now, Brandon Aiyuk has told the world by saying no to New England, he's not about maximizing to the fullest degree. And it's not strictly about the money, because that was New England. New England had the best offer. They did. And Matt Mayoko told us that yesterday. So where does this thing go? I think he wants it to go to Pittsburgh. I think the 49ers would be comfortable if it ended up with Pittsburgh. If Pittsburgh wants to actually start playing hardball, Cleveland still lingers out there. We haven't heard about them a little bit now, and I think that's interesting, and I don't think we should write them off just because we haven't heard from them lately or anybody around them lately. But I do really think, having talked to people yesterday, that Brandon Aiyuk is of the mindset that the way the 49ers have done him in this process really limits the percentage chance that he comes back, because there are two other good options on the table. And right now, I don't think he really likes being a San Francisco 49er. We knew that with the contract stuff, but in general, I don't think he likes it very much here and how they've done him in these contract negotiations. And he might look at these other two situations, one of which the Niners don't have a framework of a deal with in Pittsburgh, which he ideally wants, and another one in Cleveland, which ain't half bad. I mean, it's just a crappy Pittsburgh.
The Cleveland deal fits more from the Niners standpoint. Again, we spent a good portion of the show yesterday discussing that. Pittsburgh, to this point, is essentially waiting the 49ers out.
That's right.
Because if they know, and I'm starting to get the sense that they believe, if not know for sure, Brandon Aiyuk, they may very well be Brandon Aiyuk's number one seed in this whole thing.
Very well. No, they are.
When it comes to, like, if we're just going Pittsburgh, Cleveland, New England, Washington, 49ers, right? If you just want to add the teams into the mix there very quickly, Pittsburgh might be the number one seed in that bracket, Dieter. And if the Steelers know that and can see how wonky everything is, then they don't have to make the best offer to the 49ers. They can just rely on the chaos of this whole thing and try to swoop in when push eventually has to come to shove.
The real question now isn't who's number one. It's Pittsburgh. The question is Brandon Aiyuk's number two a good deal in San Francisco, or the offer that's on the table from the Cleveland Browns that the 49ers would be happy to take with the trade package? That's the question. Is San Francisco still his second favorite place to be, or would he rather go to Cleveland than stay with San Francisco if the money was the same, which it very well might be?
All right, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. We're with you here from Levi's Stadium until 10 o'clock, 10:25. 49ers back on the field. We got you covered for all the breaking 49er news. Giants back to 500 for a day, back under 500.
What a day it was.
Even after leading 4-0 in the first inning. We'll get into a little bit of Giants today as well. Mike Krukow at 7:30, but more on Brandon Aiyuk straight ahead. We will continue that conversation on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. We have our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us how to deal with any type of tax problems.
You call us and we talk to you and explain. There's so many different things. For example, you can be having a fine day and you open the mail and the IRS says you owe $1 zillion. And maybe they tell you why. We handle that. A lot of times those letters are wrong. The things I talk about all the time. If you haven't filed returns for years, or you owe a bunch of money and you can't pay it. Also, get your beeper ready, because I may say a bad word. If you're already audited, we represent you in that. And this is true whether you have federal or state tax problems, or you need advice. What's the best way to do something to avoid taxes or minimizing it? The bottom line is, anything in tax, we're here for you. We have a free consultation. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and give us a call.
That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko,
who's out of NBC in San Francisco.
That guy joined JD and Dieter on the morning show yesterday to recap all the latest news surrounding Brandon Aiyuk and all the trade rumors being spread as to where he could be traded. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Do you need this to be resolved pretty soon?
No. I mean, you always want it to be badly, but this stuff does take time. And, every day I hope it gets resolved. But I have no timetable on it. Like, didn't surprise me coming into this. Going about coaching our team, getting them ready for week one, and hopefully it'll get resolved though sooner than later.
Would this team be better if you traded Brandon Aiyuk? Could you see a scenario where you're better because of that?
I mean, Brandon's a great player, so it's real hard to be better when you lose a great player. So we got to look into anything. We got to understand the situation we're in, what that looks like. And that does take time. So hopefully it'll all work out best for him and best for us in the long run.
The offer you guys made in May a final offer, or is there a chance you...
I mean, I'm not getting any specifics with offers, contracts, trades, anything like that. But what I can tell you guys is nothing has changed. I know a lot was out yesterday and stuff, but from the situation that we're in with Brandon, nothing's changed.
All right, Kyle Shanahan there from his post-practice press conference. Tim Kawakami, Mike Silver among those asking the questions in the back and forth with Kyle as we welcome you back here on Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday. JD, John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. I do think there is a question to be had here. And Tim asked the question, is there a scenario where the Niners are better in trading Brandon Aiyuk? That's been in some ways an under-discussed part of this, because with the desire to win a Super Bowl. I know we talked about the Cleveland deal. I think that Amari Cooper plus a second-round pick is still the only deal where I think the 49ers, I'm not even going to say better,
right,
but have the potential to be functional enough in 2024 to be able to contend for and still have a chance to win a Super Bowl. So I think that has to factor in. But the shift of the last 24 to 48 hours has really been, are the 49ers fed up with Brandon Aiyuk's antics? And Mike Silver had some details in his column about that, which we're going to get to coming up in 10 minutes. And does Brandon Aiyuk really want to remain with the San Francisco 49ers? So I think those are a couple of angles and areas we can go. Real quick point of business here. We are sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offers auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Dieter, tackle any of that.
I mean, the question that really needs to be asked isn't if the 49ers can be better for the 2024 season. It's if they can be a better operation on the macro, on wholesale, when we're talking not just 24, but also 25 and beyond. And I think there's a way the 49ers can come out ahead in that conversation. But when we're just talking about 2024, no. There's no win. No one's going to trade you a wide receiver of Brandon Aiyuk's caliber straight up for Brandon Aiyuk, much less, after they have to sign him and all this nonsense. So that deal isn't to be made. Now, the Amari Cooper thing is about as good as you can do in the short term. I should also note, I'm pretty sure I know what the 49ers are holding out for when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers, and it's George Pickens, their wide receiver. And Pickens, they've had a little bit of a run-in every now and then. He's a hot-headed guy.
I respect that.
Effort's not always there, but
maybe not.
He's a hell of a football player, right? And if the 49ers are trying to get something back, and with the Amari Cooper thing, they're telling everybody, we're not just trying to get some draft picks. We could have gotten draft picks months ago. We're trying to get back a player that can help us win in 2024, and specifically a player who would replace Brandon Aiyuk. So even if it's a little bit of a step down, we'll make it up in the macro by getting a bit of a draft pick too.
Yeah, I don't think they can worry about the macro right now. They need to worry about 2024 because the stated goal is to get back to and win the Super Bowl.
If it was all about 2024, they would do what you've been suggesting for days, weeks, months, which is just bite the bullet, give Brandon Aiyuk exactly what he wants, and move on. Give him exactly what he wants and just go into the season. And as you consistently have said, figure it out later. That's not how the 49ers do business, though, JD.
It's not.
And it might prove to be their downfall. It might prove to be their downfall that they always think about the long-term repercussions of anything. That as much as we say they're all in, they're not really all in because they always have some chips saved for down the line. This is a team that has more than $50 million in effective cap space for this season. If they were all in, do you think they would just be sitting on a pile of money? No, they want to roll it into next year and roll it into next. They always have a contingency plan. And right now we are in kind of a no contingency scenario. We got to burn the boats here if you're the San Francisco 49ers. You're about to pay your quarterback $60 million a season. You're about to be in a whole new era of San Francisco 49ers football at the end of this campaign. And you have a Super Bowl window that by all accounts, though out on the practice field you'd never know it during training camp, but by all accounts, their Super Bowl window is wide open. So they are thinking about the macro. And again, that might be their downfall. And I think Pittsburgh has played this pretty well. They're fine. Oh, we're not in the initial offering. A-okay. You'll come back. You'll come back because we know Brandon Aiyuk wants to be with us. And ultimately, we'll have an offer, but it won't be your best offer. But ultimately, if you got to sell the guy, and it's looking more and more like the 49ers feel like they got to get rid of the guy because it is untenable, the relationship. It can't be salvaged. And I'm not going to go that far, but it does. A lot of people are saying that I talk to, Brandon does not want to come back now. He feels he's been done dirty by Christian McCaffrey getting extended easily, by the Trent Williams thing taking priority, with the Niners constantly talking about, well, we got to pay Brock Purdy $60 million next year.
They just haven't showed him the love, basically.
There has not been enough love. And you mentioned it right off the top of the show. There's some Klay Thompson parallels. The Warriors had the best financial offer for Klay Thompson. That's not a parallel here because the Niners' offer to Brandon Aiyuk has not been the best. That would be the Patriots, to my knowledge. But, man, it's about the love. And if you're not feeling the love, it doesn't matter how much money you're getting. You want to feel the love. And a lot of people equate money and love. Brandon Aiyuk apparently can separate the two. He can figure out, hey, this love is worth a little bit more over here. This dollar is worth cents over here. He's got exchange rates on love. And I don't know where this thing goes, but I do think Pittsburgh has played this thing very well. And I'm interested to see if Cleveland now feels a little bit of heat and ups their offer. And at the same time, as we talked about yesterday, a bunch of people I've talked to, I don't understand why Cleveland is doing this. It doesn't make any sense to me. I would continue to push the button, though, because Cleveland doesn't seem like a rational actor, and that might help the 49ers here.
Well, and look, as far as the 49ers go, focus on the macro, potentially at your own peril. I
unquestionably.
mean, because I think you may end up with a less than optimal chance to get to and win the Super Bowl this year. And then depending upon what you do in future years, you might be working your way back regardless, because there's other things that you're going to have to do independent of a draft pick that you get from a Pittsburgh or a Cleveland or whoever winds up being the team that ends up, consummating a deal with the 49ers if it plays out that way. But again, I wonder, as we discuss here, why and if Brandon Aiyuk truly does not want to return to the 49ers at this stage, where are the 49ers on that front as far as wanting Brandon Aiyuk to come back to them? And, can the 49ers, if they are frustrated enough to say, hey, this has reached a point of no return, we want to move on, are they comfortable enough continuing to play it out to where they can recoup as much value as possible? And I think that's where we currently sit in this stalemate.
I don't think that fundamentally anything has changed, right? I just think that everyone's a bit emotional about this right now, as well they should be. It's high time for emotions.
Well, it's got ramped up in the last
no question
48 hours.
No question, because the 49ers said, you know what? Nothing's been happening. You haven't come off your offer. We haven't come off our offer. We haven't done squat in months. Brandon, you get to figure this out. We tried. You get to figure this out. We got deals with these two teams. Go to one of them. Go see how you like it out there. You've been talking this big game about, the market. Here's the market. Go see what you like out there. And Brandon Aiyuk has said, I do not like what's going on in New England. I do not care how much money they're going to give me. I'm not doing it.
And I think that, look, my opinion, I think that works out fine for the Niners. Because
I think it works out fine for Brandon Aiyuk, too. Like, no problem with that. That is, but the ball, as Matt Mayoko told us repeatedly, is in Brandon Ayuk's court. The 49ers have said, we have tried. Have they tried hard enough? Probably not. Not to JD's liking, at least. And they said, whatever, nothing's changing here. You get to figure it out, Brandon. You think you know what's going on? You go figure it out. And to this point, it hasn't been figured out yet. And I do think that there's a bit of a gambit for the Niners here, saying he'll come back. He'll come back and say, you know what? That Niners offer is pretty good. I'm not sure it's going to work out that way because of this Pittsburgh element that's been hanging over everything the entire time.
All right, we'll continue the conversation on Brandon Aiyuk, 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Also, at some point today, we're going to have another qualifier for the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home games. So stay tuned for all of that. As it is, John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
So I think if you're a 49er fan, you can say, well,
I had a very enthusiastic hug with Brandon Aiyuk yesterday, and it got national media attention because it signaled something. What did that signal?
This is usually how we greet each other. Honestly, you guys would see maybe a lot more hugs in here if we had it filmed for you guys, but we're not on Hard Knocks, so it's the only one on the field. You haven't been on the field a lot, and we walk by each other, and it's usually how we greet each other. Bro hug, nothing more, nothing less. Thank you.
Can you characterize where things stand with that? I mean, is it still stalemate? Any progress?
Yeah, no updates.
Same with Trent.
Same with Trent.
All right. That was back on August 2nd, 5 days ago, last Friday. Kyle Shanahan at his press conference there. Oh, man. A lot going on and a lot of new information in the last couple of days.
Yes, clearly there have been some changes there with Brandon Aiyuk, but Michael Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle reporting in his latest column that Kyle Shanahan was, in fact, bothered by the bro hug, the very conspicuous and overtly for the cameras move to just remind everyone I'm still here and I still got love. Apparently didn't sit well with Kyle Shanahan, according to Michael Silver of the Chronicle.
Yeah, and more from Mike Silver's column coming up here in just a moment. It's JD and Dieter Kurtenbach here on a Wednesday on the Sports Leader. It's Murph and Marcus. And just kind of catching everybody up on the latest again here. Last night, Adam Schefter, per his sources, the Patriots are out. They've decided
the Patriots told him. The way that this is worded, the sources is Elliot Wolf of the Patriots.
Yeah, the Patriots have decided not to explore any further trade possibilities with the 49ers regarding Aiyuk. That's
then
it.
There's a whole other part about how much they love their current team.
Again,
and it's like, dude,
I'm leaving that out.
Stop burning your sources.
Leaving that out. Then Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area, he quotes Schefter's tweet and says, hey, the Patriots had an agreement in place with the Niners and a large offer to Aiyuk. Aiyuk said, yeah, I'm not interested in going there. So,
right. One team down. Two to go.
Pittsburgh reinserted themselves into the conversation.
They were never out, baby.
You've been all over that. They were never out. So the Steelers are still in on Aiyuk. Washington out at this point and have been 4 days.
Washington values Brandon Aiyuk the same way that the 49ers value Brandon Aiyuk because Adam Peters is the GM of the Washington Commanders. He probably built the model that created the output that said, here's what Brandon Ayuk's worth. So I don't expect the Washington Commanders, even though they could probably put together a nice trade package, to get involved with this Brandon Aiyuk situation.
So it's Cleveland, Pittsburgh, and the 49ers as we sit right now, 6:35 on a Wednesday morning.
My God.
And, for the 49ers, do the Browns have the best package? I think based on what's been reporting, the Browns have the best package.
Yeah.
We don't totally know whether Aiyuk wants to go to the Browns or not. I think the fact that the deal isn't done would indicate that maybe he doesn't want to go to the Browns or is still holding out to go to the Steelers.
I think he's playing the two against each other a little bit, right? So the 49ers are holding out for a better package from the Steelers because it's Brandon Ayuk's preferred destination. Well, Brandon Aiyuk can be playing the Steelers and the Browns against each other too. Hey, this is Pittsburgh's offer. Though I'm not sure if Aiyuk has the ability to negotiate strictly with Pittsburgh or if the 49ers gave him a specific list on here's New England, here's Cleveland.
Yeah.
We'll have to get to the bottom of that. I'll send out some text during the break because it hadn't crossed my mind if he actually has permission to do that. Not that these guys usually do things they get permission for. Regardless, I think Brandon Aiyuk and his agent can play Pittsburgh and Cleveland against each other. Pretty easy to do. Same division, arch rivals, all that jazz. Hey, Cleveland's got this offer. Pittsburgh, come on up. Or Pittsburgh's got this offer. I'd rather be there. Cleveland, step it up. And the 49ers doing the same thing. Hey, we know what Cleveland's got on the board. Here's Amari Cooper, who's a nice stopgap for a year and a nice draft pick. Good offer for us. Pittsburgh, up your game here. Let's make this thing happen. So I don't know if we're going to get resolution on this anytime soon because both parties are playing both parties, and it's not even a menage. It's a four-way thing going on. It's a hot mess.
And the reality is the 49ers don't have to do anything.
Correct.
I mean, it is still August 7th.
I've lived with a woman that we broke up months before. It's doable. It ain't fun,
I mean, we are
but it's doable.
Over a month still away before the beginning of the regular season.
That's right.
But the 49ers clearly have tried to accelerate the timeline here.
Well, they're just trying to get any movement whatsoever. And now we've gone from legitimately 0 to 60. When you got nothing going on and now you have just floored it on the accelerator the way the Niners have, some folks are going to throw up because it's a little bit of motion sickness for us here.
Let's get into a little bit of Mike Silver and his column along those lines. And Mike basically writing, about it being a war of wills rather than a negotiation and all of that.
Yep.
But let's get into some of the nuts and bolts. And you touched on one of them here.
Kyle ain't happy.
Kyle ain't happy, and I'm just kind of running through. I mean, Silver writes, according to a source familiar with the negotiations, the Niners made Aiyuk an offer a couple of weeks after the draft and haven't engaged since.
Correct.
So they've just kind of left it there. And now Mike reported
you don't
that
need Mike's sources on that. I've been telling you that. That's firmly entrenched in the Kurtenbach columns.
$26 million was what Mike reported as the offer there, and that's where things stand. And we've all kind of been running with that as well.
And it stands, by the way. It should be noted that with all this movement happening, the Niners stand on 26 and Aiyuk stands on 30. And you would say, hey, you can get together on this, but they just haven't.
And on the money note of it, and again, this is something that has been reported as well, and Mike reiterates his sources, 3 teams willing to pay Aiyuk more than the 49ers' last best offer, which we're referring to, all of which have discussed possible trade terms with San Francisco.
Right.
I'm going to infer that as New England, Cleveland, and Pittsburgh.
Correct.
Which brings us up to speed on all of that. And if it's still 26, and I think the other part of this too is the average per year and also the guarantee, because
we haven't talked guarantees at all.
At all.
And I asked somebody about that yesterday. And I go, why are we doing this? Because I've been on the record.
Guarantee should be the number one.
That should be it. It's not even just the guarantees. It's the fully guaranteed. And if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, and let's be very explicit here, and I'll try to keep it as succinct as possible because it can get a little wonky. But Brandon Aiyuk's getting paid $14 million fully guaranteed for this season under his current contract. Then the Niners can franchise tag him next year if they wanted to. That's going to be at about $25 million fully guaranteed. You franchise tag him a second time, which is doable, rare but doable. It'd be about $30 million. It's, I think, 120% of the prior year. So it'd be about $30 million. That right there is we're talking about $75 million roughly guaranteed money, fully guaranteed if Brandon Aiyuk does nothing and lets the 49ers franchise tag him. Now, it would effectively be all one-year deals, but if we view it from that lens, there's $75 million in his pocket if he just stays healthy and is Brandon Aiyuk. Easier said than done.
So the guarantees need to be more than that.
The guarantees have to be in that ballpark. And the fact that we haven't talked about it at all, even though anyone who knows these sort of things knows this is the most important thing, is kind of stunning to me. And it's one of the reasons why I think Brandon Aiyuk should probably fire his agent. I asked somebody about that yesterday because I was having some conversations on the practice field and being like, we haven't talked about that. And I texted someone who would know. It's all about the annual for Brandon Aiyuk. It's an ego play. These guys got this annually. I deserve that annually.
So he wants the 30. He wants the beauty pageant.
30. He wants the 30, even though it's not fiscally the prudent thing to do. He wants the recognition that comes with having the second or third highest annual payout, even though all of it's funny money. The second or third highest annual payout. And the 49ers, I mean, not to say that the 49ers are doing him a solid or anything, because again, I don't even know where they would be at with fully guaranteed money. It doesn't come up. It doesn't leak out for sure. The 49ers are saying we can't do a big chunk and we can't go that high annually. We can maybe guarantee more of it, but we can't go that big chunk annually because we have to give a quarterback who, by the way, almost all quarterback money is fully guaranteed now.
Right.
Thank you to Deshaun Watson and Kirk Cousins, the franchise tag gods. Like, those guys have made it so that quarterback money is like 90% guaranteed now. So that annual average value, AAV, That's an actual thing that hurts your cap.
It also creates a misfit, I think, in terms of the desire of the player and
totally
the desire of the organization.
And by
it
the
makes
way,
this specific negotiation much more difficult and contentious.
Correct. And this is why I'm going to go back to this. This is about ego now more than it is about dollars and cents. And Brandon Aiyuk wants to be shown the love. And here's how Brandon Aiyuk values love. It's annual average value. Annual average value. And for a 49ers team that has to think very long and hard about the salary cap every single day, and it's going to be in cap hell next year. They're already $20 million over for next year, and that's with all the rollover stuff. To do it like that gets very, very perilous for them very, very quickly, and it's why they haven't really budged. I do want to note one more thing.
Sure.
Silver goes in his column and says that Brandon Aiyuk has all the power in this situation. What are you talking about, Mike? I have the utmost respect for Mike Silver. I like Mike Silver as a person. He's obviously had a very long, very illustrious career. But, Mike, come on. Basic rule of negotiation. The person who can walk away and do nothing has all the leverage. And Brandon Aiyuk might have more leverage than he used to because now he's got a little bit of power in his hands. But the 49ers can just walk away and say, we'll see you week 1. You're under contract for the season.
They can do that. However, I think it also relates to, are the 49ers just kind of done with the behavior, which is what we're going to get into coming up next? And is this thing from a personal standpoint so fractured that we've reached a point of no return? I think that's a nice segue into the next level of this conversation. We'll do that coming up. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Can there be a reconciliation between the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk with everything going off the rails? We will discuss that next right here. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The offer you guys made him a final offer, or is there a chance you...
I mean, I'm not getting any specifics with offers, contracts, trades, anything like that, but what I can tell you guys is nothing has changed. I know a lot was out yesterday and stuff, but from the situation that we're in with Brandon, nothing's changed.
All right, Kyle Shanahan there. Mike Silver asking that question of Kyle, so we'll see. A lot has changed here in the last 48 hours. We welcome you back. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus on a Wednesday. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 to join the conversation. We've had a lot of quality text messages pop in here, Dieter. We'll get to those coming up.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
In just a moment. We'll get to them in a minute.
I'm kidding.
We also need to let everybody know that continuing today and running through Friday, August 23rd, 3 more chances and 3 chances per day. Once during this show with Murph and Marcus, Papa and Lund show, and Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season 49ers home game. Each person who qualifies, $50 gift card to the 49ers team store and a chance to win the grand prize. Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627 when you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, and we can tell you, tune in today during the 8 o'clock hour.
Moving it up.
The 8 a.m. hour today for your chance to qualify for the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Big freaking deal.
That's a big
This
one.
is going on for the rest of this week and the next 2 weeks when Murph and Marcus are back into the fold here. So quick thought on what Kyle Shanahan had to say there, and then I want to get back into the discussion that we started before the break about who has the leverage right now.
Well, the 49ers had all the this is why Kyle Shanahan, and he wasn't answering it, but the answer is well reported, well established. The Niners haven't done squat since they made a contract offer months ago.
Right. You've reported that.
Right.
Mike Silver's reported that. A lot of people have reported that.
Because it's the facts. We're reporting the facts here, that nothing has changed. And Brandon Aiyuk hasn't come off of his stance of pay me $30+ million. I need to be paid like the second or the third. I think it's the third now. Highest paid wide receiver in the NFL by annual value. And the 49ers are like, no, we're not going to do that. And the reason that they could hold on to that stance, at least in their minds, is because they had all the leverage. I don't think that's fundamentally changed. I do feel like we're getting a bit messier here, and that the 49ers might not at least feel, even though they might functionally have it, they might not feel as if they have as much leverage, which leads us to Mike Silver's column again, where he's saying that now Brandon Aiyuk is in control. Just because Brandon Ayuk's got a little bit to work with here doesn't mean he's in control, but you can't divide by 0, so a little bit of change feels like a lot of change.
And we were having this conversation, started to during the break, and John Joe Curley got in the mix, and John Joe Curley agrees with you in the sense that, he who can walk away has the leverage.
They have the leverage.
And the 49ers, as you laid out, have that leverage. Where I disagree is I think that Aiyuk, while he doesn't have the final leverage, if he truly wants to leave, if he truly wants to get paid and leave, he can try to make the 49ers so uncomfortable and such a pain in the ass that they deal him. And I think the question is, and Mike Silver had some reporting on that in terms of the annoyance with the behavior of Brandon Aiyuk throughout the course of the negotiation and the offseason and social media and the bro hugs and the...
They say that they don't care.
They do.
They absolutely care.
They absolutely
we all care because we all felt just
the antics
cringe.
Of, hey, everything's good.
We felt the cringe, man. We felt it.
You know, behind the scenes, we don't know. It might be like, dude, I want to go to Pittsburgh. Like, trade me to Pittsburgh.
Right. And then you get Christian McCaffrey yesterday coming in and saying former teammate when he's on NFL Network. And it is messy.
We're going to get into that.
Oh, yeah. We got plenty of time.
We're going to get into that. And I think that's another potential indicator. And again, it could just be
It's a fun Freudian slip.
It could just be a Freudian slip and nothing else. And it could also just be his own mindset in terms of...
Man hasn't shown up to work. I can't functionally pretend he's on this team.
And also, it could be the fact that maybe the 49ers internally have already basically addressed it.
They moved on.
Like, he ain't coming back.
It's just a practice of how he leaves.
And here's the thing. The players always know. Like, players that and I don't mean know literally.
Right.
Like,
they read the room because they're in the room.
Right.
We get to show up every now and again and be in the room when there's nothing happening.
And it's not everybody.
We have to ask the players, hey, what's going on in the room?
Totally. It's not everybody, but players who are in tune and aware and want to be can have a very strong sense of what is really going on here. And look, I'm not going to speak for Christian McCaffrey, but I'm guessing there are plenty of 49ers in that locker room that are thinking he ain't coming back.
Right. And
or he's already gone.
And that's a different conversation in the sense of how do they feel about that? And we'll find out if we get some resolution here. But I mean, think about your workplace. JD, if something's going on at KNBR, you're hanging out there all the day, you're going to know. There's workplace drama. There's workplace gossip. This is their workplace. And one of your coworkers is having a very public spat with the bosses. Like, that's the talk of the workplace. You don't need to be by the water cooler at the training table to pick up a little bit of what's going on there. It's not embargoed inside the 49ers facility. People are going to talk, and people are going to try to get to the bottom of it. And yeah, I think it might have been a Freudian slip from Christian McCaffrey yesterday. Regardless,
it's still where his mindset is.
Totally right.
Whether it's
Christian
known
McCaffrey's
to be
not
for sure
in the
or
room
not
when it comes to the trade. So regardless, it is somewhat telling though, right? Brandon Aiyuk might be holding in, but he's not practicing. This team has not had any juice whatsoever at practice. Trent Williams isn't here, right? The injuries are really piling up. And that's on top of just the general rotation of veteran players just being out for the day for vet days. So you haven't had the full bore 49ers practice once. And that's even if we exclude the guys who are in contract holdouts or hold-ins and just say, you know, the guys who are actually here and ready to do it. You haven't even had a full team once. And the product they've been putting on the field in practice, we can't really tell what it's like comparatively to other teams because they're playing themselves. But, man, it has been lifeless. It has been limp, and it has been uninspiring, to say the least. And there have been training camps where you go in and you go, damn, these guys are good. These guys are sick. And I haven't gotten that sense. You get flashes every now and again, but I haven't gotten the sense at all that the 49ers are humming here and feeling ready and amped up and good to go for the regular season. And there's plenty of time left. But it feels as if everybody's in a holding pattern until Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk show up. And to go back to your point, you know, it's kind of hard to imagine Brandon Aiyuk showing up at this point the way that things have gone, because it does seem as if whatever leverage he has, he's exerting it. And that leverage is to make this thing as messy and nasty as possible. He tried it in the offseason. It apparently got under Kyle's skin just enough. And now he's taken it to a whole other level with this I can negotiate with other teams thing that he has been granted by the 49ers.
Yeah, the injuries are piling up. CMC has a calf. Ricky Pearsall's got a shoulder.
I loved how Kyle just dropped that in yesterday. He's like, oh, yeah, and also Christian McCaffrey's out for the entire preseason. And, Elijah Mitchell is going to miss about a week. And
well, I mean, now we know why they signed Matt Breida. I mean, again, anytime
we pretty much knew.
Anytime there's a signing at a particular position like that, where it's like, oh, I thought they were pretty good at running back, it tells you guys are hurt, and then you find out later guys.
The issue they had
more than Garendo,
no question.
Like it was like that had nothing to do because when Garendo got hurt, they signed nobody. Yeah, exactly.
The issue they had at the beginning of camp is they have too many running backs, and now they're like, where's Matt Breida?
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. It's hour number 2. Murph and Marcus here on a Wednesday from Levi's Stadium as we are here, 49ers practice, 10:25. If anything breaks, as we provide you the latest on Brandon Aiyuk, we will have it for you immediately.
What if we didn't? What if we just kept it to ourselves, JD?
No, we would never do that.
No?
No. I'm a giver.
I keep some things.
I am a man of the people, and I am a giver. We're talking about all things Brandon Aiyuk. We're talking about who truly has the leverage.
Right.
Dieter and I disagree on that.
Things
a little
you
bit.
love to talk about as preseason game number 1 approaches. Love to talk about who has the leverage.
Well, I would
and we're
rather
not talking offensive.
To
and
be honest,
line
it's a more
play.
interesting conversation than that. It's also a more interesting conversation for now. I'm going to be really interested in it come the evening on Saturday and maybe even as some games get played tomorrow.
Yep.
Here's what I am interested in the kickoff thing.
The kickoff thing's kind of a mess.
I'm interested in how it looks and how teams strategize. Like that makes the preseason, I think, somewhat watchable. Not going to get on a tangent on that because we're going to keep it on Aiyuk. But
I got 2 hours on it, JD. You know I do.
I come back to, and look, you're not wrong in the sense that the 49ers can take that hard line stance with Brandon Aiyuk and say, show up, or there's going to come a point here where you're going to lose money.
Mm-hmm.
You are ours on the 5th-year option, and I don't care that you're ticked off. I don't care that we don't see eye to eye. I don't care that you've annoyed us.
You want to play the uncomfortable game? Let's boogie.
Right back at you.
We can make you equally uncomfortable.
And can franchise you and all that. Like, we could do this for...
That neck and back issue that you say you have, we don't believe you. Show up to practice.
But if he truly wants to leave and he's trying to make the 49ers so uncomfortable and be such a pain in the rear that they'll deal him. And again, according to Mike Silver, he's annoyed... bothered, I want to get the wording right. The head coach is bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, from the receiver's conspicuous bro hugs to his perceived brooding.
Perceived, baby.
And willing to move on. Couple of text messages here. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line.
Okay.
415-808-KNBR. 650. Get rid of him. Okay. He's not an elite receiver.
Well, that is factually untrue. He might not be the number 1 option in the San Francisco 49ers offense, and perhaps the 49ers offense does augment a lot of these underlying things that we can laud about Brandon Aiyuk. But here's a little nugget for y'all, okay? You can go through all the advanced stats and the yards per catch and all that, and those are elite numbers, by the way. He was a second-team All-Pro, meaning there are, 3 wide receivers better than him in the entire NFL? He is on a very high level. Brandon Aiyuk was also the number 1 blocking wide receiver in the NFL last year. That's not Dieter Kurtenbach saying that. That's Pro Football Focus saying it. And it wasn't particularly close. Now, George Pickens, a player that I think the Niners need to hold out for if we're talking a trade with Pittsburgh, is a brilliant blocker. Like, when he gets you, you go down. George Pickens is the number 9 ranked blocker by PFF. There are nuances to this. You might be able to make a highlight George Pickens, but Brandon Aiyuk did not miss a block last year in the run game on over 300 runs. Did not miss a block. Had the highest graded run blocking score of any wide receiver. And he also went for over 1,000 yards, and he also caught all but 2 catchable balls and had just crazy good yak and really good depth on his targets. This guy is an elite wide receiver. He's going to be paid like an elite wide receiver. The question is, how much is an elite wide receiver worth? And teams have differing opinions.
Bottom line is, in my mind, he is an elite wide receiver. And look, statistically, you can say, he's only going to catch. I've had people tell me, he's only going to catch a certain amount of balls in Shanahan's offense anyway because of all the other weapons. Yeah. And so even if you have to pay him like he's an elite receiver, he's not necessarily going to put up the numbers as regularly as other guys who are getting more target. I wonder how much of a factor that is in this whole thing with Aiyuk.
The actual catch number?
It's yes, I want to get paid. It's yes, I'm not feeling the love.
It's an inverse Debo.
It's also I want to be the one, and I want to be regarded as the one, and I want to be a dude. I want to be Justin Jefferson. I want to be viewed in that category. Not I want to be Devontae Adams from a couple of years ago. Like I want to be that dude.
But let me ask. It's
Tyreek Hill, not stylistically, but in terms of impact.
So Tyreek Hill, 119 catches last year, 10 catches fewer than him. Number 4 in the NFL last year.
But what do people think?
Well, I just want to make a point here when we talk about catches as a metric of eliteness. Because obviously, if you catch a lot of balls, you're an elite player.
But I think part of it is perception. And I'll let you finish.
And
I think
this is the point.
Part of it is perception,
Does anyone think that Michael Pittman from the Indianapolis Colts is an elite wide receiver?
Probably no, not on
he caught
name
109
value.
passes last year.
Sure.
109. Keenan Allen caught 108 in 13 games, and they sent his ass out from the Chargers last year. That was contract stuff, things like that. There are a lot of very good wide. Adam Thielen had 103 catches for the Carolina Panthers. Who gives a damn?
Correct.
What were the value of those catches? And if Brandon Aiyuk wants to now pull what I'm calling a reverse Debo Samuel, which is you need to use me more. Whereas remember when Debo was getting his contract extension, he was like, you need to use me less.
Well, no, I think I think his angle on that, just to push back a little bit, is you need to pay me as if I'm one of these dudes. And even though my numbers may not be akin, or my perceived impact may not be akin to some of these other big boys, because we have these other weapons.
Right.
Like just because I'm on a team with a bunch of other weapons doesn't mean you get to pay me less or have the perception be that I'm less of a player than some of these other big name players. I think he wants his name, yes, and his compensation, but I think he wants his name in the conversation with those other guys. And if that means going to Pittsburgh, where we had a text at 415. If he goes to Pittsburgh, who the hell's going to throw him the ball on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials
Russ
text
Wilson
line?
Or Justin Fields.
Correct.
Or maybe himself.
But you know what? If you're a dude there and you're getting paid at a big level, and you're like, then you're getting the cred of being a much more impactful player. And look, I'm not saying that is what it is, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's part of it, in addition to not feeling love. Because he doesn't, and we talked about this the last couple of days. Like when you look at the 49ers weapons, it comes down to what is the perception? It's CMC.
Yep.
It's Debo still ahead of him, and
Kittle
to a degree, even though he's not really.
And then we talk about Trent Williams as if he plays a skill position.
Correct, because he's that damn good. And Brock Purdy.
Oh, yeah, that guy.
And Brock Purdy.
The guy
who's about to get $60 million a year.
Yeah.
So
and by the way,
in Ayuk's mind, it's like, what is he, 5th, 6th?
Well, there's a whole other thing on this too.
He's like, no, I go to Pittsburgh, I'm number 1, baby.
Yeah, and you're going to win 8 games a year. So congratulations to you.
They always win more than 8.
No,
now that we're having an odd number, they always win more than 8.
That's right. Well, congratulations to them. There's another aspect of this too, and this is to augment your point, JD, because I think it's a good one. This is an ego thing right now, and it's tough to be sort of an afterthought when you're this good, right? This is the problem with really good teams. At some point, ego does come into play, and guys are saying, I want more recognition. There's another name that you forgot to mention in that list of great football assets, Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Everybody, when we talk about it's Kyle Shanahan. It's Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan makes this all work.
I've had people say, Purdy makes it. Purdy's the reason he's good. Like, I've had somebody say, Purdy's the reason Ayuk's so good.
Sure. I mean, he wasn't as good with Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, I would argue that that's because Jimmy Garoppolo could never actually get the football to him because he didn't throw outside the numbers, and that's where Brandon Aiyuk lived. But again, we go back to Kyle Shanahan. And Kyle Shanahan's reputation, which I do believe is deserved, is that he can make anybody great. He can make Nick Mullins look really good, that he can do it at the highest level. It's a knock against Brock Purdy. I guess it's a knock against Brandon Aiyuk because Brandon Aiyuk sees himself. He's got an uphill climb if we're talking about recognition. But as I always say, that's what the money's for. They're paying a lot of money. And by the way, you get 26, 27, 28, $30 million. Guess what, buddy? You're no longer an afterthought. You're the second highest paid player on this offense going into next season. You don't get to hang out in the shadows anymore. So when you have a bad game, we don't get to forget you. And if you have a good game, I guess you get to celebrate it even more.
Yeah, I think he's not feeling the love. I think he wants the big money, and I also think he wants to be used more. We'll keep this conversation rolling. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. More texts to get to. He's Dieter. I'm JD. In for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Christian, we do have to ask you just about the situation with Brandon. Just as a teammate with his, not knowing whether he's going to be here or not, the ramped up, conversation and reports about a possible trade. How do you guys deal with that in-house?
No, for me, I don't deal with it. That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them. As far as the business side of this game goes, it's always difficult, and so I stay out of it completely. That's way above my pay grade, and I just try to focus on what I can do every single day. But obviously, we always wish the best for any of our teammates, whether they're here or not. Obviously, we hope he's here. It's a tough part of the business.
That's a Freudian slip. That was a Freudian slip.
No doubt. I'm not saying he was breaking news, but usually there's truth. The basis of a Freudian slip is that there's truth. That's what you really think. That's what you really mean. And there's Christian McCaffrey on NFL Network, right? Yesterday, saying that Brandon Aiyuk is a former teammate. I do want to take a bit of umbrage with Christian McCaffrey's quote there, which is generally very milquetoast and uninteresting. Christian McCaffrey's very good at this whole media thing in the sense that he no one ever wants him to do media because he never says anything interesting unless he's Freudian slipping. He says it's always difficult with contracts and stuff. It didn't seem that difficult for Christian McCaffrey this past offseason. Seemed like it was all pretty straightforward and easy for him. He asked, and the 49ers said yes. And yeah, there's a little bit of funny money and stuff there to make it look like more than it was. And you know how Parag gets down, but it was pretty easy for Christian McCaffrey. And if you're Brandon Aiyuk and it has been exceptionally hard for you, and you look at how easy it was for Christian McCaffrey to get his money and how Deebo Samuel, the 49ers effectively caved in pretty early once we got into training camp in his negotiation, and how the 49ers totally caved in last year with Nick Bosa, and how the 49ers are telling anyone and everybody we're going to pay Brock Purdy $60 million, even though he hasn't even started 60 NFL games yet. And yet Brandon Aiyuk's over here saying, pay me 30. And the 49ers are like, no, we're not even going to be close to that. Yeah, I'd take some umbrage with that.
He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson back here on a Wednesday. It's Murph and Marcus. Coming up in about 15 minutes, we are going to switch gears briefly. We're going to talk some Giants with Mike Krukow.
Less said about yesterday's game, the better.
And, man, it was all looking good. Just 30 quick seconds on the Giants before we get back to Aiyuk.
Sassy.
4-0 in the first. Elliott Ramos back, hits a homer.
Wow, he looked great yesterday.
Michael Conforto, 3-run homer. It's 4-0. Hayden Birdsong back and in the rotation. He had been so dominant, and then he completely gives it up in the
it wasn't
second
the
inning.
Rockies. He wasn't pitching against the Rockies, and that seems to be an issue for
Man,
Birdsong.
4-0. You're about to get over 500.
Yeah,
you're feeling good, and then it's 7-4 in the third, and you end up losing 11-5, back under 500. No ground lost, by the way, because
still
of all the
4.5
shuffle, and Atlanta's now the third wild card.
Yeah.
Anyway, just 15 seconds on the Giants.
Well, I'm glad to see Ramos smacking the hell out of the ball in that 108 exit velocities. Conforto's been really good as of late, 113, 109 off the bat yesterday. But yeah, if you don't get the starting pitching, it just does not matter. And
the 15 seconds is up. More on that coming up in 13 minutes with Mike Krukow.
Mike Krukow will fill you in a lot better than I will.
On the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. A couple of text messages here on the Brandon Aiyuk situation, and it's basically at the moment down to the Browns, who the 49ers had negotiated an offer with per Matt Mayoko, and the Steelers, who haven't met the 49ers price, although reportedly are back in. Patriots are out, and then, of course, the 49ers, if
the default option,
if the relationship is not so fractured that they can mend things and have him come back.
I'll take it even one step further.
So those are the options
They
right
could
now.
both operate under a fractured relationship. No one would like it, but that option is no one says this has to be hunky-dory, everyone kumbaya. No one says that you can't just have a toxic relationship here. I know a lot of people have hung out in toxic relationships.
Yes, but to me, you don't want that if you're the 49ers with the goal to be to win a Super Bowl. Like eventually,
Which is worse? No Brandon Aiyuk or a Brandon Aiyuk that's disgruntled and angry and generally moody, because it's not as if, he's a team leader or anything. He's a respected player, but, he's not breaking down the huddle.
Well, I think that also, and I will say, and I'm not saying the 49ers are being strategic in this sense, but getting the clock rolling on some of this awkwardness or angst or whatever the hell you want to call it, accelerating that, if you do intend at some point to just make him show up, and I know he's already here, but make him actually get on the field.
Do his job,
if you are going to go down that road, then the quicker you can get through this and have enough time to allow things to settle, I would say the better.
Are we implying that this can't sustain? Are we implying that this too shall pass? Because I'm not sure this emotion, this feeling that Brandon Aiyuk has, that the 49ers have, can just be swept under the rug with time.
It may not. No, it may not. But to that point,
there's a chance there could be.
But
so
to that
you might
point,
as well ride it out.
It comes back to the leverage conversation, which we were having a little bit earlier, which is the fact that the 49ers ultimately hold the leverage unless they're so bothered, Mike Silver's words from his column, by Ayuk's behavior that they are willing to move on.
Well, they're willing to move on. They're just not willing to move on at any cost.
Well, but that the pressure increases, that it basically becomes so fractured that it's like, we're going to deal him. We're not going to tell everybody we're going to deal him. We're not going to deal him for a bag of balls,
right?
And
we're
2
not
future picks.
Yeah.
We're not done. But you could still at some point reach a line that you cross the line, you can't go back.
I just don't feel like Brandon Aiyuk has it in him to get across that line. I feel like he's busted out everything he's got, and while it has been bothersome, and while it has been annoying, and while certainly he has plenty of reason to not be happy with how the 49ers are treating him, I don't think that we're at a level of extreme toxic. We're not talking Antonio Brown here. We're not talking T.O. doing sit-ups in the driveway. As we've been saying time and time again, Brandon Aiyuk is running a diva wide receiver contract negotiation playbook that he's not suited to run. Like this isn't Brandon Aiyuk's ballywick. Like, he's not good at this sort of thing. Now, he has to do it because that's the only way that he can get some leverage, but he's not good at this whole look at me, I'm so important thing. It doesn't suit him. It doesn't suit him.
I think the other part of the conversation, we'll get back into this for the big hit, in addition to resetting everything. And basically, the latest is the Steelers are still in, haven't met the 49ers asking price.
We have no idea what the Steelers have offered, by the way.
Correct. The Pats are out, and the Browns assume are still in, but
it's a pretty concrete situation too with the Browns,
right?
In that we pretty much know what the trade package is.
It just seems like Aiyuk
and the number
doesn't really want to go there.
He might.
He's still trying to come to grips with whether he does or not.
It's not his number one option. And again, now it's just about ranking. His number one option is Pittsburgh. Why? You have to ask Brandon Aiyuk.
I think it's the ability to be the man.
He looks like the coach.
I think it's the ability to be the man. I think it's Mike Tomlin's likable. Like, players love Mike Tomlin. That's just reality. So I think he wants to be used more. I think he's not feeling the love from the Niners, and I think he wants the money, and I think he wants to win. And I think we joke about Pittsburgh being 9-8 every year, but Pittsburgh, they are a winning team every year.
Better than the Patriots.
More consistently than the Browns, even though the Browns had a better year than the Steelers last year.
Right. And you say, oh, well, what about the quarterback situation? I mean, is Deshaun Watson a good quarterback anymore? I can't tell you that he is.
Fair.
Whereas, at least with if we in the Bay Area don't have some respect still for Russell Wilson, what the hell are we doing here?
Well, the other part of it is, does this have the potential to fracture the 49ers culture?
Ooh,
and I think that, again, that's coming up for the big hit, I think, as we get.
Yeah.
So, hold that thought. I know you've got 2.5 hours on that right now.
I gotta get my thoughts together.
I don't want to do
that.
2.5 hours on that in the next 2.5 minutes. So let's hold that thought.
I can go at like 3x speed, JD. Don't try me.
But because I think as we continue to add layers to the conversation, it's who's in, it's who's out.
Yep.
Is this thing at a point of no return between the 49ers and Aiyuk? And then you have to wonder, because of the uniqueness of this specific situation, right? It's a great player that is finding himself, I think, in a position that not many have found themselves in. Really, not any has found themselves in with the 49ers specifically. I mean, Debo did for a couple days.
Yeah, but everyone knew that Debo was going to get what's his because they had to give him what was his.
As we've mentioned a lot, Nick Bosa and Trent Williams are in different categories as like future Hall of Fame type players.
That's right.
So that's in it. They were going to do what they were going to do.
Yeah, the curve on this thing when you go, Brandon Aiyuk's not a great player. Well, Pittsburgh is looking to get him.
He's a great player.
Looking to get him. He's a great player. The issue is that there's a little bit of dilution on his greatness because he's playing with future Hall of Famers.
Right.
He's got 2 of them unquestionably. 3 in McCaffrey. I don't know. But a Debo Samuel and a George Kittle and really, really, really high level talent. And he kind of gets lost in the shuffle a little bit.
Does this have the potential to fracture the 49ers culture? We'll get into that coming up with a big hit. We'll reset everything as well. I mean, you mentioned the practice vibes and kind of the lack of energy.
What vibes?
And and maybe that's also why the 49ers are trying to accelerate this. Let's get a resolution.
Let's get this over.
Let's get Trent Williams back.
Yep.
CMC's probably not playing in the preseason, like all those things. So, the Niners are trying to maybe find their juice here in the lead up to these joint practices at the end of next week down in Irvine against the Saints. And then the real ramp up for the regular season begins. A couple of more text messages to get to as well. We will do that. But first, we are going to talk a little bit of Giants, as the Giants couldn't quite get back over 500. What happened with Hayden Birdsong? And they could be running into some weather issues.
Hot mess.
In the nation's capital here.
Warriors are a mess. Weather's a mess in Washington, D.C. And, baby, we're sitting at the epicenter of mess right now here at Levi's Stadium.
All right, so Mike Krukow joins us next right here, KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general,
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Murph and Marcus. And time to go out to the UMA guest line, and sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike Krukow joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. What's going on, Kruk?
Well, things are good. I'm a little disappointed in the game last night, but it was a glowing example of a young pitcher kind of learning that there's more to the big leagues than just pitching against hitters. And by that, I mean, if you look at Birdsong last night, things you have to learn when you get up here. And to a degree, I mean, you do learn them, when you're in the minor leagues, but I mean, it's a little different. Now, what he was doing last night, he wasn't just pitching against the Washington Nationals. He was pitching against Mother Nature. And it was a really hot, humid day. And, what you learn when you go into an environment like that, you start preparing for that start where you're going to be hot and humid and it's going to be a challenge physically. You start preparing for that 3 or 4 days out. Start pounding hard fluids. You start eating correctly. And then when you get into it, here's the key. And I'll tell you a story when I learned how to deal with hot temperatures. Back in our day, we had a lot of AstroTurf, a lot of synthetic turf, and synthetic turf got really hot. And the one start you always looked at is, are you going to be on the field on a Sunday game in St. Louis? Because the temperature on the field would get around 140 degrees. Now, we tell people that, and they look at you like you're an idiot, but it's the truth. You get out there on the mound, and you would stand there, and the heat waves would be coming off of the turf to where you could look over at Matt Williams playing third base, and you couldn't make out his facial features because of the heat waves. It was that hot. And what the Cardinals used to do was an unbelievable home field advantage. They used to turn up the air conditioning in the visiting clubhouse, or turn it down, I should say, to like 58 degrees. And it felt great. I mean, you come off a batting practice and it was 125, 130 degrees, and you'd get into the clubhouse where the AC was cranked up, and it just felt so good. But it stunted your ability to acclimate. And what I learned is that in order to succeed in that environment, you had to acclimate. So I would go out during batting practice, and I'd put a jacket on and sit in the dugout. It'd be like 130 degrees in there. I hear some idiot wearing a jacket. But I acclimated, and it controlled my perspiration. It controlled my loss of fluid. And in watching the game and watching Birdsong, I mean, he sweat out. Once you sweat out, you're done. I mean, there's nothing left. He got into a long inning, and he just got gassed in the inning. So the point I'm making is that there are a lot of things that you have to learn at the big league level, and that's one of them. The other thing, too, in watching Birdsong, he forgot about his fastball. He went all off-speed stuff, curveball, changeup. And when he did throw the fastball, he nibbled with it. It's 97. You don't have to nibble with 97, especially when you're setting it up with a lot of off-speed stuff. What he failed to do in that ballpark with the fastball is pitch inside with it, and he got beat away. So, you see, and it's a reminder that he's 22 years old. He's been brilliant, but he let Mother Nature kind of gang up on him, and he forgot about his fastball, and he just kind of got beat up, and it'll be one of the big learning lessons that he'll ever have. He'll never forget that start. In his career, he'll never forget that start, and that's how you learn. Unfortunately, the price of education, and he paid a big price yesterday. It cost him a game.
And yet in that game, the Giants had a 4-0 lead, and part of that 4-0 lead is Elliot Ramos, who is back in the lineup, and you're thinking, the thumb, and they're throwing high fastballs, and how's that going to work? It's working out pretty well. He had 2 at-bats yesterday that ended in 108 miles per hour off the bat. He's smacking the ball around a little bit here. How encouraging was it to see Ramos looking like Ramos again?
Well, and he hit the high pitch. The high fastball, when his hand was bothering him, was giving him problems. It doesn't take long for the league to pick out a weakness in your swing. And as soon as he was not catching up to the high fastball, That's all he saw. And so he rested his hand, and therapy worked, thank God. Anyway, first at bat, they throw that high fastball, whoop, gone. The whole league saw that hit. Now it's like, whoa, we got to do something else. And so, I mean, that was a very significant hit. The other thing, too, is Conforto. Conforto finally is waking up, and he's using left field, and he's killing the ball left field. He had a 3-run homer in the first inning yesterday off a lefty, off a pitch inside. So that's the guy who can carry him. You get him going off, you get Chapman going off, your veterans going off. And how good has Encarnacion been? I mean, that's another guy. He had 2 hits yesterday. I mean, they got this guy off the scrap heap in Mexico, and he looks, to me, he looks like he's got more ability to do damage than what Soler showed.
Mike, you talked about how to prepare for the heat, and the Giants, still have won 8 of 11 here, even with the loss last night, but have to get right back at it tonight in Washington. How do you deal with the prospect of rain and rain delays? Because that is in the forecast not only for tonight, but they moved the time up for tomorrow's afternoon game with the prospect of maybe having to play a doubleheader. Blake Snell's set to be a part of it. So they got to get right back on the horse. But, they could be dealing with some wonky conditions and some odd timing here the next 2 days.
Well, that's a great question. And it's part of the Midwest. And when you go to towns like Pittsburgh, Washington, Cincinnati, Atlanta, towns that have big, for whatever reason, I mean, they knew what the rain patterns were. I guess they just couldn't afford to put up a domed stadium. But you're kind of at the mercy of Mother Nature again, and it's a deal. You have to be able to keep yourself fresh if you're a starting pitcher. Now they have Snell on the mound tonight, and he's been through it a ton, so he knows how to deal with it. You just keep moving. I mean, if you go out there and you throw 30, 40, 50 pitches, and now you get a rain delay, in all likelihood your day's done. But if you have a veteran like Snell, you just keep moving, and literally that's what you do. You get on a bike, you start riding, because if you cool down, you can't get back up. You can't get it going again. So it's a distraction, and I do think it's a huge home field advantage, because if you're with the Nationals or the Reds or the Pirates or the Braves, I mean that's all you do. I mean, Jason Christensen pitched for the Giants. This is years ago, and he had come up with the Pirates, and he was there for like 5 or 6 years. He said one year, you figure you got 81 home games. He said one year they had 56 batting practices canceled because of rain.
Wow.
Well, I mean, that's a huge advantage for a home team because they learn how to deal with it. Visitors don't.
Yeah.
And when you have a rain delay or 2 or sometimes even 3 in Pittsburgh, I mean, it's a pain in the butt. But you learn to chill out. You learn to keep moving, and you learn to chill out. And where other teams get frustrated with it because it ruins their rhythm, it really becomes a home field advantage. So that'll be something they're all going to have to deal with. It's nice to have a guy like Snell out there on the hill tonight, well, for a lot of reasons. But one, he knows how to handle stop and starts.
Last time we talked to you, Tyler Fitzgerald was still red hot. He remains red hot. It's a pretty simple question, Kruk. How is this happening?
Well, he's good, number one. And, it doesn't surprise me that it doesn't surprise any of us. I'm not telling you that I'm the savant that said, oh, this guy's going to hit a ton of home runs, because I didn't. But I did see this guy, and I did like his swing, and I did like his ability to cover areas in the strike zone. He's a little more erect now, and I think that he's in a better position to hit higher mistakes and high pitches. And to his credit, when he gets them, he's not missing them. But I think the biggest thing with him is that a utility player, when he came up, and a guy who prides himself with his glove, he tried to be an A-plus player at every position, which you can't. And I think it distracted from his ability to concentrate at the plate. I think now that he's found a home at shortstop and he's able to concentrate on and he knows that position, he knows the footwork, he knows the dance of shortstop, and he has confidence there. He can now take his concentration and apply it more to his offense. And I think it really has affected his ability to stay in the strike zone. He's not swinging out of the zone. And like I say, he's getting pitches. League doesn't have him figured out yet. And to his credit, if they start to go away, he goes that way. He can do some things. He's not up there just trying to hit balls in the bleachers. He can do some things with the bat head. He can use the opposite field. He can get short and go back up the middle. He has a good idea mentally about what they're doing with him in the middle of an at bat. You see him make adjustments mentally in the middle of his AB, which usually takes a while before guys do that. The fact that he's doing it as a rookie is pretty remarkable. But we should just all enjoy this hot streak because it really is historic.
Kruk, great stuff. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you Friday.
Had a bit.
All right, Mike Krukow joining us here, right here on KNBR. We'll see if the Giants can get back on the winning track this afternoon, weather permitting. Of course, 3:45 here on the Sports Leader. And, of course, Kruk, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model.
He's not kidding about St. Louis, and he's not kidding. I think anyone who's played football at any level, you think those summer practices and all these damn football fields are artificial turf now, and even with the filling and stuff, it's just absolutely brutal. They're playing on effectively carpet back at the old Busch Stadium.
I mean, you could see it on the TV screen.
It was
heat.
Brutal. I mean, but man, they play on grass now. I've been to the new Busch Stadium. I didn't go to the old one, and the dumbest all-time move in a stadium, and there's a lot of them. We can get through the list someday when it's a little slower. They made the armrests, which are metal, of the seats in St. Louis black.
Ouch.
It retains heat, and I can still feel it on my arms, where like 13 years ago, I got easily a second-degree burn off of those things. I mean, it was red for like a year off of that because it had just been caking in that Missouri sun, which I'm very familiar with. Go Tigers. But, man, I mean, what a dude going into the dugout in 120, 130 and just wearing the jacket to acclimate yourself. I mean, who needs a sauna in their home when you can just play a ball game in St. Louis?
Absolutely. And Blake Snell will be on the bump for the Giants. 3:45 again, first pitch, 2:45 pregame. Andy Baggerly is going to join Tolbert and Copes at 2:30 as well. In the lead up for all of that. All right, coming up next for us is the big hit, and that means back to the Brandon Aiyuk conversation. It is the number one topic, I think, right now in sports, in the NFL, to be sure. We will continue to get back in it. We'll reset everything, who's in, who's out. What does Aiyuk want? It's all straight ahead right here. JD and Dieter Kurtenbach on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, Scoops Mayoko, joined JD and Dieter on the morning show yesterday to recap all the latest news surrounding Brandon Aiyuk and all the trade rumors being spread as to where he could land. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys.
This is the Big Hit. Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The offer you guys made in May, a final offer, or is there a chance you...
I mean, I'm not getting any specifics with offers, contracts, trades, anything like that. But what I can tell you guys is nothing has changed. You know, a lot was out yesterday and stuff, but from the situation that we're in with Brandon, nothing's changed.
All right, Kyle Shanahan there from his press conference post-practice yesterday. We welcome you back to Levi Stadium. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on a Wednesday in for Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Time for the Big Hit. And what else? We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers, and giving everybody and catching up on the latest here, who's in, who's out. Patriots out. That, according to Adam Schefter. Schefter reported last night from the Patriots' point of view that they wanted to focus more on their young wide receivers, among other things.
We didn't get dumped. We didn't get told no. We just weren't compatible.
And then Matt Mayoko with the tip dunk on the Jam Tip follow of Schefter's tweet, which said the Patriots have decided not to explore any further trade possibilities. Mayoko went on to say the Patriots had an agreement in place with the Niners and a large offer to Aiyuk, but Aiyuk did not show interest in going there. Yep. Ian Rappaport, among the many, reporting that the Steelers are still in on Aiyuk. I know you, Dieter, were someone who said that on this show yesterday 100%. Amid the reports that it was just the Browns and Patriots. So at this stage, Pats are out. Cleveland and Pittsburgh is in. Yep. And a big part of our conversation this morning has been, yes, who's in, who's out? What are Aiyuk's desires in this whole thing? And the possibility of the relationship between Aiyuk and the 49ers being fractured beyond repair. That's a good starting point here.
But other than that, not much to talk about.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Text messages to get to. And at some point here in this segment, I do want to get into the potential of the ugliness of this whole situation and ask the question, does it have the potential to fracture the 49ers culture?
Let's start with the teams that are in it still, which to our knowledge are Pittsburgh and Cleveland. It should be noted, both AFC teams, right? You add in the Patriots, AFC team as well. And it's not to say that those are the only two teams that can be involved. I would venture to say that if another team wants to get in, they better get in now, because Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers are both playing Pittsburgh and Cleveland against each other. And that's pretty good. It's pretty good work by the 49ers and by Brandon Aiyuk to do that, because they are division rivals and they both feel the need for a Brandon Aiyuk. And ultimately, someone is going to overpay, be that Brandon Aiyuk in Pittsburgh, or be that what the trade package offer is from the Cleveland Browns, which might have to get up now in going to the 49ers. So who is rewarded from this bidding war, which Aiyuk and the 49ers are trying to concoct here, trying to play these two against each other, remains to be seen. Perhaps both parties can get exactly what they want. But yes, the likelihood that he is traded remains very high, which, of course, this time last week we would have said
nil, next to nil.
No, I think we would have said it's increasing every day, but it's not very likely.
Right. Low.
Then
right.
the 49ers said, to hell with that idea. Let's do this thing. Let's accelerate this bad boy, and let's see what's what. And Brandon Aiyuk went out to the market, and he has liked a lot of, at least still, the theory of what these other teams can offer him. And he didn't like the Patriots offer enough.
Mm-hmm.
It's apparently a huge offer.
Which I
over
think
$30 million
is a blessing for the Niners, because
No doubt.
I don't know what they would have been getting back. I know we threw around, Kendrick Bourne seems to be a consensus.
Judon sounded like he was very, and this might be one of those things where it's easy to say it now that they're not in it, but it sounded like Matthew Judon, the defensive end, is in the deal. And if you can get a wide receiver and a guy who can play opposite Nick Bosa, and it's a problem contract, don't get me wrong.
I mean, that would make me more inclined if you're getting Judon, but I just have kind of been
I think the 49
of the belief that wasn't realistic. But
I preferred the theoretical, and again, after the fact, you can say it was, actually, it was our first round pick, and they said no. It's like, no, it wasn't. Like, there's, revisionist history with all of this to make guys look good. But I think the Patriots would have had the best offer, and it was certainly, to my knowledge, the best offer that Brandon Aiyuk had, except for the whole part about now you have to go play for the Patriots.
Right, and the Patriots picks obviously more valuable because they project to not be a very good team, so you're getting a higher level pick.
They're going to be awful.
Whatever round it would be there. So we'll continue this conversation here in just a second. Also, a huge discussion about leverage. Who has the leverage? How annoyed are the Niners? What does Aiyuk really want? We'll get into that here in just a moment, but also want to let everybody know that your chance to get the 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game, your chance to be one of the qualifiers, more specifically, is coming up in the 8 o'clock hour.
Could happen at any time.
It's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour, so you want to stay right here.
You better lock in
on KNBR. And again, every day between now and the 23rd. So 3 times today, 3 times tomorrow, 3 times Friday.
Yep.
And then for the next 2 weeks, 1 time on each show.
Okay.
Murph and Marcus, Pop and Lund, Tolbert and Copes. You have a chance to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies automatically gets a $50 gift card to the Niners team store.
In your pocket, right there.
Simple as that.
$50.
And all you got to do specifically on this show today is be listening in the 8 o'clock hour.
And then do what?
And then be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Not now. Don't mock me.
Not now.
Not now.
Not now. And it's also a different number.
It is. 415-896-KNBR.
Write that down.
When you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, again, 8 o'clock hour.
8 o'clock hour.
Check your watch.
You're going to get some Tim Ryan in your life, and at that point, you call the contest line, which is, once again, what is the contest line?
It is 415-896-KNBR, 896-5627.
Caller number 10, after you hear the noise from Tim Ryan, which has not been played yet.
Has not been played yet.
Will be played in the 8 o'clock hour.
In the 8 o'clock hour.
We could not be more clear about this.
So there you go.
Don't call us right now.
Big deal.
You can call us right now, 808-KNBR, if you want to talk Brandon Aiyuk.
Different line, yeah.
Now I'm just confusing
Where
people.
are you at on what Aiyuk wants?
It's a confusing time, JD.
Are things fractured beyond repair? I don't think they are yet, but they're trending in that direction with the Mike Silver report via his column that, according to multiple sources, the head coach is bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, from the receiver's conspicuous bro hugs to his perceived brooding.
Yeah, it ain't perceived. You don't go on the Pivot podcast unless you're brooding. That's football Oprah, Ryan Clark. You don't go see Oprah if everything's hunky-dory.
Well, and I also think it relates back to, what are Brandon Aiyuk's wants and desires in this thing? And look, I think a big part of this, in addition to wanting big money, is not feeling the love from the 49ers and wanting to be used more. I think, number one, but I think it also goes back to the perception in the pecking order of how important he is specifically.
I will give Mike Silver this point because we do disagree, Silver and myself, on who has the leverage. I'm speaking in ultimate terms. The 49ers still have the leverage because they have the ability to do nothing and still have Brandon Aiyuk play this season. I will concede this point. Aiyuk does have some leverage in this, and it was aptly brought up by Mike Silver in his column. You can't just trade him. He has to agree to a new contract with whichever team you trade him to because he has to show up to a physical in order to be traded. And he ain't showing up for a physical unless he has a new deal, as it currently stands. So Aiyuk does get to determine where he goes. It's up to the 49ers to consummate the deal and to send it into the league and all that. But Brandon Aiyuk does have his say. The Niners can't just say, you're a Cleveland Brown now, head on down, because he wouldn't show up for the physical.
And it also goes back to he has that leverage, but the 49ers also have the ultimate leverage if they're willing to deal with the awkwardness and the fact that as close as it could be to fractured beyond repair, it may not 100% be there.
Right.
And they would be willing to strongly walk everything back and basically make him show up.
Correct. And that can happen at any second. Just as the 49ers at any second, and they did, said, you have the ability to go talk to anybody you want to. And we have a framework for these trades, and let's get this thing going. They could say, psych, and pull it all back, and then we're back to where we were at a week ago.
All right, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Hour number 3, John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach here on the Sports Leader, talking all things Brandon Aiyuk. What's the latest? If anything breaks, we've got it for you. We are at Levi's Stadium. We're going to be on the practice field at 10:25 when the 49ers are back out there. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I've got a bunch of texts we want to get to.
Yeah, people
we also have a little bit of breaking news. Little bit of breaking news here. And again, the
it's not Aiyuk news.
The big portion of this we talked about yesterday, and really all that matters, although hat tip to Lauri Markkanen, but Woj reporting that Lauri Markkanen has signed a 5-year, $238 million contract renegotiation and extension. The Jazz are under the cap, so they can add money to his current final year of the deal and then start the extension from there. So $220 million in new money because Markkanen had $18 million coming to him regardless for this final season on his current deal.
That's a lot of soda pop.
So, 5 and $238 for Lauri Markkanen. We already knew the Warriors were out on him, but now it is officially official.
Yeah.
Lauri Markkanen cannot be traded in signing the deal today until next offseason. So he is a member of the Utah Jazz for the entirety of the 24-25 season.
He might be a member of the Utah Jazz forever at $47.6 million a season, which is a hefty chunk of change. Cost of doing business in the modern NBA.
The good news,
the Warriors would have given it to him had they traded
the
for
good
him.
News for the Warriors, as we get back into Aiyuk here, but the good news for the Warriors is after next year, if the Warriors want to get Lauri Markkanen, they can probably put Jonathan Kuminga in the deal because Jonathan Kuminga is probably going to be making $40 million, and it'll be close to matching salaries.
You led that off by saying the good news, and then you included...
I'm being a smart aleck.
Jonathan Kuminga making $40 million.
I'm being a smart aleck.
Well, that's my job here, JD. Stay in your lane, and I'll stay in mine. My goodness, the Dubs are cooked. This is problematic, and we're not going to get into it because the 49ers are the more pressing issue of cookery at this moment. No vibes whatsoever with this team. They're arguably star wide receivers. Some folks on the text line coming in and being like, this guy isn't worth all this trouble. And I lay it on me. What are the folks out there saying?
Yeah, let's get back into that. 925 on the teams that are in and out. If the Browns put Cooper in the deal, then do it. And again, that's presuming Cooper and a second-round pick. That, to me, still is the best offer for the 49ers.
Well,
in
it's
terms
the only
of,
offer we know.
Well, but fair. But it's an offer I'd be comfortable with.
Agreed. Little now, little later.
If you feel like it's
You
beyond
maintain
repair.
the Super Bowl window with the player of similar, if not equal, talent,
different
and
style,
ability.
different type of player, but capable.
He is your X. You have an X receiver right now. You don't have one.
True.
Right now, he's not showing up to work. Now, eventually, you might make him, but Amari Cooper shows up to work day one. By the way, like consummate professional, grade A dude, really, really good player. A little bit of difference from Brandon Aiyuk, but he's still going to block. He's going to be an elite route runner. He's a really, really good player. You have your X receiver, snap in, snap out. You're not sacrificing there. And hey, as a little something, because you gave us the younger player, San Francisco, here's a second-round pick for you, just for making this all the easier.
Another one from the 925. When is it okay for players to not finish out the contract they signed?
When you're really good and you have the ability to demand a new contract. That's when you can do it.
Yeah, and Brandon Aiyuk is at the point where he can do that.
If you're an all-pro, you get to negotiate your contract.
And here's the other thing, though.
Before your contract's up.
And I think when you get into, because I do get the sense that a lot of 49er fans are kind of fed up with this, and here's what fans do. And this is
don't be painting with a broad brush here, JD.
But fans, look at the success the 49ers have had since 2019.
They've won a lot of big games, according to Kyle Juszczyk.
They have won a lot of big games. I agree with Kyle Juszczyk on that. They have not won the biggest game, but they have won a lot of big games. You don't go 8-4 in the playoffs and not win big games. Like, even if your season has ended with a loss in all 4 of those years.
31 other teams in the NFL would gladly trade places with the San Francisco 49ers.
Now, as far as it relates, but what fans do is they look at the Niners' success, they look at the culture that has been built here with
30 other teams.
John Lynch and with Kyle Shanahan, and starting with Kyle Shanahan.
Yes.
And the culture that's here and all the winning and everything. And what fans do is they go, why would he not want to be here? And they put a value on, because he's their guy and you buy his jersey and you root for him every Sunday, and it starts to become, there can't be anything better than here. Like Warriors fans did this, like with Kevin Durant, and it's just, this is utopia.
Yeah.
Like why? So I think
fans don't trade out fandom.
When fans get the sense that a player,
we do this in the media,
would prefer to be elsewhere, it's like, well, immediately it flips to
correct.
He isn't worth it. He needs to finish his contract because, again, that's this part of being a fan. It's the gratification of, I want to root for that guy. Fans don't want to worry about Brandon Aiyuk playing for the Steelers September 8th.
Correct. I would like to note that Brandon Aiyuk didn't choose to come to the San Francisco 49ers. The 49ers chose Brandon Aiyuk in a draft. And now it all worked out because he's a kid from the Reno area, and, there's Niners fans up there, and that's great. But it's not like we're in the NBA in the 1940s where you get to pick the best player from your local municipality, and then that guy, like Wilt Chamberlain's now a Philadelphia Warrior because he grew up in the Philadelphia area. It's not like that. So the idea that Brandon Aiyuk or any other player from any other team might look elsewhere in a bid to get the most amount of money in a sport where you could die at any moment, it seems. Even with all the safety rules, you're playing murder ball for a living. The fact that Brandon Aiyuk is trying to exact not just a lot of money, but also perhaps some respect given the dynamics in play with the 49ers and star power, I think that we're forgetting the baseline fact. Brandon Aiyuk didn't choose to be here in the first place. And yes, it rubs everybody wrong that he might not choose the 49ers again, but you got to look out for number one if you're a player in the NFL, and that means money, and it might mean reputation as well for Brandon
More
Aiyuk. Text
messages. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach here. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. 209. 3 years ago, Aiyuk was in Shanny's doghouse. Yep. It's not like Kyle is 100% dedicated to him.
As we can tell with the 49ers contract offer.
Right. And that's, where things sit at this point. Yeah.
By the way, it's not as if Brandon Aiyuk doesn't know that too. And so when we talk about, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to be here, and man, what an ungrateful dude. Like, he's the one who had to show up to work every day and deal with whatever was going on between him and Kyle, which Kyle has tried to downplay, and Aiyuk, who downplays everything up until this point, had tried to downplay, but was a thing. It was absolutely a thing. And you don't think that he holds on to some grudge, even a small bit, subconsciously? Come on now.
Also discussing Aiyuk as a number one option because, again, one thing that I've been really steadfast on is the fact that when you start to look at Aiyuk's wants, he wants to be used more in addition to the big money. He wants to be considered a big dog,
He's
a number one.
He's out here talking about, what could I do with Jaden Daniels as my quarterback? As if Jaden Daniels can throw a football at the NFL level.
415, can Aiyuk beat the other team's best DB one-on-one? BA is great as the other team's versus the other team's number 2 DB.
Yeah, so my initial gut reaction when I saw this text come through the line is, stop being ridiculous. You're overstating it. 415, I got to hand it to you. This is a pretty good point. And this is why, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't get the recognition that he wants. Sometimes that works in your favor, buddy, because this is actually kind of a thing. And it's probably a very good reason as to why the 49ers haven't upped their offer to Brandon Aiyuk to this point. Obviously, the Super Bowl. Case in point, Trent McDuffie's on you. Couldn't find Brandon Aiyuk. Three receptions, 49 yards on 6 targets. And you go, okay, well, let's just go back a game. He had that wonderful catch against the Detroit Lions. What else he do? He had a long of 51. He had 68 receiving yards in that game. Jair Alexander going with the Green Bay Packers. First round of the playoffs. 6 targets, 3 catches, 32 yards. And it continued in the regular season. You go, oh, he had a great game against Baltimore. Yeah, once the Niners were down 33-12, this is a thing.
All right, 808 KNBR. Does this have the potential to fracture the 49ers culture? We still have to address that, and we are getting some calls as well. So more texts. We will get to the phones. Gabe and Scarecrow, we're coming to you right out of the chute. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko, Scoops Mayoko, joined JD and Dieter on the morning show yesterday and said the ball is solidly in Brandon Aiyuk's court. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Your team be better if you traded Brandon Aiyuk. Could you see a scenario where you're better because of that?
I mean, Brandon's a great player, so it's real hard to be better when you lose a great player. So we got to look into anything. We got to understand the situation we're in, what that looks like, and that does take time. So hopefully it'll all work out best for him and best for us in the long run.
All right, Kyle Shanahan there. Tough to make a case for the 49ers to be better, at least in the short term, the 2024 season.
There's no route.
If they move on from Brandon Aiyuk, we welcome you back. That was Kyle Shanahan yesterday. His interaction with Tim Kawakami. Dieter Kurtenbach is here. John Dickinson. We are at Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara. More text messages to get to here coming up. We also want to get to some calls, but a quick thought from you?
Yeah, listen, you're 100% right. There's no way that the 49ers can get better without Brandon Aiyuk. But as I was saying just before the break, and I really want to hammer this point home, great text from the 415 saying, can Brandon Aiyuk beat number one corners? And when we talk about a number one receiver, be he an all-pro or not, you need to be able to beat number one corners. And you look at Brandon Aiyuk in the playoffs, and we know playoff football is officiated a lot different, kind of like playoff basketball, than the regular season, where you're allowed more physicality, you're allowed to jam more. We saw how that affected him in the Super Bowl. We saw how it affected him even against a Detroit team that had crappy corners. And we certainly saw what happened when Jair Alexander got his hands on him in the first round of the playoffs. Even going to the regular season, it's really interesting. You go Baltimore. Oh, well, he had 6 catches for 113 yards. Well, 5 of those catches came after the Niners were down 33-12. He went for 5 and 95 in the fourth quarter of a blowout. You look at, oh, well, he had a really good game a couple weeks before that against Seattle. They have Devin Witherspoon. He's really, really good. And Brandon Aiyuk went for 6 catches and 126 yards. Well, Devin Witherspoon didn't play in that game. And when he did play, Brandon Aiyuk had 2 catches for 50 yards. Cleveland, Deebo Samuel's out. It's all Brandon Aiyuk. Denzel Ward's on the other side. 10 targets, only 4 receptions, 76 yards. I'm not saying that Brandon Aiyuk isn't a very, very, very good football player, but I do think 415 has made the point of the show so far, which is embarrassing for us, but ultimately beneficial for the audience. I think that we might throw around the word elite with Brandon Aiyuk a little bit too much, considering some of his problems standing out as an elite player against elite corners this year.
All right, let's get to the phones. 808 KNBR, and we'll roll with Gabe and Antioch first here on the Sports Leader. Hey, Gabe.
Hey, guys. The other guy hit it on the head when I mentioned to the caller coming in. Ayuk's been in Kyle's doghouse, and he had to work his way out of it. He kept his mouth shut, and worked his way, earned his respect quietly. But in the playoffs, you can't. I mean, Kyle's like I say all the time. He's like a spoiled kid driving a Maserati on a dirt road. When there's time for a pickup truck, you need to put the pickup truck and ride with that. But the same thing, when Debo, before McCaffrey got here, Kyle used to run Debo in between the tackles, and until when he got hurt, that's when Brandon Aiyuk got his opportunities, and so in the Super Bowl, you can't. Kyle was bunching up the wide receivers next to the
Gabe,
tight
thanks,
ends.
man. Thanks for the call, Gabe.
Sounds like
I'm going to just jump in. It sounds like this is a Kyle complaint more
and
than
listen, that's fine. We can have Kyle complaints at any time other than now. There was ample time to complain about Kyle after the Super Bowl. We had months to complain about Kyle, and we'll have ample time to complain about Kyle if he so warrants it once the season starts. But right now, they got to get their flipping number one receiver under contract.
And I will relate that back to this. And again, I don't want to infer anything on Gabe because I do think Gabe was just airing grievances on Kyle Shanahan and basically saying, yeah, Kyle was screwing up Debo. Well,
and maybe there's a connection there to Aiyuk, but we weren't getting there.
When Debo is the wide back, I mean, he was the best player on the 49ers team.
They
and
used
needed
him like
to be
the best player on a high school team, where it's like, if you don't do this, nothing is going to happen.
You've said it. I've said it in the past. I mean, he pretty much single-handedly got the 49ers to the NFC Championship game that year.
It was the single most impressive NFL season I have laid my eyes on.
Look, Brandon Aiyuk worked his way out of the doghouse. He was kind of rightfully in the doghouse, though.
It was not Kyle Shanahan had reason to have grievance with Brandon Aiyuk. He didn't block. He was mopey. He would take himself out of plays. And you cannot get snaps in this system if you're not all in on every single snap.
Let's relate it back. Let's relate Gabe's call back to this, because I do think there is a BA component to it, which is value. Right. Ultimately, when you look at the 49ers coming up short in Brandon Aiyuk's eyes and also being willing to potentially move him, and I think it even relates to what Mike Silver wrote in his column about the head coach being bothered by Aiyuk's behavior. So I think there's something there. And look, Gabe, it sounds like, was siding more with the player and against Aiyuk. And against Shanahan.
Who stands as the proxy for the 49ers operation.
Exactly. And so I think there is a point in which it relates.
Well, listen, I don't think that there's any wide receiver in the NFL that isn't movable. I don't think wide receiver is a vital position, in the sense that the talent coming out at the college level is incredible. Am I telling anybody right now that Ricky Pearsall is as good as Brandon Aiyuk? No, he isn't. And ultimately, whatever Ricky Pearsall turns out to be will be different than Brandon Aiyuk because they're different players. But the fact of the matter is, we're out there. The only thing to note at practice, other than the just dullness of it all, is that every now and again, Ricky Pearsall gets to go into a rep because they allow him to, and he's absolutely cooking dudes. And he's cooking a cornerback group, which might be the best in the NFL this season. They're just going to cut Ambry Thomas. He was a starter for them last year. He's not on this team this upcoming season. Isaac Yiadom has been a revelation. Diamador Lenore has taken it to a new level, and we know Charvarius Ward, who has been practicing, is really, really good, one of the best in the NFL. And Ricky Pearsall is doing work against these guys. The depth is fantastic, too, to the point where, again, Thomas is going to get his butt cut because they don't need him. He had to start last year. They don't need him this year, and they went to the Super Bowl last year. So the fact of the matter is they have a replacement in-house, and while they don't want to go all in on him now, it only highlights how valuable can any wide receiver be when you can get a guy like Ricky Pearsall at the end of the first round. Meanwhile, when you talk about a quarterback, teams trade multiple first-round picks, the Niners included, to just get a chance at one.
Yeah, Ricky Pearsall may be outstanding. There may be other players that can help fill the void. That doesn't do the trick for this season.
If you have a quarterback,
we might know that by the end of this year.
Right.
We don't know that now.
Yes.
And I think the Niners are playing with fire on this thing. Look, they can determine that they don't want to pay Brandon Aiyuk X or Y. They can determine that they're going to get a stopgap player back in return in addition to future draft compensation. But I don't think there's much doubt that trading Brandon Aiyuk between now and the beginning of this season, is going to make the 49ers worse for 2024 when the goal is to get to and win the Super Bowl. And that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing.
In total agreement on that. But let's just remember a couple of points here. The Minnesota Vikings had Stephon Diggs. He made the biggest catch in the history of that franchise. No offense to Chris Carter or Randy Moss before it, but that catch that he made in that playoff game was as big as anything that happened for that franchise in a long, long, long time, and I'd argue ever, including Super Bowls back in the 60s and 70s. They just said, whatever, you're done. And they went and got Justin Jefferson, who is now the highest paid receiver in football. Tyreek Hill, who is an all-time special player, a one-of-one in so many ways, was on the Kansas City Chiefs. And they traded him and they won 2 Super Bowls afterwards, including last year when Rashee Rice, who the hell's Rashee Rice, was their number 1 wide receiver.
Again, I hear you on all of that. The Chiefs had already won with them.
If you think you have the quarterback, though, and this is Minnesota's problem, right? They had Case Keenum as their quarterback. They didn't have the quarterback, and it still worked out for them. It's worked out for Kansas City because they have that guy. The 49ers think they have that guy. And if he is that guy, they should be able to manage just fine. Maybe a little worse than they could have been, but they should be able to manage without 11.
Scarecrow in Santa Rosa next year on the Sports Leader. 808 KNBR. Hey, Scarecrow. Scarecrow, what's up, man?
Yeah. This is probably a really good argument for salary arbitration because, in essence, you've got Aiyuk as operating because the last several guys raised holy hell, and they got exactly pretty much what they wanted to. Now, I don't know who Aiyuk's representation is, but somebody's not dealing with the reality of the situation.
Oh, we lost Scarecrow there. All right.
And I agree with that assessment. I mean, Aiyuk's representation has done him no favors throughout this process. And as aggravating as this is, and it will always come back to your point, what does this mean for 2024? And it isn't good for the 49ers.
Sure. I mean, to me, it's the only thing that matters in some way. And again, I get it. What they do or don't do with Aiyuk, 25, 26, longer term. Like, there are longer-term ramifications that can turn out okay. But this team's trying to win a Super Bowl, and it might be their last best shot.
But it only might, right? That's the thing. The 49ers,
of course,
and they could very well be incorrect.
But to quote Kyle Shanahan, I don't know if I'm going to be alive.
Trust me, and in this day and age, now more than ever, JD, from your mouth to God's ears, my point is merely, I think the 49ers think their Super Bowl window is far more open than we think their Super Bowl window is open. They're acting like that.
Let's see. And let's see, because I think the other part that we haven't gotten to yet, and we got more calls to get to and text messages here in the next segment, we're going to push the cooler of content into the 9 o'clock hour.
Who knows? The ice might melt by then.
To keep things rolling here. But they can say that and believe it right now in terms of their window being open. And I agree with everything you said about the quarterback a minute ago. It
matters. And they think they have that guy.
They think they have that guy. But But let's say you trade Aiyuk and you don't get dividends from the stopgap that comes in.
Right.
You kick the can down the road on the draft capital and you go 10-7 and Brock Purdy struggles a little bit and you get beat in the divisional round as opposed to getting to a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Then tell everybody that your window's still open
and
have to climb the mountain again from a point where you really have a more bitter taste in your mouth because you got knocked out on January 20th instead of getting knocked out February 11th.
But there's also the fact of the matter, and we never bring it up enough, there is a factual truth to this. You're playing football. And at any minute, this thing can all fall apart because the wrong injury at the wrong time can end your season if it's at the wrong position. And that's not just quarterback. That could be wide receiver too. And to ignore that reality that, hey, this thing's all pretty fragile to begin with is perilous. And we're talking about Super Bowl windows in years. Man, nothing's guaranteed in the NFL.
John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, Jim, and David coming up on the phones. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
focus, keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Hector, need this to be resolved pretty soon?
No. I mean, you always want it to be badly, but this stuff does take time. And, every day I hope it gets resolved. But I have no timetable on it. Didn't surprise me coming into this, going about coaching our team, getting them ready for week 1, and hopefully it'll get resolved though sooner than later.
All right, that's Kyle Shanahan from his press conference yesterday. How quickly does the Brandon Aiyuk situation need to be resolved? I don't think quickly is as important as effectively, whether it means things get walked back and he ends up a member of the 49ers and he's happy and harmonious and the 49ers can get back to the level of sameness that I think would be a good thing for them. And I think you can throw Trent Williams into that as they come off of last year's Super Bowl loss and look to ramp things back up and try to make another go of it again. Mm-hmm. To me, the effectiveness is far more important than the actual, it needs to get done now, needs to get done now, needs to get done now.
Well, of course. I mean, nothing happened for months and months and months. And the reason that this has been accelerated wasn't so that it would get done immediately. It wasn't because there was a firm and fast deadline. It's because something needed to happen. There was some movement that needed to be made. And instead of the 49ers coming in and saying, we'll up our offer, and Brandon Aiyuk certainly didn't say, I'll lower my demands. They said, okay, well, here's something that can actually accelerate this thing. You've been talking as if the market will pay you this. Go out and you get to prove it. And obviously, you don't get to be a free agent. You don't get to just pick up whomever will give you the most money and go pick your destination. It has to work for us as well, hence the framework deals that they had for trades. But, man, they basically, as Matt Mayoko told us, put the ball in Brandon Aiyuk's court, and there it remains. And the 49ers and Aiyuk have to both like what they're getting from any deal. So you're 100% right. It's about effectiveness, not about expediency.
Phone calls coming up in just a second. 707 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. There is no chance I trade Aiyuk where he wants to go. Strictly get the best package for the 49ers.
That's not how it works. Brandon Aiyuk has to want to show up to the place that he gets traded to. Otherwise, the trade is void. If he doesn't show up for a physical, there is no trade, and he will not show up to a physical if he gets traded to a team that doesn't have a new contract for him. So you can't just send his ass to the Raiders or, I don't know, where's the Jaguars.
Well, I think it's just get the best deal, I think. And obviously we've already seen an example of.
Well, it's for both of them. They both have to get the best deal.
But we've seen an example just in the last, 12 hours, 14 hours of the Patriots have reportedly had the best offer.
Ooh.
Aiyuk didn't want to go there.
Overpay.
Aiyuk didn't want to go there.
And I mean, even if you hold Brandon Aiyuk in the highest of standards, the Patriots are like, we will pay you so much money.
707, and then we'll get to the calls, and then more texts coming up later. We got a bunch of texts piling up here.
That's great.
Different 707. Is Aiyuk the new Le'Veon Bell?
No, because Brandon Aiyuk doesn't have enough money, and I don't think has the temperament in general to hold out for an entire season and let those paychecks go.
Although his temperament he's surprised me. Not that it's been fluid. I mean, it has been a little clumsy and out of character.
For sure.
But he's played the disgruntled heel role. I don't want to say well. I don't want to say well, but it has been effective for as clumsy as it has appeared.
Well, and by the way,
is that fair?
I think, okay, fair enough. If the idea was to muddy the waters, if the idea was to make this
here's
difficult.
the thing. If he truly wants to leave, he's trying to make the Niners so uncomfortable and be such a pain in the butt that they deal him.
Correct. By the way, he could have been doing that at any point up until now. And by the way, the only reason the 49ers want this thing accelerated, I think, has something to do with what's going on the practice field, which is no one's really going all out. There's no energy to this operation they have going on here at Levi's Stadium for training camp. So I think they need to just get something moving with Aiyuk, because even subconsciously, you got to imagine the offensive guys, even the defensive guys are going, well, we're not at full strength. Why should we go full speed?
Jim in Modesto, 808 KNBR on the phone lines. Jim, should the 49ers keep Brandon Aiyuk?
Good morning, fellas. Hey, thank you first and foremost for letting me share my opinions across the airwaves, and shout out to Niner Nation. I do believe they should try to retain him, but I also see benefits in testing the market. You know, if you can get a mutually inclusive deal where the Niners benefit, Aiyuk benefits as well, then it seems like it could work. But it seems like it's working in the organization's favor as much as it is in BA's favor right now. So I say hold the anger, Niner Nation, against Aiyuk till we kind of see where things land, because it could potentially put us in a better position moving forward, down the road this season. So thanks, guys.
Potentially is
Thanks,
doing
Jim.
a lot of work there.
Good
right?
call.
It's a good call.
And I don't think it puts him in a better position this year unless he's back.
And you're all about 2024.
I'm all about 2024. 2024.
The idea
yes.
of the
Yes.
concept of the
Yes.
year 2025.
I'm not, hey, we're
not,
better in 26, but 24, we're going to take a step back.
You know what teams usually talk about? We're going to be better 2-3 years from now? Losers.
Yeah, I just, and again, I also think, and we haven't really gotten into this point, but we still have time today between now and 10 o'clock.
Thank God.
It's the potential for the way that this whole thing has gone down to fracture the 49ers culture. And because, again, we've talked about how Aiyuk is not in the Nick Bosa category. He's not in the Trent Williams category, but he is
still a very, very good player. Still an all-pro.
When they traded DeForest Buckner,
right?
They just traded him. They traded him before the draft.
Before the draft.
They got their draft pick. They were able to make, get Ken Law, keep Jimmy Ward and Armstead.
Exactly.
And they did it. It was calculated. It was maybe not the best move.
Well, it didn't work out well.
But the Ken Law part certainly didn't. But they made the decision. It was, whether you like it or not, we can debate it. We can go back hindsight and all that.
No, I mean,
but it was a practical
This
decision.
is something that every team in the NFL does every year.
The 49ers are not doing that with Aiyuk.
No.
That is not this, even if they wind up dealing him.
Well, they had their chance to do it, and they looked to do it before the draft when they were offering Brandon Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel or both, to everybody around the league and saying, what can you do for us? What's the best offer you can make? Because we are looking a couple of years down the line, and we can't have two. We can't have both Deebo Samuel making $20-something million a year and Brandon Aiyuk making close to $30 million a year and have a quarterback that's 60. That's half of our salary cap with three guys. And two of them are doing the same thing on offense. So we can't have that. If the Miami Dolphins want to do that, go ahead. The Miami Dolphins are not a Super Bowl contender. They can have that model where they're paying Tua 55, and here's Tyreek Hill at 30, and here's Jalen Waddle at 27, 28. They can do that because they're the Dolphins, and they're desperate to be relevant. The 49ers are a Super Bowl contender who are relevant even when they suck. They're a national brand. They dominate the West Coast. This is a very different thing. But again, the 49ers did absolutely try to do a DeForest Buckner with Brandon Aiyuk. It just didn't work out. And so you're right. It's not that now because they're not in a position to make it neat and tidy.
You make a very neat, tidy decision whether the guy's staying or going. DeForest Buckner ended up going.
Yeah.
What I think happens, and we'll get to David and Milbury here, but what I think happens is I think other players in that locker room kind of look around and they're like, what is going on here? This is chaos. This is not going all in on this season for the guys who just were on this team in February and came up a play short on 5 different plays from winning the Super Bowl. I don't know. I think there is you could almost
might be a little early to go that far yet, but it's certainly bubbling up.
We don't know what the ultimate outcome is going to be with Aiyuk.
Right.
So I would say in that sense, you're right. And I am maybe projecting a little bit here, but again, it's the kind of thing where you look back on it later and you go, well, damn, they were everybody realized they couldn't win it because everybody realized on August, I'm picking a date here, 15th, that they got worse for that year.
Yeah.
And it just,
for a team that already had enough questions, right? I think that there's a lot of folks, especially nationally, that just think, oh, well, the Niners will do it again. Their win total in Vegas is 11.5. They have the hardest schedule in the NFL right? They're playing number one teams. They have a massive rest deficit. That stuff matters. Think back to the Cincinnati game last year. And they have the wear and tear of not just last year's Super Bowl run, of which they had to go all out in the second half.
All those things are working against them.
They got a lot of stuff working against them. They shouldn't also have working against them. Oh, and our ex-receivers are rookie now.
Totally agree on that.
We're in agreement that 2024, if you're all in, that includes having 11 on the field. It really does.
You have to go all in on 2024, and then if you wind up not being good enough, you have a means to, you have more of a logical reason to make multiple changes. If you win the Super Bowl, you have a logical reason to make multiple changes at that point. You've gotten over the hump. Now it's time to rebuild it a little bit to continue to be able to play at that level for a longer period of time.
But when you push your chips to the middle and you go all in on one season, now you don't have anything to ante up with on future hands.
I want to sneak in David in Millbrae because he waited patiently. 808 KNBR. David, I got about 30 seconds for you. What's on your mind, brother?
Well, man, we're losing seconds here.
Oh, David.
Yeah. Hey, I'm here.
Hey, what's up, David?
Real fast, Dave.
Hey, I kind of disagree with you guys a little bit in regards to Aiyuk being bettering the 49ers if he stays on the team versus if he leaves the team. I mean, I think that he's being a cancer, I guess, on the team. I mean, that started right from the Super Bowl loss and him or his family popping off about not wanting the Niners not wanting him and all that stuff. And so I just think if they keep him, it sets a precedent. Obviously, if they win, that kind of cures things if he remains on the team. But I just think it sets a precedent. As a fan, as much as I like Aiyuk talent, but this is just really a turnoff.
Thanks, David. Good call. Appreciate it. I think that's the point of it. A lot of fans do feel that way. It's like, wait a minute, you don't want to be here. So
fans aren't up for, fans aren't on contract with the 49ers. There's not term. They're in it for the long term.
Let's react to that coming back. 808 KNBR. It's John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach here on 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize.
There it is. The cue to call right now and your opportunity to qualify for 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies wins a $50 gift card to the Niners Team Store, so we're giving one of those away right now, and then the chance to win the aforementioned grand prize. Be caller 10 right now, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-KNBR. And again, opportunities to qualify right now, in addition to at some point during Papa and Lund's show, Tolbert and Cope's show.
If it doesn't work out for you, there's other chances.
Yeah.
But get in now.
And the rest of the week, and also
take care of it today.
The next couple of weeks.
That's also what I'm telling the 49ers. Let's just take care of it today, huh?
Yeah, we shall see as we are back here at Levi's Stadium.
This is just me being impatient. I want resolution. That's probably not. Maybe it will happen. Maybe it won't. I can't tell you. But it'd be nice. It'd be nice if it got done. It would be nice, honestly, if it got done and we get about an hour to talk about it. That'd be a good amount of time. So if the Niners are listening right now, if you want to pull the trigger on any trades, that'd be great. We'd get about an hour, and then we'd let Papa and Lund take it from there. We'd put in our shift.
Talking all things Brandon Aiyuk right now, who's in, who's out, according to reporting, the Patriots out, that via Matt Mayoko and Adam Schefter last night.
They are down bad, the Patriots.
Aiyuk didn't want to go there per Mayoko, so he's not going there, at least at this point.
How much money could the Patriots have paid Brandon Aiyuk to change his mind? Because apparently even their massive offer was not enough.
Even that is a little bit of a tell on Aiyuk's motivation here, because I think it has been framed as money being number one, and I think money may still be number one, but I think it's also the money versus
he's going to be a very rich man no matter what, right? And it is, money and respect are oftentimes the same thing, but when we're talking the difference between, and we should all be so lucky as to have this choice, $28 and $30 million, is $2 million worth, I don't know, languishing in football hell for 5 years? Probably not. That you're really parsing it down when we're talking about amounts of money this large. And I do think that playing for, and this is where I think Brandon Aiyuk is heads at right now, you're playing for a premier franchise in the NFL right now, and you're not getting the respect that you think you deserve because there's just so much other talent on this team that's diluting it a little bit. And even Kyle Shanahan gets more shine than you. If you're in Pittsburgh and they are offensively starved and have been for years and years and years, if you're in Pittsburgh, there's no question the Pittsburgh Steelers are a premier franchise in the NFL. That's a national fan base. Hell, there are Steelers fans in the Bay Area right now listening right now. If you do it there, you get that legacy component that seems to be in play for a Brandon Aiyuk as he's getting into whatever this is with the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, lots of conversation about Aiyuk's wants and desires. Also the question as to, is this thing fractured beyond repair between Aiyuk and the 49ers, relating to Mike Silver's reporting in his column. According to sources, the head coach, Kyle Shanahan, bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, from the conspicuous bro hugs to his perceived brooding.
Perceived brooding. I love that.
We've also discussed who has the leverage in this whole thing. And I think, Dieter, you're right in that the ultimate leverage is the 49ers. If they want to say, hey, dude, we ain't trading you, and you can take our offer or show up and play on the fifth-year option, and we'll kick the can down the road and figure this thing out. The Niners do still have the ability to do that, which is the ultimate leverage. However, Aiyuk, I think, does and I think is trying to make the 49ers as uncomfortable as possible by being defiant, at least to this point, in accepting any of the offers that the 49ers have presented in terms of other teams that can give him a new contract.
There's an old rule in dating: you don't mess with crazy. JD and I, we both know it, baby. You don't mess with crazy. You can't reason with crazy. You don't mess with it. The 49ers, up to this point, and they might still hold this opinion, think that they know who Brandon Aiyuk is, that he's a soft-spoken guy, he's a cerebral guy, he doesn't really want the shine, doesn't really, need the media attention, anything like that. Now the Brandon Aiyuk that we've seen over the last couple months, different kind of cat. And is this all an act? Is this all Brandon Aiyuk doing it for the sake of getting more money for the San Francisco 49ers? Is he putting it on so that he can get a little bit more because it's the only lever he can pull to get more money from the 49ers or another team, is to act a little crazy, make them uncomfortable, and basically say either we're getting you out of here and someone else is going to pay you, or we're going to give in to your demands. The 49ers, I think, are still betting that the Brandon Aiyuk that they've known for the last couple of years is the real Brandon Aiyuk, and this new one is all just a media conspiracy. It's a PR play, and that's why I still think they hold the leverage, because ultimately the real Brandon Aiyuk has to show up. The question is, what jersey will he be wearing?
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Let's get to a couple of more of these. The 831. BA is drama. Trade him. We want Cooper. Speaking of Amari Cooper of the Browns.
If this is your logic, then you would have traded Nick Bosa last year. You would have traded George Kittle. I don't think you actually would have traded Fred Warner. I don't remember any drama with that one. And you certainly wouldn't have. You didn't have any drama. But Deebo Samuel was gone. And again, do not go back and
then
listen
showed
to
up out of shape.
That's right. Do not go back and listen to my shows around then. Just don't do it. It's not in anyone's best interest. I'm saying, and Deebo was doing this exact same Brandon Aiyuk playbook. I'm going to make you so uncomfortable that you're either going to give in or you're going to get out. But there's no in between. You're going to have to do something.
And remember, at that point, this is pre-Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah.
This is post-Deebo putting the 49ers on his back.
This is
in
Jimmy
that
Garoppolo's
2021 season.
And, and the 49ers felt a level of desperation because Jimmy couldn't win them the Super Bowl there. They needed Deebo to do that. And how did that desperation manifest? 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance.
And this was also the season coming off of the COVID year. So they go to the Super Bowl, the COVID year where they're 6-10. They start 3-5. They start 3-5.
Yeah, talk about Super Bowl window. I mean, they thought it was shut until Deebo Samuel said, I got you.
And, yeah, end up getting all the way to the championship game because of Deebo Samuel. So that he was in a different position of, Aiyuk wasn't Aiyuk yet.
Yep.
Brock Purdy wasn't here yet. George Kittle was still a huge part of everything.
Huge player. But let's give some shouts to Deebo Samuel here. He's going into what the 49ers have made very clear could be his final season with San Francisco. They were shopping him around before the draft, not so quietly, right? And I was under the impression at a certain point that a deal with an AFC powerhouse was done, that it was done and ready and over. And I had that bad boy written up and ready to go, only to be told at the last second, actually, it all fell apart. Bad info, whatever. They definitely, certainly, 100% were shopping him, knowing that they can't have two $20 million wide receivers on the same roster with a quarterback making that kind of money. Deebo has known that this is a lame duck year. If Brandon Aiyuk signs a contract, he has still shown up in shape. He has been practicing hard. The vibes might be bad, but Deebo Samuel cannot be blamed whatsoever for that. He's come ready to play this training camp, which has not always been the case.
No, and I don't think I don't know that the vibes are bad. They're just weird. I know that's a popular word right now, but
fair enough. Fair enough. It clearly resonates with a certain subsect. And actually, you know what? I'm incorrect with anything vibes. There are no vibes. There's no energy to this thing whatsoever. It's like everyone's waiting for the bus, man. Everyone's just waiting for resolution with Aiyuk, waiting for resolution with Trent Williams. As I said earlier, we don't have our full squad. Why should we go full speed? That's what it feels like, that there's just this sense of anticipation, this pall over everything because of, as you noted, the weirdness, not just with your wide receiver, but also with arguably the most important player on your offense, number 71.
You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, hour number 4 here on a Wednesday. It's John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. We're in for Murph and Marcus, and we are with you until 10 o'clock out here again at Levi's Stadium, down in Santa Clara. 49ers practice just under an hour and a half away. And we've got you covered as far as the latest on the 49ers and what's going on with Brandon
There's not
Aiyuk.
much latest right now.
No,
that
there
can
isn't.
change at any second.
But it could change. And look, I mean, we're in kind of a lull right now, but it's come rapid fire. In the last couple of days, it's come in the evening, right? It's been there's been a 11, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock Pacific hit. Mm-hmm. And then there's been a 6, 7, 8 o'clock Pacific hit, and then it's kind of shut down a little bit.
Here's a stunner. That seems to coincide with East Coast teams kind of ending their day, and then West Coast teams kind of ending their day. And
time to pick up that phone.
Right. Like you're going to work all the way to the end because there isn't a hard and fast deadline on this. Everyone wanted it done months ago. So the idea that dragging this thing out for another day is detrimental to whom? No one really, because we're already in a period of time when none of this should be happening. So it doesn't matter if this thing drags on and on and on. Brandon Aiyuk isn't showing up to be a San Francisco 49er unless he has a new contract. The Niners don't want to give him a new contract that's in line with what Brandon Aiyuk wants. Another team might, but the 49ers have to make a trade there, and Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to go to any of the places, at least to this point, that the 49ers want to make a deal with. So it's like we're back at kind of a stalemate. It just got a lot more complicated.
Let's also thank Veronica in Hayward. Veronica in Hayward, we congratulate Veronica on winning a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and qualifying for a chance to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. The winner of the grand prize announced on this show, Murph and Marcus, August 26th. So thanks to everyone who called in. Mm-hmm. If you missed out on this show today, don't worry. You've got 2 more chances later today during Papa and Lund and Tolbert and Copes. And again, you have 3 chances to qualify every single day the rest of this week and then for the next 2 weeks until August 23rd. So be sure to stay tuned to the sports leader, your home of 49ers football for the last 20 years. Congratulations again to Veronica in Hayward. Good stuff there.
I think we need to go back to something, which is how do the 49ers get better off of whatever the hell this is? And the answer is pretty strictly they do not. Because even if
they don't.
Even if you keep Brandon Aiyuk, I mean, what's that going to be like? Right? I don't know if this relationship is irreparable, easy for me to say, or anything like that. But it's certainly not good. I don't, this is the couple at the dinner party that you get in the car with your wife after and go, what the hell's going on with those two? These are the people who keep your social circle alive because everyone talks about them. And as you noted, like the 49ers locker room's got to be feeling it. There's some real weirdness, and that's not going to just dissipate, and especially won't dissipate if they make him play on the 5th-year option. I think everybody wants Brandon Aiyuk to be a Steeler. That's involved here. I'm not talking about Niners. I'm talking about the Niners, certainly the Steelers, and certainly Brandon Aiyuk want Brandon Aiyuk to be a Steeler. The question is, what can the Niners get back? They have to maximize the return. And if you're already taking a hit on 2024, then you better be loaded up in the future. But, man, that's a tough pill to swallow. If I'm the Niners, it's got to be George Pickens. You got to, much like the Browns who would send Amari Cooper in a draft pick, I'll take a lesser draft pick. Well, give me George Pickens.
Look, I'm with you on that. I do think, that would be the only wide receiver on the Steelers roster that I think could possibly make it worth it. But I think if you're the Steelers,
right,
again, you're waiting if you know or believe to be true that Brandon Aiyuk's first choice is take our money and come play for us. Like, I don't think they view it, and I could be wrong, and maybe this is ultimately why a deal doesn't get done between the 49ers and the Steelers. Like, I want Pickens and Brandon Aiyuk if I'm Pittsburgh. And so,
yeah, they're trying to maximize their return too.
Because they're a team that I think views adding Brandon Aiyuk as
taking him a step
moving
ahead
up from the perpetual 9-8s and 10-7s that they have.
But there's been
all the time.
There's been a suggestion that they'll send back Calvin Austin. Who the hell is Calvin Austin? Like that's not the hallmark of a trade for an all-pro.
For me, that would be the difference between doing the deal and not doing the deal.
And this is ultimately we're going to find out who has the leverage, because if the Niners get fleeced in this thing, if they do trade him 1 and 2, then it looks like they got fleeced. Then Mike Silver was right. Brandon Aiyuk did have all the leverage, and he exerted it to the fullest of his ability, and he got what he wanted, and the Steelers came out gangbusters. I will throw out one other name. It has to be Pickens. It has to be Pickens. It has to be Pickens.
Sure.
If it's not Pickens, you're taking an L. And if you're going to take an L, the best L that you can get, an LT, a left tackle, Troy Fautanu. They just drafted him. He was at Washington. I love him. He was my favorite offensive lineman in the draft. If you're thinking about the future, a Troy Fautanu makes that future feel a little bit brighter, even if the present day is pretty dark.
Don't think it makes the Niners better in 2024, though.
No, it doesn't. But at some point, we got to be pragmatic here, JD. At some point, we got to be pragmatic.
Look, if they trade Brandon Aiyuk,
you lost,
and they're not better in 2024. Like, that's where I think we start getting into, do we look back and does this have the potential to have longer term ramifications on the 49ers culture as a whole? I don't mean that the deal itself would do that, but that deal where everybody's kind of going, wait a minute, this is not how the 49ers act this era.
That's right.
And
they pay their guys.
And then you end up having a disappointing season in comparison to not only last year, but maybe the last 3 years.
It's not up to the standard where you're a Super Bowl contender.
Then you start looking around as to, well, what changed? What happened? What was the pivot point? Why were the vibes not great?
Sometimes it's just a one of one.
Like,
right?
you're looking ahead at the things that could happen, and then you look back at the end result and you see how it fits together.
This is a bigger issue with the 49ers. For years and years and years, they would be hardcore about being cap compliant. I mean, they would legitimately go down to cents. And in the last couple of years, they've gotten a little bit more loose with it. With this Brock Purdy contract coming down the line, I think they're falling back into old habits and getting very, very cap conscious, and that's why Brandon Aiyuk isn't getting what he wants.
Rob in San Mateo, 808 KNBR, here on the phone lines on the Sports Leader. What's going on, Rob?
Hey, JD. Hey, Dieter. How you guys doing today?
We're doing well.
I'm aggravated now, but yeah, let's do this.
What do you got?
I don't know. I'm just a little, I guess I'm a little fed up with the whole charade and everything, because I feel like BA wants to be a Niner. If he didn't want to be a Niner, I don't think he and the team would be going through all of this, because it's got to be a major headache. He's not at camp, and the Niners know he's not at camp, so it's got to be annoying for everyone. But my biggest thing is, like, what's the gap here? I think that's the most annoying part. We don't know what the offers are, so it's like, what are they fighting over? Are they fighting over $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $6 million a year? If the Niners want to give BA 25 and he's looking at 31 or 32 a year,
I think it's closer to that.
The gap is 4.
I think it's closer to that. It's
26 and 30.
30 and 26, exactly.
And gap is 4, and that's annual. The bigger issue is there's a lot of more important things like guaranteed money, and I have no idea what those are at.
Well, yeah, and that's the part of the conversation here is, Rob, the fact that it sounds like, and Dieter alluded to this earlier, that Aiyuk is more concerned about the average than the guarantee.
Right.
The beauty pageant number.
Thing. Yeah,
the number that's basic
respect.
So, and thank you, Rob, for the call.
It's a good call. It's a good call because it is so small. It is so petty. It is so unnecessary. But Brandon Aiyuk did demand a trade. So to say that he wants to be here, maybe, again, it is just a charade, as Rob alluded to, and that the real Brandon Aiyuk just wants to be here so bad. It's got a funny way of showing it, JD.
No question. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. That is the number to give us a call or shoot us a text. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line open as well. 209, trade Aiyuk for some offensive line help.
Troy Fautanu.
530. Cooper could definitely be better than Aiyuk.
You had me until better.
Not better, but I do think he could be.
You could forget about Aiyuk. Yeah,
I think Amari Cooper from Cleveland could be passable if you're also getting a second-round pick in there.
No doubt.
And then another one I want to get to coming up about the 49ers front office.
Oh, boy. Did it come from an area code that's around here?
650. So.
Hey, now. We're at Levi's Stadium. We can just go get them.
He's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. Cooler of content coming up next.
Let's call John Lynch into the room. You want to hear this, John?
Right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Matt Mayoko scoops. Mayoko joined JD and Dieter on the morning show yesterday and said the ball is solidly in Brandon Aiyuk's court. You can hear the full interview on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line is open, as well as the phone lines. But right now, cooler of content time here on Murph and Marcus as we sit in for, what is this? This is our fifth. This is actually our fifth straight day.
That's right.
So this is like a full week, but separated.
My body isn't feeling it at all, JD.
You know you're going to hit the wall at some point. I think I might have hit the wall physically, not from a content or energy standpoint.
No. We
but
got
just
the good stuff to talk about.
From a tape my eyeballs open.
Yeah, if I fall asleep on the practice field, make sure to kick me, you know. I might lie down. It's going to be nice and warm. Oh, that sounds nice. They got a beautiful grass bed for me. I might lie down. I might lie down to practice.
Keeping you updated on everything going on with Brandon Aiyuk. And let's get to some of the sounds that you need to hear. And part of this was yesterday, Christian McCaffrey, now dealing with a calf injury and not going to play in all likelihood in the preseason at all, going to be out for a few weeks per Kyle Shanahan.
Just slid that one in there.
He did join the NFL Network on site here at Levi's yesterday, and listen to how he characterized Brandon Aiyuk here.
Christian, we do have to ask you just about the situation with Brandon, just as a teammate with his, not knowing whether he's going to be here or not, the ramped up, conversation and reports about a possible trade. How do you guys deal with that in-house?
No, for me, I don't deal with it. That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them. As far as the business side of this game goes, it's always difficult, and so I stay out of it completely. That's way above my pay grade, and I just try to focus on what I can do every single day. But obviously, we always wish the best for any of our teammates, whether they're here or not. Obviously, we hope he's here. It just, it's a tough part of the business.
Wait, did he say former teammate?
I think he said former teammate, JD.
Former teammate.
That might be the case by the end of the day.
He knows something we don't?
Well, he is very well compensated, and he has a very good relationship with Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Maybe, we're the last to know, JD. Who's to say?
Some news here, and guys, just to the guys in the studio here, do we want to go with this?
It's a tough call for the guys in the studio. I'm in.
You're in on Andrew Filipponi?
I'm in on Andrew Filipponi.
Okay. Andrew Filipponi says sources.
Let's be clear. Andrew Filipponi,
yes. Radio guy,
host,
right? Yeah.
93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh. He has broken Steelers news before. There had been some rumblings to this degree. Maybe he's just trying to get on the bandwagon now. Maybe it all turns out to be bunk. But, JD, what's Andrew Filipponi saying?
He is saying, sources, the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh.
That's from Andrew Filipponi.
So we'll see.
In Pittsburgh. We will find out. But if we're talking frameworks, right? Frameworks of deals like the Niners had with the Patriots and they had with the Browns, Andrew Filipponi coming in today, and maybe we're the jerks for bringing this up and giving Andrew Filipponi the shine that he so desires. Maybe we're the jerks. We're going to find out in the not-too-distant future, I'd imagine. But it sounds like the 49ers have a framework in place with the Steelers, and that, I would very much say, means that Brandon Aiyuk is going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler because Brandon Aiyuk wants to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. The Steelers want Brandon Aiyuk. I think we are at DEFCON 1 right now, JD, and I'm fascinated to see what the return would be for San Francisco.
Yeah, we shall see, and we will also see if others jump on that report as well and are able to confirm it.
Are you a rap sheet guy or a Schefter guy? Who would be more important to you? Or Sham's going to come in for some reason and steal it? You need them both? You need double confirmation?
Yeah, but I mean both.
That's just good journalism.
Either
right
or at this point. But
is there a dark horse that maybe could make you feel better about it? Is there a third party, a second tier, perhaps insider that would make you feel some type of way?
Well, it could be one of the local. It could be local.
I'd love a Matt Mayoka.
Could be a Matt
Obviously,
Mayoka. Could be a Mike Silver. Could be a Eric Branch. Could be a Cam Inman. And, I mean,
it'd be nice if someone would text me right now. Send out a couple. I mean, it would be. I'll tell you right now. If we get a Jeremy Fowler on this one, I'm all in.
That too.
I'm all in. Wouldn't mind a Jeff Darlington either.
No, all of those in play.
Where's Jay Glazer when you need him?
So we'll keep everybody updated again. But yeah, we'll be interested to see. This actually plays into our next clip.
Oh yeah, we're going back to clips now
because Pittsburgh, the Eastern time zone.
Yeah,
as you know,
just afternoon in the Eastern time
zone. So Mike Tomlin speaking before the Steelers practice earlier, and Mike Tomlin was asked about what's going on with a certain San Francisco wide receiver.
The openings you have at wide receiver, how have you seen that playing out so far in the first few weeks?
I just like the way that group has worked. Getting to know particularly some of the new veteran guys in that group. Can't say enough about Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller, for example, guys that have shown really high floors in this process, man. They're really consistent in their performance, and they bring it every day, and that's kind of indicative of veteran players. Been pleased with the growth and the work coming from that group.
Actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart? Or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
And you couldn't
with a
see
smile.
It. You couldn't see it. I mean, the S-eating grin of Mike Tomlin when that question was asked less than an hour ago?
Yeah.
Hey, it kind of all lines up right now. We're going to find out. It all kind of lines up right now that number 11 is going to be wearing black and gold as opposed to red and gold.
Yeah, so Mike Tomlin asked about his own wide receiver core at this point, and then potentially adding to it. And he had a big time smile.
Now Mike Tomlin's kind of a playful guy,
definitely,
on some stuff like that,
definitely.
Right? He comes off as a hard ass and disciplinarian and all that, but he'll have a little fun with the media every now and again, and maybe that was just the latest example of him having a little bit of fun. I will say right now, I'm not having any fun. I'm not having any fun with this, JD. I'm enjoying this show, but I'm not having any fun with this situation.
So we'll see what is to come here. And again, let's get. You know what? Do we want to do this? Do you want to do Schefter still, or do you want to do the Shannon
Patriots
Sharp?
Are old news, baby.
Yeah, that's kind of old news now. Tony, let me know if we can pivot to the Shannon Sharp clip.
We might be pivoting hard here.
Considering what the Andrew Filipponi tweet, we'll pivot
so I don't cry.
to Shannon Sharp. He was asked about Brandon Aiyuk getting traded and just, the ability for the 49ers to replace him or move on.
Super Bowl window. 49ers still open, closed?
Nah, it's still there. It's still there. You got to think they're losing one individual that is, I'm not saying this in a disrespectful way. It's a position that is replaceable. If you think about the NFL in general, receivers are a dime a dozen. The special ones are not. The top 5, the top 3, special. But everyone outside of that is replaceable. You can find and get that production from so many other players, especially maybe the ones that they're going to have fill that spot. The way their offense is run, they'll be fine. The way Shanahan calls plays, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think the thing
that window is definitely still there.
All right, so that was Shannon Sharp asking the question of Chad Johnson, and that was Chad Johnson's response. Ochocinco.
Is he back to Johnson?
It was Chad Ochocinco Johnson was how it was referred to in the tweet.
We know who we're talking about.
We know who we're talking about, but it was Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco.
Yep.
Discussing the Super Bowl window of the 49ers if Brandon Aiyuk is in fact on the move and not going to be a member of this club.
It's a big old bet on number 13. And I know the Niners were going to make that bet when they gave him a new contract this upcoming offseason, which seems so very far away. But, might be nearer than we thought, given where the 49ers are at right now. I know they were going to make that bet. They're making it right now, in a way. If they trade away Brandon Aiyuk, knowing that it's almost impossible, even with the best case scenario, which I think was Cleveland's offer, which is Amari Cooper, plug and play, second-round draft pick. Hey, that's a little something for later because Amari Cooper's 30 years old. Even in that scenario, you're still making a big bet on Brock Purdy, that he's the guy who keeps your Super Bowl window open, that he's the kind of player that you can throw anything around and he'll make it work. They're making that bet right here, right now, if Brandon Aiyuk is indeed going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler in the not too distant future.
So that's your cooler of content for today. Some good stuff in there. And let's also reiterate what is being reported by Andrew Filipponi. Pittsburgh radio. Andrew Filipponi. I actually just lost the screen here.
Do we got a Filipponi read here? Let me pull it up.
Yeah, Andrew Filipponi of 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh.
Who has multiple times said that the Steelers, I think at one point he said they're at the goal line. I guess they had a Russell Wilson throw the ball goal line situation.
That's kind of a funny joke or not funny joke in Pittsburgh and related to Russell Wilson.
I don't know. I think it's worse for Seattle fans.
It is, but there was also a lot of, the Steelers were terrible in goal line offense last year, I guess. Like they were the worst in the league.
Well, their offense was terrible no matter what line they were at, which is why they're looking to get Brandon Aiyuk.
Andrew Filipponi saying the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. He says the wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. Nobody else reporting that at this point.
Nope.
And again, he's also not. He's not.
This is not
he doesn't have all the
NFL
details,
insight.
right?
No.
He doesn't have, and a lot of the times it's not until the details are set.
And the devil is in the details here. I will say this: multiple folks who go to Steelers practice every day saying that George Pickens is practicing, which would seem counterintuitive if you're about to trade the guy. And as I said earlier in the show, I will repeat now, and I will probably repeat ad nauseum over the next couple months. If you don't get George Pickens in this deal, you lost if you're the 49ers. And it sounds like, if I'm just reading the tea leaves right here, that George Pickens is not, in fact, in this deal for Brandon Aiyuk.
So we shall see as far as the accuracy of the report and all that.
Is
and
it true and what it is
comes, but we are passing that along. Again, we're not reporting it or confirming it or anything like that.
I've never met Andrew Filipponi in my life. I do not vouch for him, but he's had some stuff before. I can say that.
We are sponsored by Marin Health as well, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach. We shall continue here.
It's on now,
from
baby.
Santa Clara on the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, welcome back. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Report out of Pittsburgh that the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. No details on that as far as the contract details still being hammered out. That according to the report, but indicating that again, we are not confirming this at this point.
No, not sticking our necks out.
No one else has confirmed this among national media or those regularly connected, a Schefter,
classic insiders,
a Rappaport, anything like that.
Yeah.
But that is what is out there at this particular point in time.
And let's be real about this. It makes a lot of sense. It's not to say that it's true. It's just to say that it's not hard to believe.
I mean, coming into the day, it was basically the Patriots are out, the Browns are still in, the 49ers are still an option, although things have gotten to a point where it's maybe so contentious that the Niners are not in, and it has been widely reported that Ayuk's preferred destination elsewhere is Pittsburgh.
I think the clearest way we can put this is going into today, it was unquestioned where Brandon Aiyuk wanted to go, which is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's a life decision he'll have to live with, perhaps in the not-too-distant future. But that was his number one choice. I think what we were talking about earlier in the show, and it might all be a moot point now, is what's his number two choice? Was it staying with San Francisco, or was it going to Cleveland? And that would tell us a lot. But if he gets to go where he wants to go, that's him exerting every ounce of leverage he had. It's the 49ers. We'll have to see what the return is. If it doesn't have George Pickens, the wide receiver for the Steelers, in that return, it's the 49ers not punting the 2024 season, but they're making a big statement about Ricky Pearsall. They're making a big statement about Deebo Samuel. They're making a big statement about Brock Purdy. And yes, two of those guys are star-level players, and it shouldn't need to be stated that the 49ers trust them. But they're putting a little bit more on both of those guys' shoulders. Everyone's going to have to pick up the mantle a little bit more. And number 14, Ricky Pearsall, the other Ricky, pretty Ricky in this scenario. If you're too online and get that joke, log off, please. But Ricky Pearsall is now the epicenter if Brandon Aiyuk is no longer a San Francisco 49er.
Ricky Pearsall, who came up with a shoulder injury at practice yesterday.
Who's not injured, JD? Who's not injured? I mean, I thought they would at least wait a while before everyone started to get injured post-Super Bowl. They're not even messing around. They're about it.
Yeah, and it's been a little hard to decipher day to day from being out here at times because there are the
amount of
rotating vet rest days in conjunction with guys who do have injuries and the guys that are returning for injuries and
Have you
and
seen
all of
Nick
that.
Bosa take a snap?
Oh, yeah. I've seen Nick Bosa take a lot of snaps.
I think
he's taken
have.
some snaps.
I think I have.
Yeah,
he gets
taken
a lot of veteran rest days.
He does.
By the way,
he's earned them.
it.
I think he's earned them.
He's really, really good. He's really good. Also, what are we really learning with him going against Jalen Moore? I don't think anyone needs that in their life. Certainly not Jalen Moore. So, it has been a weird camp so far. I don't think that there's going to be any resolution to the weirdness. I think that if Brandon Aiyuk has, in fact, been traded to the Pittsburgh Steelers, which we cannot say for sure right now, we have our eyes peeled. We'll let you know when we know. But if, in fact, this report out of Pittsburgh is accurate, and we have at least some reason to believe that it is, we're at least giving it the time of day here on these airwaves. If that is, in fact, the case, it's not going to get any less weird. It's about to go to just a different level of weirdness. And if nothing's happened, it's certainly weird. This is the biggest story in football. It has been for weeks. And even the resolution of what happens with the player doesn't change the overall energy surrounding the situation.
Yeah, it's been completely off script from the actions of Brandon Aiyuk throughout the offseason to the fact that it was seemingly done until the wide receiver market blew up. Right. Remember, Ayuk had the whole I'm getting my suit ready for the big press conference.
You know what? Very relatable moment. Especially as a guy who has fluctuated between weights. I have many suits of many different sizes. And when it's oh, man, I got a wedding. Buddy, I'm in that closet figuring out where the hell's which suit fits. Which one can I wear? So very relatable moment with Brandon Aiyuk. Might be the last relatable moment we have with Brandon Aiyuk as a member of the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, so we'll see, again, Ayuk's wants here and, showing up when he requested a trade and doing a hold in, even though he had requested a trade to the bro hug with Kyle Shanahan last week. Letting everybody know he was in attendance and watching practice with John Lynch on repeated occasions early on in camp, and then making sure he walked by the first day that everybody was on the field. Made a kind of a little media tour out to the building and to John Lynch's office, where John Lynch then came out and watched practice, and Aiyuk did not. I mean, it's been kind of all over the board to the reporting that the head coach, Mike Silver of the Chronicle, reporting in his column that Kyle Shanahan's bothered by Aiyuk's behavior, and that, the 49ers would be willing to move on.
Yeah. And again, it comes down to, what are you getting back? Because we can parse if Brandon Aiyuk is worth 26 or 30 or 28. There is a class there that cannot be replaced in a trade. We're talking about a wide receiver who's making a significant amount of money. The question is small potatoes compared to the possible return here, and the difference between a rookie wide receiver and Ricky Pearsall, or Jawan Jennings, who has been a spot wide receiver for this team, and a guy in Brandon Aiyuk who is second-team All-Pro. No matter where Brandon Aiyuk goes, whether he stays with the 49ers, which is looking less and less likely with the information we currently have, of which we can't confirm or deny, if he goes to Pitt, wherever he goes, he's going to be a very rich man. He's going to be a very rich man because he's a very good wide receiver. Is he elite? Who gives a damn? You're worse if he's not on your football team. And JD, to your point that you have made repeatedly, and you should continue to make repeatedly,
I will.
49ers Super Bowl window is wide open. It becomes a little bit more shut if Brandon Aiyuk isn't here, because you cannot effectively replace Brandon Aiyuk here on August 7th, 2024.
No, and I think that would have the potential to lead to some other, significant issues if the 49ers do have some semblance of a decline.
If they wanted to do this, and again, I don't know what the return is, but unless George Pickens comes back, it's a loss. Full stop. And I don't think George Pickens is coming back, because it sounds like George Pickens is practicing in Pittsburgh. And I don't know if this even goes down. But if you wanted to trade Brandon Aiyuk, you should have done it months ago. You should have done it months ago so that you had more time to bolster the team to handle that kind of a loss.
There's an off-schedule nature to that, too, the way the 49ers have handled this whole situation, which is it's a simple fact that, like you said, you have to get in front of it. You have to do it in an order, do it the way they did it with DeForest Buckner. If you deem that the money,
that's right.
And again, I get it's a unique situation a little bit, because I think they thought they had it done
to every player,
and then the wide receiver market blew up. I think they knew in March that DeForest Buckner was going to be out of their price range.
Yeah, and Ayuk's right in that weird spot, right? He's like the Kirk Cousins of wide receivers, where you go, if you have a Brandon Aiyuk, you're going, he's a really, really good player. If you don't have a Brandon Aiyuk, you're like, man, can we get a Brandon Aiyuk type? Like, he's just in that weird spot where he's not elite, but you can do a whole lot worse. And the question is, how valuable is a wide receiver? We know how valuable a quarterback is. Just look at Kirk Cousins' career earnings. How valuable is a wide receiver? Any wide receiver that you're offering the franchise tag to, even just conceptually down the line, they find themselves in a very weird band. And I don't know if this is an overarching indictment of how the 49ers do business, because I think Brandon Aiyuk might be a one of one as it pertains to doing business, because again, we all agree he's very, very good. And it comes down to, well, what is elite and what is very good, and how much is that worth in an NFL where you just have great, great, great receivers getting injected into the system every year via the draft.
All right, he's Dieter Kurtenbach. I'm John Dickinson. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. We're going to give way to Papa and Lund here coming up at the top of the
they get to deal with this
10 o'clock hour, and
let them have it.
They will be all over it as well, and we're going to head out to the practice field coming up around 10 o'clock, and we'll see what's going on here down in Santa Clara.
I'm so excited to go to the practice field and deal with all of that. That's gonna it's going to be a war zone out there. It's going to be a mess.
And then looking at who's available, and obviously that could be subject to change here, but looks like today's a Nick Sorensen day.
Well, by the way, when they traded Trey Lance, they waited like 3 or 4 days. They've tried it out like Fred Warner the day that they traded Trey Lance. I'm not sure that Kyle's going to talk. I'm not sure John's going to talk. And by the way, not a good look, in my opinion. But they've done it before. They might do it again.
And we shall see if any of this is actually true.
Nothing has actually happened
as well.
Yet,
nothing has actually happened
Whatever
yet.
That's
but again, as you mentioned, and we talked about in the last segment, report out of Pittsburgh that there's a deal agreed to, and they're basically trying to finalize it.
There was a lot of smoke last night around Pittsburgh.
49ers and Steelers.
49ers and Steelers. There was a lot of smoke. And so it's not terribly surprising that someone now in Pittsburgh is pointing and saying, there's the fire. I'm not terribly surprised by that, but that doesn't confirm anything, JD. We still have to get this thing confirmed. And your insider of choice will probably have this news in the not-too-distant future, if indeed this is news.
All right. One final segment coming up. We're going to get to, what did young Tony learn and all of that as well.
I'm sure people are waiting with bated breath on what young Tony learned.
Yeah, absolutely. And also sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Redwood Credit Union offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love.
I mean, JD, I think that the first person we need to talk to today, if indeed Brandon Aiyuk has been traded, and we'll find out, is Christian McCaffrey. And I need to ask him a very specific question.
Did you know?
Did you know? And why didn't you tell us? Because Christian McCaffrey yesterday calling Brandon Aiyuk a former teammate. I don't know. Maybe he's the Miss Cleo of this operation and he can see the future. I don't know, because I certainly am not. And I guess maybe we find out in the next little bit. Maybe we don't.
Google Miss Cleo, young Tony.
There we go.
Google Miss Cleo.
We'll get there's no way he gets that one.
That coming up here before we get out of here at 10 o'clock. He's Dieter. I'm JD. Right here on the Sports Leader.
Obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us about how to fix any kind of tax problems.
So people have all kinds of tax problems. We talk all the time about people having filed returns, people that can't pay the taxes, but there's a lot of other things too. One of them is you get your finger ready for the people that are going to say a dirty word. You ready?
Ready.
And the bottom line is if you're audited, you represent you, and it's true, federal or state. Also, if you owe $1 billion, you must pay up now. We work on it a lot of times to go wrong. A lot of times people want advice. How should I do something? Because there may be multiple ways to do it. One way gets you taxed and one way is tax-free. That's what the wealthy people and the companies do. We handle federal and state, and not just income tax, payroll taxes, sales taxes, anything with taxes, as well as we do your estate planning, as well as tax planning. The bottom line is we're a full-service firm. Whatever your situation, give us a call, and let's chat about it during our free consultation.
That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney. Give him a call, 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report. Sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, the health report. Sponsored by Sutter Health. Wilmer Flores done for the season. That, according to Bob Melvin, yesterday ahead of the Giants game against the Nationals. Flores had made his way to Los Angeles on Monday and was scheduled to undergo a procedure on his right knee to address some tendinitis. Elliot Ramos was back in the Giants lineup yesterday after missing a couple of games, and Ramos went deep for San Francisco in the first inning of the 11-5 loss to the Nats. From doctors who never stop answering your questions to cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts, Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. SutterHealth.org. Back here, final segment. John Dickinson and Dieter Kurtenbach on a Wednesday in for Murph and Marcus. A couple of minutes to go here, and we are continuing to discuss everything that's going on with Brandon Aiyuk.
What the hell is going on with Brandon Aiyuk?
Or not going on with Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers. And again, coming into the day, we've mentioned this a lot. The Patriots reportedly out, the Browns and Steelers reportedly in. And just to reiterate one more time here, and Papa and Lund will have the latest for you coming up.
Let them deal with it.
At 10 o'clock. There is a report out of Pittsburgh.
That's right.
Andrew Filipponi of 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh radio station there.
Take it or leave it.
And he is reporting that the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers on Brandon Aiyuk. The terms of the deal and the contract details being hammered out now. He writes, again, that the wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. We have not confirmed this.
Nope.
No
but
other.
Damn if I haven't been trying.
National reporter has confirmed this at this point, so it might wind up being much ado about nothing. We'll see though, because there have been some tea leaves leading toward Pittsburgh being the preferred destination for Aiyuk.
That's not even a tea leaf. That has been straight up stated by Brandon Aiyuk.
And the reason that the deal potentially hadn't been consummated to this point have been the Steelers' inability to offer the 49ers something worthwhile.
That's right.
And that, even in the report out of Pittsburgh this morning, within the last half hour, the details are not around. I mentioned this to you during the break.
Yep.
It's all weird, and it's very in line with how weird this whole situation has been, even now. And I kind of made the comment to you, not that it matters.
No.
And it could in part be because it's not true.
Correct.
But I kind of frustratingly said to you, why can't this thing just break like 99.9% of the other NFL news, which is Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport send out similar tweets off of probably the same text message.
Yeah, right.
That
either from a front office or an agent.
That Brandon Aiyuk is being traded to the da-da-da-da-da because of da-da-da-da-da, and the 49ers are going to da-da-da-da-da. None of that has happened here, and it is very much in line with the odd nature of this last 6 months.
But think about this, JD. Why is this being weird? Because this situation is weird.
That's it. Yeah.
This is totally in character for trading an all-pro who is healthy and 26 years old and coming off the best season of his career, a team that has a Super Bowl window that's wide open, trading that guy on August 7th. That's not normal. So why should anything be normal? We're also dealing with 4, 5, 6, who the hell knows how many teams involved in all of this. And you have a player and his agent getting to shop himself around in a semi-free agency-like situation. You have to appease Brandon Aiyuk. You have to appease the 49ers. And then, of course, the team has to want him. The Niners have to want to send him probably to a different conference. This whole thing is weird. This whole thing is kind of stupid. And the devil will be in the details of what comes back, if indeed a deal has been made with the Pittsburgh Steelers here. The report coming out of Pittsburgh in the not too recent past here saying that, in fact, they do have a framework for a deal and that Aiyuk and the Steelers are hammering out a contract. We will find out if that is true or not. But my goodness, the 49ers having a hard time imagining outside of a George Pickens return, and even that problematic one, I'm having a hard time imagining them feeling as confident, or anybody feeling as confident about the Niners going into 24 without Brandon Aiyuk as they did beforehand.
And I will also go to, Matt Mayoko's report from a couple of nights ago on the Patriots and the Browns and the 49ers having deals in place, right. But Aiyuk choosing ultimately not to go down either one of those paths. Well, at least the Patriots, we know for sure. The Browns was kind of left up to speculation. Correct. But he hadn't agreed to it, obviously, because there was no trade to Cleveland on the table.
As far as we know.
Similar could be true in this situation in that there's a verbal agreement, but you got to hammer out the compensation and the contract.
Yeah, and I wonder how in it to win it Pittsburgh is, because Brandon Aiyuk seems to very much want to go to Pittsburgh. What does that mean? And how much difference is there in money between Pittsburgh and the 49ers? But ultimately, that's something that we'll know after a deal is made. And honestly, I have been saying that the 49ers have the final leverage here. They didn't use it if they indeed just traded Brandon Aiyuk. They didn't use it. And in fact, Brandon Aiyuk, to Mike Silver's point in his column this morning with the Chronicle, kind of got him because they said, hey, you can go to Cleveland or New England. And Brandon Aiyuk and his representative decided to use that as leverage to get maybe Washington, where he very much wanted to go, and certainly now Pittsburgh, which we can say he very much wants to go to, back into the ball game, and maybe even got his way over to the Pennsylvania team.
All right, Papa and Lund coming up here in 2 minutes, but first, let's find out what young Tony learned today.
Did you find out?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now! Okay!
Yeah, Tony. JD and Dieter want to know what you learned today.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to figure out who this guy Andrew Filipponi is, to be honest.
Okay. That's unnecessary
fair.
shade, I suppose.
No, I think that's fair.
Necessary? We're
at this point.
In line? Okay. Hey, man. Filipponi's going to come and kick your ass if he's right.
Yeah, but Miss Cleo, apparently she's a psychic. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish she was here right now to tell us what's going down with Brandon Aiyuk. Then again, she was a scammer, so
Television
maybe Andrew
psychic
Filipponi's a scammer.
Of the 80s and 90s?
80s?
90s?
Went all the way back. I thought it was like 90s, early aughts.
Okay.
Early aughts. It was definitely basic cable. Basic cable. What the hell are we talking about? Who cares what young Tony learned today? Did we learn if Brandon Aiyuk's been traded or not, young Tony? I need you to be scoops over here.
Yeah, we have not learned that yet. We have no confirmation on that.
Well,
And Miss Cleo, sadly, no longer with us. Passed away in 2016.
Should have seen it coming.
Wow. That's brutal. To make us have to do another 45 seconds after saying, like, I want to just walk off the show right now.
You don't think that I will?
But we have a piece of business that still needs to be tended to.
Who sponsored that just pristine level of content right there?
Great show today. Okay. I'm going to create a little separation there. Thanks, young Tony. Appreciate you.
Yeah,
John Joe Curley as
you,
well. Dieter, we're back tomorrow. Giants game got bumped up, but we'll continue to be talking about all things Brandon Aiyuk and have Giants pregame for you tomorrow, whether it's a standalone fourth game of a 4-game series or part of a doubleheader. Weather could potentially be an issue for the Giants in the nation's capital. So Papa and Lund coming up next. Thanks to Mike Krukow. Sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. As you listen to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general.
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
Matt Krukow.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves for Greg Papa
Sleeping Floyd is Superman! San Francisco!
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
The only two teams that have been publicly connected to the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk have been the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Cleveland Browns, both in the AFC North. But there have been obstacles in each particular instance that have prevented a deal from getting done. And the other option, of course, would be that the 49ers don't move on from him because they know how good a player he is. And they would rather not trade him because they'd like to get a deal done, but the two sides have been unable to bridge their differences. So the 49ers, again, back to that point of having to satisfy two parties, they're not just going to give him away without trying to strengthen their roster, which makes it a tough trade to pull off.
Another day. More Brandon Aiyuk talk. Thank you for joining us, Papa and Lund. Plus the Giants didn't get good pitching, but 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. So they jump out to that big lead, and then nothing after that as they lose to the Nationals. We'll discuss that. Lauri Markkanen officially has a new deal in Utah, so Warriors moving on. We'll get into that conversation, a ton of other things. You are live in the Mike Krukow studio at NBC Sports Bay Area.
Grab some pine meat
for another day. Maybe some rain delay theater. It's looking bad in Washington. Oh, yeah, that's going to put you in a crummy mood, isn't it?
Don't even
It really is. I apologize.
You're already in a bad mood. I could tell you have Aiyuk agita. Is that how I would describe it?
Yeah, that's a great word for it.
You're getting a little fatigued.
Agitated.
You're getting like Kyle Shanahan. You're getting annoyed by the whole deal.
Yeah, but it's funny you say that because I was driving in today and I was thinking about Mike Aiyuk fatigue, and I think probably a lot of people have it. But I think certainly the organization has to be very careful because this will hit too close to home for both of us. But I was comping it in my head this morning. And I think anybody who's been divorced will know this. At some point, you get fatigue of all that. You just want to, you're like, you call your lawyer one day and you say, just get it done. And then you have what I have, which is, a really bad deal on your hands. And you have to live with it for years. So I hope the organization isn't fatigued like I'm fatigued because you don't want to try to rush through this deal. But like a divorce, here's the thing, though. They've got to work together because everybody is riding these who's got the leverage thing. Brandon Aiyuk has leverage in that he can decide what team he does or doesn't want to go to. And the 49ers have leverage in that they're not going to make a bad deal for themselves. So this could actually play out. You've brought this up before. This could play out like the Cowboys and Emmitt Smith years ago where they just decide that they can't agree on anything and Brandon sits out for some games. And it's either the 49ers win and gain leverage or the 49ers lose. And Brandon Aiyuk sitting there going, well, you need me, obviously. That's what happened in Dallas with Emmitt Smith. So I better not have too much fatigue because this still could go on for a while. Although I do have a little bit of insight on a couple of people I've talked to in Pittsburgh today.
All right. No one's getting divorced yet. We're in the marriage counseling stage.
There you go.
And I gave you, since I'm a much older man than you, and I'm your
yes,
Yoda,
you are. That is for
I have
sure.
given you wisdom from all my failed marriages that don't talk about the ex-wife. Especially the first year with Laney, I told you not to do it. You keep bringing it up.
I know. It's a great point.
So you got to move on from that.
Yeah.
It's a deal you got to live with. What I'm looking to determine right now is who is Andrew Filipponi from the Pony Express, and his last name is Filipponi with an I, so it's not like Craig James and Eric Dickerson.
It's more of a fan
scandal.
account. I asked around.
The Pony Express. So they just talked about it on the morning show.
Not credible.
The Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. Matt Mayoko, and Peter Schrager got his name right this morning, said, don't go with that.
No.
It's not accurate, FYI. So I'm going with Mayoko before I'm going with Filipponi. So, but I hear you. I mean, the Brandon Aiyuk saga is not nearly as long as the situation with Nick Bosa last year. Nick Bosa, and I kept saying Labor Day, and then it got laborious when Labor Day came and went, and we're getting ready to fly to Pittsburgh, and Nick's not around. He got in right before that week, days before. So I would say brace for a little while longer. We'll see where it all goes. I mean, ultimately, it's up to what Brandon wants to do. The one thing I would say is the Niners can fine Brandon Aiyuk if they choose to. There's nothing in the collective bargaining agreement that prevents them from fining him, even though he's holding in versus holding out. Now, did he pass the physical? Did he pass the jog? You know, the test, the conditioning test? He said he had a back, he had a neck, I think, but he's hanging around there. They can fine him. They can choose to not fine him because he's holding in, and because he's under his rookie contract like Bosa last year. They can waive, even if they fined him $40,000 a day. They don't have to. With Trent Williams, they do. And you know how many days has Trent missed? He's out. It's $50,000 a day. He's over $500,000 now. So I mean, if they wanted to turn up the heat a little bit on him, they could. They could fine him. I don't think they're going to go that route, and they're all trying to play nice. But the bottom line is that he does do a deal with either one of those teams. In fact, now we're hearing New England is out, and now Pittsburgh is in. And we are going to have a writer from Pittsburgh on later on from ESPN, John, that'll give us a little more insight into what's going on. Brooke Pryor, and I know you have some contacts in Pittsburgh. If Aiyuk does want to go play for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they do need wide receivers. You know, how would the deal come back? But I think ultimately this is up to Brandon Aiyuk and what he wants to do. But apparently this report out of Western PA from Filipponi is completely bogus. So that's part of the situation we live in the world today. Not only is it a Aiyuk agita and Aiyuk agitation that stretches out for a little while. You know what bothers me is we talk so much about the guys that are not in camp. We don't talk about the guys that are in camp. And they're going to play a football game on Saturday, and they got a long list of injuries, too, a lot of soft tissue injuries we got to concentrate on. But I think we have to brace for this going on a little bit longer. And the bottom line is, and we've learned from years past, everybody wants to be first. They don't want to be right. So we are just inundated with misinformation and disinformation along the line. And I guess we just have to wait it out. I mean, it only is August the 7th, John. The first game's not till September the 9th. So if we're already agitated in early August, you know, what are we going to be like if this is hanging out there for several more weeks?
Well, and just to go back to the analogy of divorce, it takes time, and it's frustrating for everybody. I think it's even frustrating for listeners. And, you know, you're starting to get – they took a lot of calls this morning and social media stuff and text and things like that. And what happens with fans is with this fatigue, they love it when you're in the red and gold of the 49ers, but the minute you start kind of being a pain in the butt, even though in this case Brandon Aiyuk has earned it, and I think everybody realizes that he's earned it, and this is a negotiation, and that's what everybody says, that fans start to turn on a guy. You know, okay, if you don't want to be here, we don't want to have you. But the 49ers have to be patient in this process, because I still think there's a possibility that part of this quest of having him go out and find these teams and find that deal and trying to agree with those teams is they want to see what the market is. I think they got frustrated to the point where they said, okay, if you think you can find the money, then go find the money and let's see what you're really worth. If the New England reports are accurate, again, it depends on who you believe, but I think Josina Anderson is a good source. She's been a good source in the NFL for many years. She said that the Patriots were offering $28.5 million a year. Now, that's an AAV. That's part of the equation, as you and I often talk about. But what's the guaranteed money? What's the length? What's everything? Because from what I understand, the 49ers even up the offer from the $26 million. So it doesn't sound, if you're an Aiyuk fan and you're optimistic, it certainly doesn't sound like, at least in the per year part of this thing, which is only part of the equation, that they're really that far apart. So then you go back to what you were saying. There's a report out there that says the 49ers are agitated. Are they agitated to the point where they're this close possibly to the AAV? Don't know what the guaranteed money would be, and that's a big part of this. It's the biggest part of this. But it doesn't sound like really they're that far apart. So is this absolutely he's getting traded and the 49ers are agitated? Or do we believe just because there's so many things coming in, like you said, that actually they could still work something out?
Well, I mean, in my opinion, you don't trade a player because you're agitated. You have to take a deep breath and go for a walk. And there's a point where it gets personal, there's no doubt, and you can be stubborn on both sides. But everybody agrees that they're better with Aiyuk, although, the Amari Cooper component is interesting. And does Brandon just not want to go to Northeast Ohio and play for Cleveland? They're a playoff team. And if you get Omar Khan at Pittsburgh in, and apparently they're back in it now, that could be an interesting bidding war between two bitter rivals and two teams that play each other in the AFC North. So I don't know. I mean, John Lynch has a different disposition than Kyle. He's more patient and prudent, and you want a guy like him to be guiding this. I'm sure there are a lot of times the Warriors got agitated with Draymond Green over the years, and you always had a guy like Bob Myers that would cool things down, and you can't move him. I don't know what serious options they had to trade him. So this is a business negotiation. You thought you could have got it done. Aiyuk said himself that he thought it was going to be done much earlier, was getting his suit ready for a press conference. And I do wonder how Brandon, if he's listening to everything, and he's being talked about now. This is, outside of the Olympic Games, this is the number one story in American sport. Football's back, and football just dominates. And that's all everybody's talking about. It's the lead story in all the talking head shows. And he's getting, I don't want to say ripped, but this morning on Good Morning Football, and they played, Christian McCaffrey's Freudian slip from yesterday. And we are going to have Chris Rose, who actually did the interview and said he's a former teammate. But they took that and ran with it. And now, everybody's got an opinion of Aiyuk's ability. No one watches Aiyuk more than we do. We watch every game in the Bay Area. We watch it backwards and forwards. Aiyuk's a really good player. He's an excellent, excellent player. His route running is supreme. He can beat man. No one's here to denigrate Brandon Aiyuk's ability. I don't think he has a weakness overall. But I do wonder how he's viewing all this, because I was surprised when he got on the Pivot podcast, John, in June or July, and he was talking about, they never talk about me. I'm always the overlooked guy, and now my mom goes to work, and everybody at work is asking about me. And there's an old saying, any press is good press. After a while, it's exhausting. Is he enjoying his 15 minutes of fame here, even though he's a great player, all-pro second-teamer? They're talking about him the way they're talking about Aaron Rodgers, many a morning, or Patrick Mahomes or Travis Kelce. Does he enjoy it? Today they were kind of questioning that he's not that good of a player. He's the 9th best player on the 49ers, the 9th most important. Are you kidding me? He's the 9th most important player on the team? What are you watching? You don't appreciate what he does. So I think we're all getting a little Aiyuk angst and Aiyuk agitation, and we're exhausted by it all. But I do wonder about him, because ultimately for this to get resolved, he has to say enough is enough. I'm going to pick a path, and I'm going to go play football again.
All right, give us your thoughts on the whole situation. The only tangible new news is New England has said they're out. It's kind of like I quit, you're fired kind of a thing. He clearly did not want to go there, and we talked about that yesterday. I think if he wanted to go to Cleveland or New England, he would be in those places. It's official that New England is out. What's going on with Cleveland? Because that doesn't seem like such a bad deal for the 49ers, but the fact that, again, he continues to hang out at the facility knowing that Cleveland and New England had deals in place, I would think he's out as far as Cleveland is concerned, but who knows? I do have a contact in Pittsburgh. He gave me some, I think, pretty good information today, so we'll talk about that as well. There's a ton to get to. You're at NBC Sports Bay Area Studios. The Giants yesterday got out to a great lead and then gave it all back and struggled, as always, with runners in scoring position. And Mr. Birdsong, he's 22 years old. Sometimes we forget that. He'd been very solid but struggled yesterday. So we'll get into that. Lauri Markkanen's got a new deal in Utah. How do the Warriors pivot, or do they pivot at all? So a ton to get to. It's Pop and Lund on your hump day, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined JD and Dieter this morning, discussed how Hayden Birdsong's struggles in D.C. doomed the Giants, and so did 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials. That's right. It is time to talk laser. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Your permanent solution. My permanent solution, because I've already had the procedure done. No readers, no glasses, no contacts, and you'll never, ever develop cataracts. Well, how do I know? Well, I had the procedure. It was simple. It was easy. Took moments. That's it. And that's what I know. Now, if you want more, and it's a free consultation, you should do that. Talk to them about Laser Eye. Go to lasereyeclr.com. That's lasereyeclr.com. It is a free consultation, or you can do it the old way, 877-GET-2020. Here's what I know. Papa had it done. I was very jealous. He could see well near and far, and I said, all right. Finally, after he was crowing a bunch in the studio, I said, hey, what'd you do? And as simple as he made it sound, it was that simple. You go through a couple of, eye tests to see exactly what you need, and then they've done thousands of these procedures. We talked all about it, my expectations, and I was like, okay, you guys have done this for a long time. I am ready to go, and it's one of the best things I've ever done for myself. I can see near, I can see far. It's awesome. You don't need readers. You're not running around the house, where are my readers, like you're some old guy. None of that stuff. Free consultation. Find out for yourself at lasereyeclr.com or simply call 877-GET-2020.
The cock and walk, baby.
Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
All right, we'll get a little inside information on this Aiyuk thing, and then bottom of the hour, we'll get into the Giants because we must. But first, remember, continuing today until Friday, August 23rd, and it'll be announced on the 26th in the morning show. You're going to have 3 chances a day. Once during Murph and Marcus, one during our show, Pop and Lund, Tolbert and Cobes, to qualify to win 2 tickets each to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for a chance to win the big prize. So don't call now, but be caller number 10 when you hear the Tim Ryan sounder, and that's going to be in the noon hour at some point today, noon hour today. And you're going to be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. So put that in your phone, 415-896-5627. When you hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan, tune in during the noon hour today. So 2 more chances, one during our show, one during Tolbert and Copes. Noon hours, we're going to play that special sounder. So make sure that you stay tuned all day. But that would be a good time to be here. Brooke Pryor is going to be here at 11:50. ESPN reporter for the Steelers, Chris Rose, at 12:30, who did that interview with CMC where he called Aiyuk his former teammate. Just a slip there? Just a slip? Nothing? No
that
big
was
deal?
a Freudian. I was actually watching that live during one of our commercial breaks, and
Right.
I thought, uh-oh. They're going to make a big deal out of that one. What did he say? The thing was, and it was Steve Weiss in the middle as a pros pro, and Christian just kept talking.
Right.
After he said
and
it,
then
he
kept
went.
talking.
He gave like a speech. It was like 2 minutes long.
Yeah, because he didn't want to talk about
I don't think he spoke that long at his wedding. So they
Never.
Otherwise, I know you would have jumped in and gone.
Are you kidding?
Did you say former?
Exactly. I'm going to cut him
Back
off.
up. And this morning on Good Morning Football, Peter Schrager. I'm going to keep blowing his name after he butchered our guy,
butchered Mayoko.
Mayakoko. No, he corrected it today. Anyway, they had fun with it, and they looped it, and they played it like 35 times.
I would never do that.
So Chris Rose was here yesterday in Santa Clara for Inside Training Camp Live. He interviewed Bosa with the Will Ferrell hair and the stash and the whole thing, and we'll find out. And he was there when McCaffrey had the Freudian slip, saying former teammate with Aiyuk. But mainly, he's a fan of the Cleveland Browns. He loves all things Cleveland, and I'm rooting Cleveland right now because they're playing the Arizona Diamondbacks. They had a washout yesterday in Northeast Ohio, so they're playing a doubleheader. Brandon Fott is on the mound for Arizona in Game 1. Eduardo Rodriguez, John's going to make his Diamondback debut in Game 2. We'll talk Giants in a little bit, but the Clevelanders have got to slow down the Arizona Diamondbacks. They just don't lose, and neither does San Diego. But as far as Chris Rose, good time to have him on after being in Santa Clara yesterday and being a huge fan of the Cleveland Browns. So is the Cleveland element done? New England's out. Is Cleveland and Amari Cooper still alive if they choose to trade B.A.?
There hasn't been a report out like there is with New England. New England realized that Aiyuk didn't want to come there, so they said they're backing out. So whichever way you want to believe it, but they're supposedly out. I would think, I mean, if I'm the Niners, and the word was that the Niners agreed to what sounds like Amari Cooper in a 2 for Aiyuk, but if Aiyuk wanted to go to Cleveland and freeze his butt off there, he's a West Coast kid, then wouldn't we have heard? Wouldn't he not be hanging around the facility? That's just me speculating. And then the Pittsburgh side of things, I texted a friend of mine who's been covering the Steelers forever, and I want to reiterate, this is a rumor, but he said, latest rumor I heard was 2 seconds, Calvin Austin, who's a 5'8", 160-pound wide receiver out of Memphis, and he said either James Daniels or Dan Moore. Daniels is listed as their starting right guard. He's a big boy. He's 25, and Dan Moore is a former starter at left tackle. They've since gotten Broderick Jones, the kid out of Georgia last year, but Dan Moore has started some games there. He's a 25-year-old tackle out of Texas A&M. So he's saying 2 seconds, Calvin Austin, and one of their offensive linemen.
How much does Calvin Austin weigh?
He's small. He's like Cowing, small. Like 5'8". I just, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
So he's not going to be your ex-wide receiver.
If you want to get, so as I looked at their roster, if you want to give me, if I'm the Niners, Roman Wilson, who's their third-round pick out of Michigan, and he's much bigger. He's like 5'10", 190, so he's more Aiyuk-sized. And then you mentioned Nick Harbig, who is a nice outside linebacker backup to T.J. Watt. He was a fourth-rounder in 23, so a third rounder this year, a fourth rounder in 23. That doesn't sound like enough for Aiyuk. But Wilson, to me, can play X, or is at least sized that way, and played that at Michigan. And Herbig is a really nice player. Maybe you throw in. But just if my source there is correct, would you do 2-2s, Calvin Austin, and an offensive lineman?
I don't know anything about the slot guy, the lineman. We'd have to study them all. I mean, Deontay Johnson's no longer on their team. Right. He was their best route runner by far when we played him last year. George Pickens is an X, but I'm not a fan of his. He's just not refined as a route runner. I don't know if the Niners would have any interest in him. I would doubt it. But Pittsburgh's got to reload their wide receiver room. They've got Van Jefferson. And by the way, before you put B.A. in a black and gold 11 jersey, the Van Gogh routes, he still wears 11. And then they got Calvin Austin. They got Quez Watkins, who we know from Philly. He's really fast. Scotty Miller, Atlanta, good in and out guy. They need to upgrade the wide receiver room. So we'll talk to Brooke Pryor about that. But I just fundamentally, one thing I want to ask Brooke about, and I know Kevin Colbert's gone, and Omar Khan has been running their draft the last couple of years, but it's still the Rooneys there, right? They still run that franchise?
Yes.
I just cannot believe that they would pay, and we're talking, $28 million plus, maybe 30, whatever he gets, to a wide receiver. The Steelers just don't do that. They draft wide receivers, and when they get to the Brandon Aiyuk stage of their development, they let him go, from Plaxico Burress to Mike Wallace to Antonio Brown. Remember Santonio Holmes caught probably the biggest catch, even more than Lynn Swann in Super Bowl X, that sideline route to win him a Super Bowl. They got rid of him. What'd they get back for him, John? Like a 5th or 6th round draft pick? And I know, part of me also thinks they did trade for Minka. They got him from Miami. They gave up 2 ones to get him, and they gave that great safety, Minka Fitzpatrick, a lot of money. But that's a safety. It's just not a wide receiver. It's just not the way the Steelers operate. And they've had like 3 coaches since 1969. And I know they've changed from a 4-3, and they run a lot of 3-4, and Colbert's not there, and Omar Khan is. But this is so decidedly un-Steeler-like to make a trade like that and then pay a wide receiver $30 million a year. They don't do that. They're the ones trading Brandon Aiyuk, not trading for Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, and that goes back to, and I've said this from the beginning with him, the value of the position, because it's certainly not the quarterback position, and I get it. The market is dictating all of this. So if the NFL has decided that this is a position that they're going to value more than they have in the past, I understand that. But what you just said about the Steelers is 100% correct. And then if we go through even recent history, I know Patrick Mahomes is in Kansas City. I get it. So it's a little bit different than the situation we have here. But they traded Tyreek Hill and won 2 Super Bowls. Randy Moss was traded. The greats of all time, Terrell Owens was traded to the Eagles by the 49ers organization. Diggs has been traded a couple of times now, and he's got the biggest catch in Minnesota Vikings history. So wide receivers get traded, and I don't know, and this is something that I don't know that anybody has asked Kyle Shanahan or John Lynch about how they value the position, because what you just said about the Steelers, I don't know that this organization, now we've seen Kyle Shanahan, Mike Shanahan in the past, how they value running backs, but then they went out and got Christian McCaffrey, and that hadn't really been their history. But I still wonder, this has to do with Brock Purdy, and this has to do with signing corners, and this has to do with money that they're going to pay, but do they want to distribute the money to that position? I still wonder about it.
Well, Chris Foerster talked openly about it one day. He just went off and gave a speech the way Foerster can, the run game coordinator and pseudo-offensive coordinator, offensive line coach, but he's more than that. And Kyle touched on it as well when you interview him, and it's more of a philosophical question. The old linemen, they can find somewhere and plug and play those guys. And a lot of it goes back to what Mike Shanahan built in Denver and that great line that they had. They had a couple of high picks there, but there were a lot of guys they picked up off the street. But the value is in the guys that touch the ball. So it's changed. And, it's obviously tight ends, it's running backs. And to me, their system and the West Coast offense is built on, we're going to throw the ball to running backs, including our fullback and Spider 2Y Banana. We're going to get the ball to Juszczyk more than other teams. We're going to play a fullback, but we're going to throw the ball to Brent Jones and John Frank and, Russ Francis, and we're going to throw the ball to George Kittle. So the tight end's going to be involved in everything we do in the running backs. But the wide receivers are also in the run after catch ability of a guy like Debo and Aiyuk. But Debo and his specialness with the Tyson personnel, and Deadpool to move in the backfield. So, but then you look at just a pure X wide receiver like like Brandon is, and go to Denver's teams, Mike's teams in Denver. You had Rod Smith, who was an undrafted free agent, probably one of the greatest undrafted free agents in history. Ed McCaffrey, Christian's dad. Those guys blocked their ass off. So, if you're trading for anybody that plays wide receiver here, that guy's got to block. They value Aiyuk. I think they're willing to pay Aiyuk a lot of money. Top of market money. But does he want the tippy top of the market? And the market has just exploded where there's so many guys making 30 plus, and Cooper Kupp's just shutting his mouth. He doesn't make $27 million a year, and he's doing his job. So, of course, they value the wide receiver. The whole thing is built on get the ball into your playmakers' hands and have them make a play. Aiyuk does catch deeper routes down the field because of his long arms and long legs and his ability to run. He's just a special route runner. But Kyle told me one day his goal in life is to get the ball to Deebo Samuel on certain parts of the field where he can run after catch. So they have great value in wide receivers and running backs and tight ends, obviously in the quarterback position. It's interesting. They feel like they can develop a offensive lineman, and historically they've been able to do that. 2-0 Arizona, by the way. Perdomo, opposite field home run in Cleveland.
Jeez.
They don't lose, John.
Do you know that, by the way, that Atlanta in percentage points, I think they've only won 60 games. Atlanta now is the third wild card.
Yes, they've fallen behind Arizona.
So you kind of got to hope that they fall in their face, because of the way the Padres and D-backs are playing. Exactly.
4 games. You've got to beat Atlanta and Jorge Soler next week.
Is he leading off?
Actually,
slider away.
Field, but geez, Arizona's offense right now is on fire.
Yeah, they are.
Anyway, I was talking football. And then
that's all right. You got the monitors in front of you. That's fine.
Perdomo 2-run homer, 2-0 Arizona.
I like top of mind, Papa. That's good.
I'm everywhere.
Yeah, that's fine.
Stream of consciousness?
Yeah, stream of consciousness, Papa, is fine. That's good.
Lack of sleep, Papa.
Oh, I know.
Wait till you see me tomorrow morning do a pregame show at 8:30. I specifically
that thing got moved up.
I've never done those.
I remember.
Ever.
You know what? I remember.
4th of July, I'm not
No,
doing
you didn't
those.
do that. I remember giving you grief specifically because Madison Bumgarner had a pitch in Washington on that July 4th, and I remember asking you back in those days,
I was in your
backyard
on a
it?
floaty
And
drinking something cold. I'm not
you
doing
said,
that.
no way am I doing that. Was that like a Jim Kozamore special or something back
no,
then?
I don't.
It was
normally
something.
I take
it wasn't
all of
you.
July. I like to take the 4th of July off and have holiday. I don't know. But so I don't even want to get into the weather. We're not even sure we're playing today.
Right.
We could do a doubleheader tomorrow.
And then what time is pregame? Like 7 a.m. at that point?
John, it is literally a fluid situation. So I'm going to drink a lot of fluid while I wait out rain delays.
All right, we'll take a quick off-ramp on the Aiyuk talk. A lot of good stuff on the text line, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Opine, please. Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Call in and text, so make sure you hit us up. We will take a detour off at the rest stop for the Giants. Not good with Hayden Birdsong, not good runners in scoring position. They do have a chance maybe today, maybe tomorrow. We'll find out, but let's get to it as Blake Snell, a follow-up maybe to his no-hitter of last week. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It's Greg Papa here. August is here. Never rains a drop in the Bay Area in August, unlike D.C. And my good friend and world champion, pizza champion, Tony Gemignani has announced the return of San Francisco's pizza, bagel, and beer. My 3 favorite things in the world besides sports. Festival, Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival for its 2nd year on Saturday, August the 17th. in the historic North Beach neighborhood. This fabulous event will feature a brand new beer garden and even more local pizzerias, bageleries, and breweries. Love them all than the first event. It's presented by the San Francisco Italian Athletic Club Foundation. Why am I not a member of that? And the San Francisco's Pizza, Bagel, and Beer Festival takes place again Saturday, August the 17th in San Francisco's North Beach. Tickets for the event. And by the way, it sold out last year. They're now on sale, so get them right now at purplepass.com/SF Pizza Fest.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And again, Hayden Birdsong is ready at the belt. He throws. There's a high drive in the deep right field. Back is Encarnacion. He's looking up. It is gone. And now it is a 5-run inning for the Nationals. A 3-run homer by Abrams.
I have no idea how he hit that ball. Good for him. The guy can hit, and they can hit fastballs, and I learned that. I knew that going in, but not very many people are probably hitting that ball. It was impressive.
Hayden Birdsong, who struggled. That's putting it mildly. Probably shouldn't have pitched past the second inning, but he had a short outing. Runners in scoring position, 1 for 14. They waste the start. Michael Conforto with that 3-run shot. Giants out 4-0. You're feeling pretty good about things, and then Hayden Birdsong struggles, and they barely score after that, so they lose to the Nationals. Blake Snell is hopefully on the mound tonight in D.C., coming off what can he do to follow up that no-hitter, but a disappointing loss given the way the Giants started yesterday.
4-run lead, hit 2 home runs. Good to see Elliot Ramos go oppo, even with that bad top hand thumb, and then Michael Conforto pulled one. And but then at the bottom of the second inning, and I think it started with Michael Conforto in left field, the ball James Wood hit was up a long time, and Michael got all spun around. He gave me vertigo again. It was, what are you doing? And then he lets the ball drop. He completely turned around. He misplayed it off the wall. Then Ramos is not backing up. He winds up on third base. So Hayden was not good, obviously, and he tired. This is a really good fastball hitting team. So I don't know if he just went away from his fastball because they're such a good fastball hitting team, but he was not able to get his breaking pitches over, and he just wasn't very good. It's one bad start. But the ball that C.J. Abrams hit is just beyond comprehension how he hit that ball. I remember Kyle Schwarber in this ballpark when he was a National, hit one off of Johnny Cueto in 2021. And Schwarber's a big guy. I think they said that one was close to 5 feet. I was like, how did Schwarber hit that? I couldn't believe it. The one Abrams hit, though, was eye high. They had it measured at 4.42 feet. Sean Estes brought this up on the postgame. How do they measure that? Because C.J. Abrams is 6'2". So that was like eye high. So it's like almost 6 feet high. Do they do it from the kneecaps, the bottom of the strike zone up? I don't know how they measure that. But anyway, he got on top of it somehow, and they clubbed it. Blake Snell had a blister in his no-hitter. He threw 114 pitches. How far is he going to be able to go tonight? But his fastball sets everything up, and he works off of that. And this stuff, obviously, is so good right now. But I do want to see the matchup of Blake throwing that fastball against Abrams, Ruiz, James Wood. Wow, is he the real deal? Opposite field home run he hit later in the game was so impressive. But just how Blake Snell pitches against them, because this team can hit a fast. But it's the same team that Dylan Cease no-hit in late July, John. They didn't look like that team last night.
No, they didn't. By the way, Franny texted me during the game. He said Wood is going to be a megastar. And, yeah, look, that trade that they made with the Padres for them could reset their organization. Guys like C.J. Abrams and James Wood, they're going to be really good. But in terms of the Giants, I think everything that's wrong and thinking that they could go on a long run was on display, which is you give them a big lead. I'm not blaming Birdsong on this. He's a 22-year-old kid. You and I have talked about this, where he's coming up on probably having to slow down his innings. Kyle Harrison we'll see what he does next time out, but he was down in velocity his last time out. He's kind of maybe getting to the end of his rope as far as throwing a lot of innings. Robbie Ray is a great name, but he's coming off TJ. So right now you have a 2-man rotation for sure. And I'm not continuing to go back to this Farhan thing. This potentially is a really good starting pitching staff, but it seems like that's the only way they can win, because when they win, they hit home runs, which they did yesterday, but then they stopped hitting them. But they've got to get great pitching and hit home runs, because situational hitting, and I haven't looked at the analytics of it, but it's suffice to say, because if you watch enough Giants to see this, whether it's a runner on third with less than 2 out, whether it's runners in scoring position, whether it's runners in scoring position with 2 out, moving runners, whatever the case may be, they don't generate runs. So if you can only score one way, which is through the home run ball, and you've got to have great pitching or you can't win, that's not a recipe. The great teams in every single sport can beat you in a bunch of different ways. The Giants cannot, and that's not conducive to going on the type of run that they need to go on, because you're not going to get home runs every time. You're not going to get perfect pitching every time. You've got to be able to win games in multiple ways, and this Giants team all season long hasn't. So how are you going to win 12 of 15 or 13 of 15 or 7 of 9? Or how are you going to go on this big run to catch the Diamondbacks or the Padres when you can't consistently do the things that win baseball games?
Hit home runs. They've hit 12 home runs on this road trip already in 5 games, and pitch. And that's the recipe. The 21 team, and I know we want to act like that never happened, they hit a lot of home runs. They hit more home runs than any team in Giant history. And they didn't have a 30 home run hitter, obviously. Belt got close with 29. And they had I remember at that same point, they had a very high percentage. More than half of their runs scored via the home run. And you see it a lot. The Yankees are like that. And the A's had a torrid month of July. They led baseball. Arizona was higher than them, but they led the American League in runs scored. And they had more than 50% of their runs scoring via home run. I don't have a problem with that, but Giants don't hit that many home runs. When they were playing the A's last week, they had 109, and the A's had like 45 in July alone. Now you go to these ballparks like Cincinnati and Washington, and the ball flies, especially when it's hot and humid. But your point is the runners in scoring position, and it's been the whole road trip. Even in Snell's no-hitter on Friday, they were 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position. Saturday, 0 for 1. Sunday, 2 for 9. They won 2 of those 3 games. Monday, they won 1 for 7. And then last night, it was ghastly. They were 1 for 14. Conversely, Washington is whack, whack, whack. They 7 of 18 with runners in scoring position. And it's not even the runners in scoring position. It's the inability to drive in a runner from third base with less than 2 outs. It happens. It happened a handful of times last night. It happened in Game 1 of this series on Monday. It happened to Matt Chapman, and we interviewed Matt on the postgame, and I was going to ask him about it, then I let it go because they won the game and he hit a bomb. But those situations, when you're a veteran hitter, especially, you got to have a plan. And you don't need to come up with a base hit. You just need to make a proper out or have a proper approach. We detailed it, when we came back and so that Dodgers series, what Teoscar Hernandez does. The Dodgers, nobody gets more home runs than the Dodgers. They're up among the league leaders, baseball leaders, but they know how to make a proper out and they know how to drive in a run when the situation calls for it. The Giants just don't do that fundamentally. That's why Jorge Soler is no longer on the roster. And some of these other guys, you're wondering about, if they're going to be able to do that. But it's been bad all year, John. But last night they did power a couple home runs, but they could have got back into the game last night as badly as they were pitching. They gave up 11 runs last night, but they just did not know how to make a proper out or come up with the money hit. 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position?
Nah. And, we're speaking the obvious. That's not going to get it done. But you start looking at, and we knew this was going to happen. Somebody was going to get hot. Well, the Padres did. The Diamondbacks have. And now it looks like your hope may be, if you want to get into this thing, which is Atlanta, who we all kind of assumed. We looked at the 3 leaders in each division, or each leader in each division, and said, okay, these 3 are in. And then, although the Phillies are struggling, they beat the Dodgers. By the way, the Dodgers are only 4 ahead of the Padres now. So
Mookie's coming back.
Right. And I guess
he's shortstop.
Yeah, and I guess what they're going to do is they're going to start Ohtani, so they're going to go left, right, left. They had Mookie leading off Ohtani and Freeman back-to-back, but they're going to break that up. And they're going to have Ohtani continue to lead off and have Mookie. But Mookie's coming back, so they're starting to get some guys back. So that might be a race in the NL West. But the fact remains now that you got to hope Atlanta continues to fall in their face, because that's the only team. And I don't know if Atlanta's going to continue to do that. So rather than the first half, we all sat there and all these teams were bunched up, hovering around 500, and it kind of made you easy to hang into the race. All of a sudden, the Diamondbacks, the Padres are hot. You're hoping for Atlanta to fall down. They've got a lot of talent. I still think they have a run in them. So it's not that you can hang around 500. It's now you're back under 500, and you got to go on a run here very shortly. And only winning when you hit home runs and pitch a great game, that's not going to happen every night. You got to be versatile in the way that you win. And this team, it's money at bats. And as you pointed out, it's not just runners in scoring position. It's making a proper out. It's all these different things. And I hate to put it on Bob, but, he's the manager of the team. And the Padres underperformed last year. He was there. The Giants, from an offensive standpoint, don't know how to make proper outs or make adjustments with runners in scoring position. Some of that you have to attribute to the players, there's no doubt, but some of it you have to attribute to management, where it's like, why is this continuing to happen day after day?
Just hit more home runs. They got 12 on the road trip. Arizona, Perdomo's home run today. Since July the 1st, Arizona has hit 52 home runs. They've won 20 games. They are scoring 6.5 runs a game. Their run differential's the best in baseball. They have already got 2 today. So they're up 2-0 with the Tribe batting, the Guardians batting in the bottom of the second. I guess we can't call them the Tribe anymore. But Fod is pitching game 1. Eduardo Rodriguez is making his debut. Remember that guy? He was a Tiger.
That wouldn't go to the Dodgers?
Waived the trade to the Dodgers. Before that, he was in Boston during the pandemic. He developed a terrible heart condition that was related to COVID. He sat out a year. He hasn't pitched all year. They're going to get him back. So today's a big day for Arizona as they're playing 2. They're already up 2-0. And then San Diego has passed them. San Diego's 10 over. Arizona's 9 over. Atlanta's 8 over. Those are your 1, 2, 3 wild card. The Giants are 1 under again. Right when they get back to 500, they slide. So they got to get hot. But first, they got to stay dry. Are we even playing baseball today? I'm looking at the weather in D.C., and it's just gnarly.
You get angry when we bring it up, so I stop.
I do not. It's when you bring up Aiyuk that I get angry.
Okay.
I don't.
By the way, somebody brought up a great point in the text line, which is, Franny said he didn't check the weather. Somebody tell Franny that he may not have to make the trek to the game, although I guess he has to come and do Rain Delay Theater. This is a solid text from the 623. Papa, the hair is freaking on point today. Let's get Papa in the 49ers negotiation. Nobody could say no to Papa with that hair. Are you a negotiator?
Aiyuk has pretty good hair.
Oh, did you see the special with his girlfriend? How she has to braid that? How long it takes?
He's very detailed with his hair.
She said it takes like 8 hours to
I'm not doing
pull it all out, then to braid it again and everything. She said she showed
a good 8 minutes, but
she showed her fingers like she had been working on it for like 8 hours, and it was.
Problem is, my hair looks good today for the live stream, but then I'll have headset head by the time I go on. I got 4 hours of the crease. You know what I got to get? Kuiper, Dwayne's got here.
Yeah, what does he do?
He uses the doctor's stethoscope.
Oh, he does.
Yeah, just a little.
Yeah, he doesn't.
It's a little
that's
small,
right.
and he's down, and I'm like, why do you? Because of the hair.
Right, doesn't want to crease in his hair.
I got the hairbrush with me, but by the time I go on TV, I'm going to have headset head. I'm going to have that crater.
Yeah, you got to get one of
right down in the middle of the head.
Can't they just make you like an IFB or something like that? Put that in your
problem is my hearing is not very good. So I need the Sennheisers to cut my ears. So Grady Fuson, Grady Lever, not Grady Fuson. Grady, our stage director, when I first started when I was a kid, at age 24, he told me, you keep putting your headset volume up that loud, you're going to be deaf in 30 years. I was deaf in 3 years.
Yeah.
So, but you go into Yankee Stadium and you can't hear a
loud.
thing. Well, I can't, in order to speak nice and clear and enunciate properly, I got to be able to hear myself, and it's so loud. But there were nights when I went back to the hotel room after an A's game, and my head would just be ringing. It'd be like, boom, 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 boom. I just could feel the crowd. I was like, oh.
I'm hearing
what
like
have I
you.
done? What have I done? So I got to go. I would go with the smaller headsets to protect the hair, but then I can't hear anything.
Yeah, you got a nice spray. You'll have it done. Because the other day when you were Man in Black, I didn't notice a crease at all. You got away.
You didn't see headset head?
No, I didn't. But I know Harry's. I'm the same way. I got some hearing issues. But
what do you do? You put your headset behind your hair.
Yeah.
In the back 40, don't you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I kind of move it back a little bit. But I accidentally plugged into your IFB one time down there at NBC.
Yeah, it's not good.
It blew my head off, literally. I had no surgery.
Anybody picks up my headphone just by mistake, they're like, "What's wrong with you? Are you deaf?" Like, yeah,
it was unbelievable.
That's why it's up so loud. The best conversation I ever had with Kipes had hearing issues. I was with Dwayne, dugout bench at Oracle with Huey Lewis. And I asked Huey to come on the radio show, and he respectfully declined. He doesn't sing anymore because he's deaf. He cannot hear himself sing. And these three old guys were talking about how we can't hear anymore, and it's all occupational related.
Oh, man.
That's why I'm deaf. So
when's the last time he did national? Did he do? I guess he hasn't in a long time.
No, he has not sung. He wouldn't come on the show.
Wow.
He was having a major operation. I just wanted them to come on and talk about hip to be square and the Niners, hip. So that's all the Niners in the background. He said he won't even come on the radio because his hearing is that bad. I'm like, old man, I hear fine.
Old man. All right, as Papa and Lund, remember, in the noon hour today is your opportunity to win 2 tickets to every
game by game,
Niners
John. We're going game by game.
Yeah. Murph and Marcus, Papa and Lund, Tolbert and Quopes, you qualify. You can win 2 tickets to each 49ers home regular season game. And if you qualify, just for qualifying, you need a $50 gift card to the Niners team store. That is in the noon hour today. So continue to listen. Noon hour today is when you're going to hear that Tim Ryan special sounder. So make sure that you're here all the time, but especially during noon today, so you can qualify and potentially win the grand prize. All right, we'll get back to Brandon Aiyuk. Had a bunch of, just stream of consciousness kind of stuff on Brandon Aiyuk. We gave you a few things to start the show. We'll get back to that conversation. We've had a ton of great texts coming in. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. Huge Giants fan, saw Blake Snell's no-hitter on Friday night. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group. For a free review of your financial situation, call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us in the 11 o'clock hour. Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. This hour, Brooke Pryor is going to join us, ESPN NFL reporter at 11:50, covering the Steelers, and she'll get you caught up on everything. Just to get you caught up right now, the latest on Brandon Aiyuk, still no deal. Said no thanks to the Patriots, who were offering reported $28.5 million a year AAV. Steelers being engaged. I'm confused on where the Browns sit here, because if there was a deal to be made, I wouldn't mind Amari Cooper in a second-round pick. But, again, both sides have to come together on this. The 49ers may say yes to the compensation, but Brandon Aiyuk no to Cleveland like he did New England. So that's where we sit. So I just wrote down a bunch of just top-of-mind stuff, and I know people have brought this name up before. But if I'm the 49ers, first of all, I need to know where Brandon Aiyuk would say yes to, and he is a West Coast guy. But would you ever engage the Raiders to not just be satisfied by this move? Okay, Amari Cooper in a second's not bad, or whatever it is that you're going to get offered. But how about looking at this situation as a chance to get better? Would you ever engage a Devontae Adams, who in receiver didn't look very happy to be in Vegas, and say, okay, let's upgrade the position. We'll give the Raiders a pick, which it probably would take to get Devontae Adams. And maybe Brandon Aiyuk would say okay to the Raiders, who are rebuilding but not in a dire situation like New England.
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Hell yes, I would take Devontae Adams. We know him well. I mean, he was a Packer. We played him in a playoff game, and the season opener that one year when he made that sideline catch that Aaron Rodgers got over the top of Fred Warner. We were talking about Amari Cooper and his ability to beat man coverage. I mean, just as far as pure get off the ball, and Keenan Allen's been really good at it at Cal, but we know Devontae from the Bay Area and Fresno State and his special ability. I don't think it's a question of would the Niners engage the Raiders. It's would the Raiders even answer the phone. And I know that it's different now that the Raiders are gone. But there was a time there where we were talking, and I know the Niners and Adam Peters offered multiple ones. I think 2 ones, maybe more, to get Khalil Mack.
Mm-hmm.
And Mark Davis wouldn't do it. He would not make a trade with the San Francisco 49ers. It's deep, so he shipped him off to Chicago. So I don't think it's a question of would the Niners do business? Would you want Devontae Adams' talent on your team? Hell yes. Now, he doesn't block, and I keep bringing that up, and that's, a huge factor in playing wide receiver for Kyle Shanahan. But this is Devontae Adams. He's not a fast runner. Aiyuk could beat him in a race, but you're talking about getting in and out of breaks and running routes. There's few in the league that are better. I mean, he's the envy of everybody in football. They all look up to Devontae. So, yes, I would engage the Raiders in that. Why would they do that? And then, would you even get them to answer the phone? And I know they have a new GM there with Tom Telesco from the Chargers being there. But it's still Mark Davis you have to go through. And is it less now that they're the Las Vegas Raiders and they're not in the Bay Area sharing the turf war? And let's face it, the major reason why the Raiders left town, they couldn't get a stadium built, but it was because of the overpowering popularity of the Niners in the marketplace, John. We felt that when we worked there all those years. It was hard. So anyway, I would have I'm sure they would want to go get Devontae Adams. Would Mark Davis allow Devontae Adams to ever put on the red and gold? He could go some other team and then wind up a Niner later, but I don't think the Raiders would allow that trade to go down because they would not want him to be a 49er.
Okay. I'm just asking because, and I'm sure they've gone through all these scenarios, but it seems like almost that the 49ers are on the defensive. So in other words, Brandon Aiyuk doesn't want to be here, so I guess we've got to take Amari Cooper in a second. Or he doesn't want to be here, so eventually whatever the Steelers are offering, I guess we'll take that to resolve the situation. And I was thinking this morning, go on the offensive. Like you said, maybe Mark Davis won't do it because it's the Raiders, and even though they're not in Oakland, they're in Vegas, it's still Mark Davis, and he would have to approve it at the end of the day. But I don't know, you throw in a pick, and then all this, and Brandon Aiyuk, who might want to stay on the West Coast and be in Vegas. A lot of players want that. I have no idea if Aiyuk would want that, but again, they've got to work together.
I don't know how that makes the Raiders a better team.
With
Cleveland, you can make the argument with Amari if they want to move on. And, Jerry Jeudy's a Cleveland Brown, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, they added the wide receiver room.
You're
with the Raiders.
past that infatuation, though, right? On Jeudy.
I like Jerry Jeudy. Kyle, I don't think Kyle does. And I don't want to, denigrate Jerry Jeudy. But I thought he was a great route runner. He showed a lot of frailty. He's had some good moments in the NFL, but he don't block. He blocks zero.
Mm-hmm.
He's really frail. So I don't think he would fit in the Niner room. And I'm bringing it up you could make the point that the combination of Aiyuk and Jerry Jeudy together, and he's younger, and Stefanski likes blockers as well. They want to run the ball. They got great backs there. They got Chubby. So you could see that upgrading their team. The Raiders they're not going to upgrade their team by trading Devontae Adams for Brandon Aiyuk getting a pick back the other way. They'd have to get, ones, and it would have to be.
The reason I bring it up,
if you made a trade like that with Amari, the Niners are taking a pick. If you're making that trade to get Devontae Adams, you got to give it up.
Yeah,
so
and I get it.
I'm just saying, do I want the ability on the team and have Devontae Adams? Hell yes. I just don't think the Raiders would do it because the owner won't allow it, and it doesn't make their football team better. It doesn't make sense.
Well, the only reason I bring it up is because when we watched receiver, he was incredibly frustrated there, and a lot of it had to do with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't know that Gardner Minshew or whomever is going to play quarterback, Aiden O'Connell, is going to make him a lot better. He's used to Aaron Rodgers. So I could see that continuing into the season and him getting frustrated. That's why I bring it up. I totally realize that it's Aiyuk and a pick, maybe a player, whatever it would take, but Devontae Adams makes you better. And so I guess what I would try to do is maybe engage him and his agent and say, okay, where would you go? Because I don't want a limited number of teams. New England said no. We worked out a deal with Cleveland. It seems like he doesn't want to go there. Pittsburgh seems to be a preferred destination, but if you've worked all this time and you're at an impasse with Pittsburgh, I'm not going to just take what they offer. So I've got to expand my window and go to Aiyuk and go to his people and say, okay, where will you go? And then I start engaging those teams. We talked about this yesterday. Buffalo needs receivers. The Chargers need receivers. I want to be offensive. I want to go out and say, okay, who would I want off that team? Can we start this again and get offensive? Not just take what teams are offering us, because to go back to the leverage conversation, Aiyuk absolutely has it because he can say no like he did in New England. The 49ers absolutely have it because they don't have to make a deal. They can just say at the end of the day, look, we couldn't come to a conclusion here. You're either going to play on the $14 million or you're going to start sitting out games. And for him to sit out games on the $14 million, he's going to lose about $800,000 a week. So what is his stomach like?
He's not going to take it to that level.
Yeah, right.
So
but that's what I'm saying. Both sides do have the leverage. So maybe try a different way, which is go on the offensive.
Well, the whole league knows that Brandon Aiyuk, you can make a trade for Brandon Aiyuk. John Lynch has been asked about it publicly, and he said, I'd trade Kyle. Kyle would trade me. The whole league knows. If you want to trade for Brandon Aiyuk, you know what the phone number is in Santa Clara. You can make a phone call and get you on the phone. But it's just that they all know that. So they have granted Ryan Williams permission to negotiate with some of these teams, which is interesting. I mean, the one thing, if you wanted to get a little more aggressive here, you start fining him. How would he react to that? If you said the hold in, where in the CBA does it prevent us from fining you? We could fine you. You're healthy, aren't you? Our doctors passed you on the physical. I don't know where that's at. I don't think they'll do it. And they can waive the fine. They could choose to ignore it because he's holding in. But they could choose not to, and they could choose to fine him. $40,000 a day. I don't know if they could do it, going back when camp started in arrears retroactively. I don't know how that would work if they didn't do it daily at the time. So we'll see where it plays out. I do want to talk to Reagan Pryor about just Pittsburgh fundamentally. Are they really, philosophically, this doesn't seem like a Steeler move to me, but I know Omar Khan's there and Kevin Colbert's, gone, but he's still hanging around, I think, and it is the Rooneys. It just doesn't seem, and it is that head coach. They've been there forever, and they just don't do things like this. So as far as the Niners on the practice field, it is Alumni Day, so you got a lot of former 49ers there today. It's
Dwight Clark day today.
It's
right?
87 days while they're doing it. Yeah, I don't think T.O. is there, the original Terrell Owens, but his son is no longer there.
Yeah, I saw that.
The Niners have let Tariq Owens go and Eric Harris, the safety, who's a former Raider, who I thought had a chance to make the team, at least be on the practice squad. He's a hard hitter and a good teams player, but they got it. They're light right now with all the injuries at wide receiver. and running back, they got to play a preseason game on Saturday. So to let Harris and T.O. Son go, they've signed John Trey Kirkland, a wide receiver, and Keyshawn Vaughn, a running back. They brought Matt Breida back, the Cheetah, earlier this week. So, I mean, in this game in Nashville on Saturday, McCaffrey's obviously not playing. Elijah Mitchell's not playing. Garendo's not playing. So they got to get some bodies to be able to play this preseason game.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. So that's the latest as far as the moves the 49ers make. We'll get more into this conversation. What do you do if you're the 49ers in this situation? Both teams have leverage. Looks like he said no to New England. That's the report. Cleveland kind of sitting out there. By the way, Cleveland to me is interesting, not only on the play on the surface, but because Amari Cooper makes such a little amount of money this year, that opens up money for Trent Williams. That might even open up money for Demo Lenore, one of the corners. So, you know, you got to look at everything. I understand that these trades, people look at them in a vacuum, but the Browns trade with Amari Cooper is interesting in that he hardly makes anything. And even though the first year of the Brandon Aiyuk deal, should they come to an agreement finally on that thing, they can actually be lower than the $14 million. But I don't know if they can they make a move with Trent Williams until they resolve Brandon Aiyuk, and then because Cooper makes such a little amount of money, could you get one of the corners done as well? I mean, the reason I like the Browns deal, if they have to trade him, is because that could have reverberating effects with other contracts on the team.
Well, also, you could, Amari, I mean, as far as what the Niners would be on the hook for, it'd be less than $2 million. It's a lot like when they made the deal with Carolina to get McCaffrey. Scott Fitterer, the GM in Carolina, then just redid his contract. So he was cheap. He was, then the contract jumped. For Amari, they just paid him a huge signing bonus. They gave him a check. They gave him, a huge amount of money up front. So you don't have to pay him hardly anything. What I'm looking at is, could you take, besides Amari and draft picks, can we take a handful of players off their roster? Because Amari's not making any money. You got to give up the money that obviously Aiyuk is making. So I'm just looking at their roster. They got some players that are really good. They got some corners that can play there. They got some great players. That guy Tomlinson, who wrecked the game last year, is on PUP for them. I don't know what the injury is there, but could you do a multiple player transaction, not just Amari Cooper, but a couple of other guys off their roster? Because the argument is, why do we trade him now for draft picks? Not going to make us better. Well, if you get 2 or 3 players coming back this year that can help your football team because Amari's making so little, now that's a possibility.
All right, give us your thoughts. 415-808 KNBR, Golden State Lumber and Building Materials Stocks line, 415-808-5627. We'll continue the conversation. Brooke Pryor with the Steelers side of things. I did get a guy who covers the Steelers and has for many years give me his thoughts on what the latest offer is for the Steelers. I'll reset that too. And then Brooke Pryor from ESPN, who covers the Steelers, will give us her thoughts on the Steelers' involvement level and what they could potentially offer as well. That in about 30 minutes. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Franny, Kevin Franzen, he joined the show yesterday, explained why the Giants made the right moves in keeping Blake Snell and going for it. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. And tell him Franny sent you. Tell him Franny sent you.
Greg Papa here, and I ask you, why do professional builders and contractors rely on Golden State Lumber and Building Materials? Because their extensive inventory is appreciated in their ability to schedule delivery of materials often on the same day. Did you know Golden State employs decking specialists ready to help you with your projects? The sales staff have extensive knowledge of all the materials you need. This is a career for many of them, so they're committed to providing you with an exceptional experience. So I encourage you to visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see the list of brands and vendors Golden State features, like Simpson Strong Tie, an innovator in construction connectors for decking and other outdoor projects. You can also request a quote or start an order right from the homepage. Whatever the job, find the lumber, building materials, and expertise you need to accomplish your best work. For 70 years, Golden State has been supporting Northern California construction. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader. Sports leader.
Hello, friends. I'm John Lund with the Bad Hair Life. He is Greg Papa with the Good Hair Day.
You're having a nice hair day.
You're having a good hair day there at the studios. He's at the NBC Sports Bay Area studios because the Giants may or may not play baseball today. Blake Snell may or may not follow up on his no-hitter, but we're not talking about that. We're hoping that the rain gods are good to us, and we get Giants baseball right here on the Sports Leader. Quick palate cleanser. I was just out in the bullpen area where everybody's hanging out. And of course, we got a bunch of stuff. We got the insiders on NFL Network continuing to speculate about Brandon Aiyuk. We got Little League World Series, and we have water polo. I don't think I've ever watched a water polo shootout. We just had a water polo shootout in which we beat Australia, and we move on to take on Serbia.
They are really good in the water in Australia, aren't they?
They are, but we just beat them.
Right with a stroke by stroke. We beat them in water polo?
We beat them in a shootout. So it's kind of like a soccer shootout or hockey, whatever. And they just, you can pump fake and everything. And our goalie,
they do pump fake a lot. They even when they're actually in regular play, they hold the ball a lot and they don't fire the ball. I did watch a little bit of that last night. So when you were watching water polo in the Little League World Series, I was watching the Insiders.
Oh, yeah.
And Inside Training Camp Live. Did you see the bit? Mike Garafolo, who's funny. The guy's funny.
He is funny.
So they threw it to him to do a bit from the Raiders training camp. They're having their camp like 5 teams in the NFL. In Southern California. They're in Costa Mesa. And they would throw it to him to do a piece on Brandon Aiyuk. And guess who was standing right behind Mike Garafolo was there. There was Gerald McCoy, the defensive tackle, was there. There was another insider that was sitting right there. It was kind of funny. It was Ryan Williams, Brandon Aiyuk's agent, was standing on the field watching the Raiders practice today.
Oh, I told you. It's coming.
Wow. Well,
it's
no,
coming.
I mean, it was so. Garafolo's like, how do I do a report on Brandon Aiyuk when his agent is standing
Why'd you
right
grab
here?
him? Why did you grab him?
Well, actually, his phone rang, and he had to run off out of the shot, so it was kind of interesting.
Devontae trade.
Ryan is John Lynch's agent, which makes this really complicated. We had this happen with Don Yee representing Tom Brady and Jimmy Garoppolo when they had dueling negotiations going on. So it's John Lynch's agent is Williams, and he's representing anyway. The report is there's nothing new. There's no trade that's been agreed to at all. It's still a fluid situation. It's still going to be decided by where Brandon Aiyuk winds up. And we'll see. The reports are that New England's out of it. We'll see with Pittsburgh. And I know you have some thoughts on the Pittsburgh roster. So yesterday we opened it up, Danny's big poll.
Yeah.
If it was, for Amari Cooper, I think there's something there where you would look at doing it. If it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they've made overtures going back to the draft for not only Aiyuk, they got to upgrade their wide receiver room. Deontay Johnson's not there. George Pickens is young and raw. They got the Van Gogh route, Van Jefferson. They got Quez Watkins. They drafted Roman Wilson. You talked about the slot guy, Calvin Austin. Right now, maybe they're starting slot wide receiver, but they got to upgrade. They made an offer. Mike Silver said a couple of threes to get Debo on day 2 of the draft. So outside of draft picks, what do the Pittsburgh Steelers have that may be enticing John Lynch at all?
Well, again, I'll reset that a friend of mine who's covered the Steelers for more than 20 years, and he knows what he's talking about. This isn't the fan account that everybody got locked into that the deal was done, because that is not true. And he told me that even though the guys on the radio, they're in Pittsburgh, that the guy who had that report is more of a fan than anything else. So he told me that the latest rumor was 2 second-round picks, Calvin Austin, who's about 5'8", 160, and is more of a return guy, and then either James Daniels, who's a big guard at about 25 years old, he's a starter, or Dan Moore, who's their former starter at left tackle, and he's 26, out of Texas A&M.
James Daniels, the former, he was in Chicago, wasn't he,
right,
with the Bears?
And he's a young guy. So, again, it would fall along the lines, they're both big, promising guys, and if they don't want to spend a lot on offensive linemen, and both, one is a guard, one is a tackle, so it makes sense. I don't know that the receiver fits. 2 second-round picks in addition. That's an okay offer. I wouldn't get overly excited about it. The thing that got me excited in looking at their roster is if you need a replacement for Aiyuk, and you would, Roman Wilson is a 3rd-round pick out of Michigan. I watch a ton of college football, as you do, and he's 5'10", 185. I don't know what he's going to be. I know he had an injury in camp, but he's big enough to be that player. And then you mentioned yesterday Nick Herbig, who is a good pass rusher. He backs up T.J. Watt. He's a 4th-rounder from 23. Wilson's a 3rd-rounder. So from a value standpoint, is that great? No. But I would say if you want to give me a 2 and then those 2 players, because I don't think you're going to get, I know what Niners fans are thinking, Cam Hayward, somebody like that, Minka Fitzpatrick, somebody like that. I don't think the Steelers are going to give up those kind of core players. So you'd have to comb their roster.
Ogunjobi, how about Larry Ogunjobi?
He's nice, especially he's given the Niners trouble in the past.
He got hurt a lot. He's a big, strong defensive lineman.
But he's big
they
inside.
run a 3-4 there, so it's a little bit different. They're more of a two-gapper than Kaceric's wide 9.
So if you were John Lynch, and you look at their roster, what would intrigue you?
I don't know those guys. I mean, I'd have to study them. I think we're going to see how Dominic Pooney does in this game against the Titans on Saturday, but I think he's a starting right guard. I do like James Daniels. He's been around a while with Chicago. They got some pieces. I'm not sure. I mean, the one guy that I thought of right away was Nick Herbig, because just watching him, he looked like the second coming of T.J. Watt. Stylistically, they're very similar. They're both from Iowa. And just the way he rushed the quarterback last year in the preseason, he would fit. But I don't know what they're willing to do. I mean, with Cleveland, obviously, Amari would be a piece to offset Aiyuk. So I don't know if there's really been anything that has satisfied the Niners from the Pittsburgh side, other than they're working towards it. And Aiyuk may desire to be a Steeler, but they got to work out a deal with Omar Khan. But it's just, and the one thing we'll ask Reagan Pryor, philosophically, this just is not the Pittsburgh Steelers. It is not. And Kevin Colbert ran their drafts for 20 years.
You're saying trading for a high-priced receiver.
Well, just they don't do this. They did go get Minkah Fitzpatrick, and Minka's a great player, and they utilize his skill. He plays everywhere, not just safety. He goes in the nickel, and they blitz him, and that one kind of surprised me when they did, because they did it right before the Niners played the Steelers a couple of years ago. They got him from Miami. I think they gave up 2 1s for him, and that was Kevin Colbert who did that. But Omar Khan's there, and he worked with Colbert for a long time, but it's still the Rooneys in the way they do business. They don't fire coaches. They don't change their scheme. They're the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they know who they are. And it's just to pay a wide receiver $28, $30+ million a year, they just don't do that. They draft and develop wide receivers, and then when they get to the point where you got to pay them, Plexico Burress, Mike Wallace, Antonio Brown. They had all those guys on one team. Think about that. And Santonio Holmes, they say bye-bye. They let him go. They move on to free agency. They don't give him the second contract they don't want to pay. So what is really driving this? Is it Mike Tomlin? Is it the lack of wide receivers? They traded Deontay Johnson in the offseason. And, a lot of it, to me, and we'll ask Reagan, they got Arthur Smith as their offensive coordinator. They want to run the football. And they got a quarterback situation. If it's Justin Fields with those running backs they have, Jalen Warren and Najee Harris, Cordero Patterson is now there as well. And you get Aiyuk on the pin and pull, blocking the way Aiyuk can, because they may value Aiyuk not just as a wide receiver, but he could be like part of their jumbo package when they put 3 tackles on the field because he's such a great blocker. But it's just not what they do at the wide receiver position. So is it they're just enamored with... Now, they apparently they went after Debo as well, and Debo's very different. And how much of it is the game that Aiyuk had in Pittsburgh last year? I mean, he had 2 touchdowns right away. The second one, he was completely covered by Patrick Peterson. He scored the touchdown after the first drive, and then the best play he made all game was the block on 19 structure full, which was the touchdown run by McCaffrey. He missed the first block, but then he got to the second level and picked up that safety and, put him on his butt. So just Reagan can explain philosophically, this is not the way the Steelers do business, especially at wide receiver. Is it just that Tomlin's in love with Aiyuk or Omar Khan's different than Kevin Colbert? What's going on in Western PA? Why? This is the most un-Steeler-like thing. Why are they the team that may do this?
Is it, again, let's go back and look at the league. Is it that the position is becoming more important? Because I agree with you. I for years ago, I covered that team, and this is something that they wouldn't normally do. But the other part of it is, if you look at their receiver core, it's not good. George Pickens is still figuring it out. Van Jefferson is washed out in a couple of places. Calvin Austin is that one name that I keep bringing up. He's a slot receiver and returner. They did draft Roman Wilson in the 3rd round, but if you look at their receiver core, it's quite underwhelming. So you're bringing on, you've got Wilson, you have Fields there, but you're right, Arthur Smith is a guy who would rather run the football. But here's the other thing that leads to them possibly trying to run the football. Their first-round pick was Troy Fonatu, I'm mispronouncing the name. It's
Troy, the
Fautanu.
offensive lineman.
Fautanu. He's a guy out of Washington. He's listed as their starting right tackle. And then in the second round, they drafted a center out of West Virginia, Zach Frazier. So that tells you, and then the year before that, they drafted a left tackle, Broderick Jones, out of Georgia. It tells you that they're beefing up their offensive line. Well, why do they like to beef up their offensive line? To run. That's what Arthur Smith
also
does.
Pass block. The guys also do drop back and pass pro.
Yeah, but they drafted Darnell Washington to Georgia last year. He's a pure blocking tight end. He's massive.
Huge. He's an extra.
Yeah, he's a tackle.
And Aiyuk, I mean, if you're going to go get a wide receiver, Ayuk's not just any wide receiver. Aiyuk is a ex-wide receiver, XO extra lineman. When you go to the third tackle, the jumbo package, a lot of teams call it XO. So maybe they're looking at him to play XO, X-wide receiver and XO, because he blocks so well. But Reagan will tell us it's just the Steelers just don't do things like this. They don't trade and give up draft picks for wide receivers and pay them big-time money. What's driving this?
Yeah, it might be that just if you look at their receivers, and this is why, again, I'm surprised Buffalo's not in it. Pickens, Jefferson, and Austin, that's not a great wide receiver core. So is this part of a reason why they just say, we've tried to do this and we haven't been able to come up with the guys? But I do know they want to run the football. So give us your thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Again, we will talk to the reporter Brooke Pryor at 11:50, ESPN NFL reporter for the Steelers. She's going to join us at 11:50. How much are the Steelers into this thing? And that's what I asked my friend this morning. I said, how much are they into it? And he said they very much are, and was the rumor on the latest offer, which I gave you. Chris Rose is going to join us as well at 12:30, NFL Network. One of the reasons we want to bring Chris in is because he was there on set when Christian McCaffrey said former teammate in Brandon Aiyuk. Was that just a Freudian slip? What's going on there? So we'll talk to him at 12:30. It's Pop and Lund on your hump day only here on the Sports Leader.
$1 billion.
Oh, yeah, of course. My good friends at Nolan. That's going to make a whole lot of sense here in a second, that the Dr. Evil. Because did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Nolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting hard for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Of course you do. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Beautiful weather out today. I'm looking out the window. The sun is shining, which means motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Look around. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, yes, this is where it comes in, more than $1 billion, a billion with a B. Thank you, Dr. $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing, nada, zip, zilch, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
The openings you have at wide receiver, how have you seen that playing out so far in the first few years?
I just like the way that group has worked. Getting to know particularly some of the new veteran guys in that group. Can't say enough about Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller, for example, guys that have shown really high floors in this process, man. They're really consistent in their performance, and they bring it every day, and that's kind of indicative of veteran players. Been pleased with the growth and the work coming from that group.
Actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart? Or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
By the way, that was my friend asking that final question. His name's Tim Benz. He's speculating on Brandon Aiyuk there, saying how much he loves his guys. Of course he loves his guys. By the way...
The standard is the standard.
Yeah.
Sounded like American standard.
Yeah. By the way, just real quick, and then we'll get back to all Aiyuk all the time. Brooke Pryor is going to join us at 11:50. She covers the Steelers for ESPN. By the way, we were debating Pryors in the...
I don't have any, John, so move along.
Richard
Clean
Pryor,
slate.
right? Terrell Pryor. She's Brooke Pryor. But we're just, you're just talking Pryors.
You're going to compare Richard Pryor to Terrell Pryor?
No, just because it's their last name and Brooke Pryor's coming on the show.
Supplemental draft. Al wanted to make him a tight end, quarterback. Remember that run he had on Sunday
93 yards against the Steelers.
Against Troy Polamalu.
Well, I just remember there was a preseason game, and we were doing the show together, and you walked down to watch his pregame warm-up. It was
I always did.
He
threw the ball nose down. Nose down, slants right into the
He was throwing like 7-yard slants, and I remember you coming back up to the booth going, that dude can't throw 7-yard slants against air.
Well, then, and I remember there was another quarterback that was available at that point. Al was gone, and Mark said, I said, you going to bring this quarterback in? And he said, I don't want it to distract Terrell. I'm like, what? You don't want it to distract?
It was rough.
Guy's a way better player. He can't play quarterback. They finally moved him, and he actually had one good year where he played wide receiver. He did decently. But the ultimate game was at Arrowhead Stadium. You know, they put the call sheet on the wristband, and he read the wrong play. It wasn't even the play call, like the one that Brock told you that's like, 42 words in it. It just was a number. Call play 17. He would call play 19. He did it like 6 to 8 times in the game. He's like, what's he running? That play's to the other side. Why is he running that play? He just read it wrong off the wristband. He did it repeatedly. So
He threw Pryor.
Yeah, there you go.
How about Mark Pryor? Mark Pryor.
If he doesn't have injuries, I mean, when he first came up with the Cubs out of USC, he was awesome. Now he's the pitching coach.
Dodger pitching coach.
Of course.
Yeah.
Mark Pryor. There was a safety. I was telling, they looked at me weird, but I think it was with Green Bay named Mike Pryor.
You're going way back.
Yeah.
You got any Pryors at all, John? No, you don't have any
Plead the
Pryors.
fifth on that. No, I don't have anything.
Pryors I'm looking at right now is a guy wearing 14 in purple. Sam Darnold is slinging it in Egan at the Vikings camp. We're going to see him week 2 when the 49ers go. You don't believe in Sam Darnold.
No.
That guy. We're going to see him
McCarthy
week 2.
will start by week 4.
No. Okay, but week 2 when we go there, Sam Darnold is having a tremendous training camp. He is wowing them. And actually, Nick Mullins is their number 2 quarterback. So we'll see how they play him in the preseason.
Mullins! yeah, sorry, Nick Mullins.
Well, Danny's got happy
going.
fingers today. Itchy fingers today. What's going on?
Yeah, he's rolling today.
Reagan Pryor. Is her name Reagan or Brooke? What's her name?
Brooke.
Brooke. Why do I keep calling her Reagan? Who's Reagan Pryor?
I don't know. That's why we were talking
She's
Pryor.
terrific, by the way. She's terrific. She is a great reporter.
No,
you see her on ESPN all the time. But it's anything Pittsburgh Steeler related. She's the one that's all over it. And we'll find out what I'm asking philosophically, why this is so un-Steeler-like. But who's going to be their quarterback when the season starts? Initially, it was Russell Wilson. He had the pole position, but then he had the calf injury in camp, and Justin Fields is involved. I mean, if you run Justin Fields in that read option offense or the RPO offense, you got Najee Harris to his side or Jalen Warren or Cordero Patterson, and then you pull it and RPO it to Aiyuk or you have Aiyuk block. I mean, I do see where And their new coordinator there, Arthur Smith, former head coach in Atlanta, he wants to run the football. I do see to some degree where the offense would work, but with Aiyuk as their X wide receiver, but then George Pickens is a pure X, so how would that work together? But it's just so un-Steeler-like to trade for a wide receiver like this, give up all what they'd have to give up, and then go pay the guy $30 million. I mean, did Lynn Swann and John Stallworth make $30 million in their entire careers combined?
No chance. Yeah. That's the last time they had high-profile wide receivers, I mean, in terms of paying them, like you said, because Antonio Brown became too much. Mike Wallace wanted too much. I think he ended up going to Minnesota. They've never really done that. I mean, they had Antoine Randall and Hines Ward back in the day when they won that Super Bowl and Roethlisberger was young. But like you said, they don't do that. But I think it might be a changing philosophy in the league. And that's where, like I said, I don't really know what the 49ers think other than they realize that they've got to pay other guys. Now, I know it's about Brock, but it's also about those corners and other guys that they've got to be able to pay. And so they've drawn a line in the sand in this whole thing. And, you know, what's interesting to me this morning with the report that New England was up at 28.5 AAV, that's not too far off of what the 49ers have offered Brandon Aiyuk from what we understand. So, you know, how far apart are they? And is this about they just have exhausted everything? I mean, a week ago, you and I were sitting there and Kyle and Brandon were having a bro hug, and we thought, well, they're close to a deal. They can't hate each other that much. Brandon goes to the facility every day, does he not? Is he there again today? I mean, I don't know, but he's been there pretty much every day, hasn't he? So how much disdain can there be for one another when he goes there every single day?
Maybe it's better he takes a few days off and solves this and then come back. Pittsburgh's highest paid player is T.J. Watt, and he held out. He did a hold in.
Yeah.
And then he went out. He was defensive player there. He makes over $30 million. You're going to pay Aiyuk more than T.J. Watt. Their four highest paid players are all defenders. T.J. Watt, Cameron Hayward, Minka Fitzpatrick, and Larry Ogunjobi, who I'm a big fan of. The one thing, and we'll ask Miss Pryor, the one thing I do remember, I mean, Ayuk's game in Pittsburgh last year was the season opener, and he just trucked them. He caught 2 touchdown passes. Even when Patrick Peterson was all over him on the one back shoulder, Brock threw it to him anyway, and he just took the ball away. But it's the way he blocked last year. And obviously the big one was the McCaffrey early in the second half, that touchdown run down the left sideline on 19 structure fool. And Ray McLeod came flying across the field with a big block, but it was Ayuk's decleater. And Kyle showed it to the whole team over and over and over again. Mike Tomlin, you know that agitated Mike Tomlin. And there was a controversy last year in Pittsburgh, and it may have been because of that first game of the year and the way they're the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're going to beat the crap out of all of you. The way the Niners went in there and just punked those guys, and in particular, the way Brandon Aiyuk did, that the Steeler receivers wouldn't get dirty last year when they blocked. They wouldn't get into it. I mean, that's partly why they got rid of Deontay Johnson, and he was by far their best route-running wide receiver, but he would not get dirty in the run game. So we'll talk to her about just philosophically, this is so un-Steeler-like. They do play defenders. They don't pay wide receivers, but is it because they see Brandon Aiyuk as kind of a tone setter if they bring him in because of how physical he is?
All right, Brooke Pryor joins us coming up next. ESPN NFL reporter covering the Steelers. How serious is their interest? Has she heard about any offers? We'll get into that conversation coming up next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Greg Papa on KNBR, and I ask you, do you struggle with distance vision and need reading glasses or bifocal? So CLR from Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley could be a game changer for you. CLR custom lens replacement is your permanent solution to readers, glasses, contacts, and you'll never develop a cataract the rest of your life. So don't wait until you're older to see great. Do all the things you love to do with perfect vision now. I've had the procedure. John Lund has had the procedure. Tens of thousands of procedures have been done by Dr. Craig Bindi and his team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and they can tell you if it's your right time for CLR. So find out now with a free consultation. They are available at lasereyeclr.com. No readers, no contacts, no glasses, and no cataracts the rest of your life. lasereyeclr.com, or you can call them at 877-GET-2020.
Continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Actively looking at that part of your depth chart? Or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
That is Mike Tomlin. The Brandon Aiyuk situation. Said no to New England, apparently. I would think he said no to Cleveland. We haven't heard anything back on that, but he is still hanging out at the facility. So let's find out the Steelers' interest level Brooke Pryor does a great job covering the Steelers for ESPN NFL reporter. And we want to find out what's going on in Pittsburgh and their interest level in Brandon Aiyuk. And Brooke joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Brooke. How are you?
I am great, trying to stay sane in the middle of all of this Aiyuk news, just like you guys, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
Insane in the membrane.
Yeah.
I'm getting worn out. What are you hearing? Is Omar Khan and Mike Tomlin making a push to get Aiyuk? What are you hearing, Brooke?
Yeah, I get the sense that the interest is very, very real with the Steelers and Aiyuk. I think that was clear that they were going to need another receiver after they dealt Deontay Johnson earlier this offseason. But I also don't get the sense that the Steelers would be willing necessarily to part with any key players. I know that there have been talks that the 49ers want some players, some pieces that would help them win now. And I don't know how willing Pittsburgh would be to deal that. So maybe that's what's kind of the holdup here, but I do think that the Steelers want Aiyuk. I get the sense that Aiyuk wants the Steelers, but, the 49ers have to sign off on it and have to be okay with what they send it, with what they're receiving in order to send Aiyuk this way.
As Brooke mentions, and again, Brooke does a great job covering the Steelers for ESPN. Are you in Latrobe right now as we speak?
I am in Latrobe. Nice. I am in the cafeteria right now.
Okay,
and I don't see Aiyuk here or,
no.
Omar Khan or anybody doing a deal in the corner.
Right. So as you point out, it really the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk need each other because the 49ers want to be satisfied for the trade return. Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to a certain place. And as you said, we hear that he would go to Pittsburgh. But a friend of mine who covers the Steelers said maybe a couple of second-round picks has been floated out there. A couple of names like Austin, the wide receiver, the slot guy, has been floated out there, maybe an offensive lineman. Have you heard anything in terms of compensation back to the 49ers?
I have not. Only that, I don't think that they really want to part with any players. I think that it seems like they would prefer to not have to deal anyone on the roster. But if that's the case, if they're only offering draft picks, that I think it could be a significant holdup because if that was the case, if that was all the return that the 49ers were going to get for him, then this is a deal that should have been done before the draft when you could have added guys this year. This feels like it'd be too little too late if that was the draft package floated right now.
Explain something to me. And you mentioned Omar Khan is now running the Steeler front office. Kevin Colbert did it for years and years. And I don't know if there's been a dramatic change in philosophy here, but it's still the Rooney family that runs this organization. And I know they traded for Minka a couple of years ago, gave up a couple of ones and paid him. But to do it with a wide receiver, it's just not the way the Steelers have done business. They had a lot of really good wide receivers in their history, and they just decided to move on. They're the ones that would make the Brandon Aiyuk trade going the other way with Plexico Burress or Mike Wallace or Antonio Brown or Santonio Holmes, a World Series, a Super Bowl MVP or a hero. So philosophically, is Omar Khan changed things dramatically from what Kevin Colbert has been doing? Because even to be in the Aiyuk sweepstakes seems so un-Steeler-like to me, Brooke.
It does. It does feel very un-Steeler-like. I think that Omar Khan has been more aggressive than Kevin Colbert has been, but by and large, the deals that he has done have really worked out in the Steelers' favor. They haven't had to give up a lot. They haven't had to pay a lot to bring in some big names. I mean, guys like Russell Wilson and Justin Fields, both of those were a deal in terms of both money and in terms of draft picks given up to get these guys. And so that's the Aiyuk deal really goes against that because you would have to give up something significant to get him. And on the back end, you'd have to pay him a lot. And that is rare for an organization who drafts wide receivers very well. They have not had to pay top dollar for receivers on, second contracts because of their track record of drafting and developing guys. So I think that would really go against it, especially when you look at TJ Watt's, I think AAV is $28 million a year. They would probably have to pay Aiyuk more than that, and it would be a wild world where the Steelers are paying a wide receiver more than they're paying TJ Watt.
No doubt about it. Given the history of the Steelers, Brooke Pryor is joining us from ESPN. She covers the Steelers. She's in Latrobe at training camp of the Steelers right now in the cafeteria as we're getting some information on the Steelers' interest in Brandon Aiyuk. In regards to that, I had kind of made the argument that maybe the league, given this offseason, has been so crazy with wide receivers getting paid, Do you think it's a league-wide thing where it's just all of a sudden this position is being emphasized more than ever before?
That's what it feels like. I mean, I think it's only natural that when you have quarterbacks making top dollar, their number one targets, their primary targets, the market's going to rise along with them. But it just feels like every day we're getting a new record-breaking contract. I mean, the NFL is making so much money that these contracts are going to keep going up and keep going up. And the way that the league is trending, the style of play that is trending is a very explosive, dynamic game. And to win a Super Bowl, you have to, A, be very versatile, and B, have a top quarterback that has a connection with a top receiver. And that's leading, I think, to this just explosion of the wide receiver market. It's just, I think, a domino effect of the quarterbacks making so much money and being so key.
And Brandon Aiyuk is not just your average wide receiver. The way he runs routes, the way he uncovers, and he doesn't get the targets here, but he's still very productive per target. And the way he blocks. I mean, the season opener last year, Brooke, Mike Tomlin stood on the sideline and saw Brandon Aiyuk score not one but two touchdowns. The second one with Patrick Peterson all over him in the front corner of the right end zone, the pylon, and Brock still threw him the ball. He went back shoulder. He scored. But the play, I think, that really may have impressed everybody in Western PA the most was the block he made on McCaffrey's long touchdown run to start the second half. He missed the initial block on the end, but he had a deke leader about 10 yards downfield, and McCaffrey took it to the house. And I know you mentioned them trading Deontay Johnson. There was a lot of talk about Deontay's a great route runner, but he's just not a tough guy. He's not going to stick his nose in there. So how much do you think this is Tomlin, the BA doppelganger, driving this where, maybe he's a wide receiver and, we don't pay wide receivers, but this guy is not just a wide receiver. He blocks like a lineman.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge part of it. He's a very physical wide receiver. The Steelers' brand of football is a very physical brand of football that's something that Mike Tomlin talks a lot about. He loves guys that are not afraid to stick their nose in there to make the not sexy plays, the plays that are not going to end up on a stat sheet, but that are going to help out the teammates and spring guys for more touchdowns. I mean, a big conversation last year was George Pickens not blocking on what could have been a big Jalen Warren play, and that's something that I don't think you have to worry about with Aiyuk. So, yeah, those things, I think, combined are one of the reasons that he is so coveted, especially here because he does fit what the Steelers do, even though, they may not know who their quarterback is long term. They've really flying by the seat of their pants on that one with both these guys essentially on one-year deals. But he's the kind of guy I think that the staff believes that they can build around for not just now, but in the future also.
Burke Priors Jonas covers the Steelers. We're talking Brandon Aiyuk potentially to the Steelers. Since you brought it up, who is going to start for the Steelers behind center?
At this point, I think it's going to be Russell Wilson. Mike Tomlin said today, I asked him, Russ has been in the pole position. Do you still view him as the starter? And he said, well, you guys saw the depth chart I put out yesterday. That's real. And that depth chart said that Russell Wilson is the number one quarterback, despite being very limited throughout training camp because of this calf injury. But the Steelers are typically an organization that you don't lose your starting job because of injury. They'll give you an opportunity to, retain it once you come back and you're healthy. And so I still think that they're operating from a position of this is Russell Wilson's job to lose. But Justin Fields has been really impressive throughout camp, especially when the pads are on. His decision-making looks better. His footwork looks better. He looks more on target. I've just been really impressed with how much it seems like he's grown. I'm interested to see it in a game. That's going to be, I think, the biggest indication of just, how much he's grown and changed since being in Chicago.
Yeah, we saw Justin Fields at Soldier Field, and Aiyuk had a hell of a game. I mean, he made a touchdown run that just took your breath away and ran for over 100 yards. If it is Justin Fields at some point and something happens to Russell Wilson, that would lead to, why they would covet Aiyuk. You got Arthur Smith as the new offensive coordinator. He was the head coach in Atlanta, and he loves those tight formations. And you got Justin Fields with a back to his side, whether it's Najee or Jalen Warren, and then you pull it, you can throw it to Aiyuk, and Aiyuk obviously, blocks like a lineman. I mean, if it is Justin Fields, even Russell with his deep ball, Brooke, but you could really see them wanting to be physical with Fields in the run game at quarterback, and that's where Aiyuk would really be even more valuable.
Yes, absolutely. I think that that's a best-case scenario if all of those things come together. But, I mean, right now I think that they are still operating from a place of Russell Wilson is the guy. But I think that they do still need to see him in a game, in some kind of preseason action. And then, week one, get on the field and see what form that takes. But Mike Tomlin said today that he values in-stadium experience and reps necessarily more than training camp and being on the practice field.
Hey, Brooke, just real quick to reiterate, the Steelers have interest in Brandon Aiyuk, but they don't want to. They would rather not move current players. They'd rather move picks. Is that pretty accurate?
That's my understanding. I mean, obviously these things are fluid, and they could decide that they really want him and are going to do anything to make that happen in the next 5 minutes, or this could keep dragging out. But that's my current understanding.
Good stuff. You do a great job. We enjoy your work on ESPN. Great job covering the Steelers. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
You got it. So there you
Best
go.
Pryor ever, John.
She is good.
Richard's in a different category, but if we're going Mark Pryor and Terrell Pryor,
she's
I'm
outstanding.
going to pick Brooke Pryor.
Yeah, she's very good.
So if they don't want to give up a player, why would the Niners trade with them?
They would.
They could trade Aiyuk before the deadline.
Yeah.
In the middle of the season, they could franchise tag him. If they're not getting a warm body coming the other way, what's the interest to do this now?
I would agree, and that's why I think it's being held up. That in the situation of the Patriots, it sounded like the Niners were good with what they were going to get back, but Aiyuk didn't want to go there. In the case of the Browns, I mean, just on the surface, if that is truly a offer that's being made, Cooper and a second-round pick, I think the 49ers would be all right with that because I think they could also open up some money to sign other guys, so that'd be good, but we haven't heard that he wants to go there. So I think that's out. The Steelers, Brooke is accurate. She's been covering the Steelers for a long time. She says they don't want to include a player. So for a team in a Super Bowl window, that doesn't work for the 49ers. It's going to be really tough to come together on a place Aiyuk wants to go and a deal the 49ers are good with. This is a tough thing to do.
All right. Scratch Western Pennsylvania off the list. Let's go back to Andrew Berry in Cleveland. And I think the one thing, if New England's out, and we'll see if Adam Peters in Washington gets back into it or if Aiyuk, does agree to a deal and they get this solved and he stays a 49er. You got two teams in the same division that are bitter rivals, the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers, vying for who's going to be in that mix in the AFC North behind Baltimore and obviously Cincinnati getting their quarterback back should be a lot better this year with Joe Burrow back. So it'd be nice to get those two teams into a bidding war. But how does Omar Khan even make a call to John Lynch if he's not offering a football player?
That's a deal breaker, right? I mean, that's a deal breaker. And people have been saying they've been talking for a while. Well, that's why. Because if I think she's accurate, if Omar Khan is the general manager of the Steelers is saying, we'll give you this pick, this pick, this pick, and John Lynch is saying, we want this player, we want that player, and they're saying, no, we don't want to give you anybody off our team, at least of any significance. Well, you're getting Brandon Aiyuk, so sorry. So that's dead in the water.
He stole. Russell Wilson cost him nothing. He got cut in Denver.
Denver's paying
Russell
the bill.
Wilson nothing.
Yeah.
They got Justin Fields on the cheap. They had to give him away after drafting Caleb. So if Omar's looking to be a bargain shopper here, I think he's coming to the wrong area. It's pricey in the Silicon Valley.
A couple of things. Remember, it is the hour. I think that Scott Hansen would call it the witching hour. Today, until Friday, August 23rd, you have three chances, including Murph and Marcus, Pop and Lund, and Tolbert and Copes, to qualify for 2 tickets to each regular season 49ers home game. Each person who qualifies will win a $50 gift card to the Niners team store and enters for the chance to win the grand big old prize. So not right now, but when you hear this hour, noon hour is the hour, the Tim Ryan sounder, you're going to call this number, 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627. When you hear it, when you hear Tim Ryan, you will call that number. Tune in today during the noon hour, and it's 12:06. So sometime in this hour, and you can win tickets, a pair of tickets to every home 49ers game. Pop and Lund is also sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union, offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. More on Brandon Aiyuk. Want to get your thoughts as well. Plus, how have wide receiver trades worked out anyway? We'll explain next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
I don't know if you've ever heard this before, but the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk seem to be at a stalemate in contract talks. Is the trade imminent? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, and I mean it, all issues. Steve, what can you do for the people? You can take care of anything, can't you?
We want to do a lot for your listeners. And, you hear me talking about people that haven't filed returns and people that can't pay their taxes. You hear about that all the time. But there's a lot of other things, too. If you're getting audited or you get a letter from the IRS, hi, you owe $1 zillion, you must pay now. A lot of times those are wrong. We can deal with that for you. And it's not just income taxes. Payroll taxes, sales taxes, state taxes, including estate planning. We do everything for you in the tax world. That includes planning, tax planning. You want to save money on the taxes. And also opinions where you're thinking about doing transactions, but there's different ways to do them. And some ways are better for your taxes than others. We figure all that out before you do it. Bottom line is, anything to do with taxes, we're here for you.
Very simple. Call Steve. So you got a tax issue, whether you can't pay your taxes, unfiled tax returns, any of those things that are keeping you up at night, call Steve. 888-TAX-DEAL. 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gonna find my baby, gonna hold her tight, gonna grab some afternoon delight. My motto's always been, when it's right, why wait until the middle of a cold, dark night? Thinking of you's working up my appetite, looking forward to a little afternoon delight. Rubbing sticks and stones together, making sparks ignite, and the thought of loving you is getting so exciting. Sky rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Whoop. You guys have it, I think. Afternoon delight.
This is KNBR, and they are Papa and Lund. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I have not. Only that, I don't think that they really want to part with any players. I think that it seems like they would prefer to not have to deal anyone on the roster. But if that's the case, if they're only offering draft picks, that I think it could be a significant holdup, because if that was the case, if that was all the return that the 49ers were going to get for him, then this is a deal that should have been done before the draft, when you could have added guys this year. This feels like it'd be too little too late if that was the draft package floated right now.
That was Brooke Pryor. She's from ESPN, and she covers the Steelers, saying that, if the Steelers are involved, and she's saying that they are interested, but they don't want to give up any players in the current roster. The 49ers are in a Super Bowl window and really would like players on the current roster to fill holes, including a wide receiver, so that could put Pittsburgh out of it. New England, reportedly, Brandon Aiyuk said thanks, but no thanks, but the Niners had the deal that they liked, and then Cleveland, we haven't heard either way. But again, if he's hanging out at the facility, he could have accepted the Cleveland deal, because the 49ers reportedly had accepted it, and we've heard rumors of Amari Cooper, and a second-round pick. So where are the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk right now? That is the question. I think they should go on the offensive. We'll see if that's anything. His agent, after all, is in Las Vegas at Raiders camp. Check in on Devontae
Ryan Williams
Adams.
just saw him there.
Yeah, so that is the latest that's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, and I always think that there's a chance to reconcile this whole thing. There are pieces out today saying that the 49ers are frustrated. Well, of course they are. I think both sides are frustrated. If you've worked this long on trying to get a deal done, and then all of a sudden the wide receiver market blew up like it did, and they've been going back and forth on this whole thing, and we're also told that they have gone above the $26 million that was, I think, Silver originally threw that out there. So I think the 49ers have moved a certain way. So could they be closer on things? But that's where things stand right now with Brandon Aiyuk. No deal, which could potentially – let's go to the one thing that you're more worried about. Is this holding up a Trent Williams deal? Do they got to get Aiyuk done before they get Williams done?
No, they have money to do both, but they'd like to roll a lot of this money into next year, because they got Brock sitting there looking to go from a little less than $1 million to who knows how much it's going to cost to pay to play Brock, 50, 55, 60, who knows? Then the corners are both up. Aaron Banks is up. You got a lot of business you got to do, so they would like to roll over that, but. The Aiyuk situation, you just hope it doesn't get contentious to the point where things are said that can't be taken back, and it's hot. And I've been a little surprised the way Brandon's been so public with all of this, and I wonder how he's feeling now that he's being talked about from coast to coast. I mean, it's the number one story in American sport, outside of following Team USA and how we're doing there in the Olympic Games. Everybody's just locked in on Aiyuk right now. Football is so big, and Chris Rowe is going to join us coming up at 12:30. He was at Levi's yesterday. He was in Santa Clara for Inside Training Camp Live. They're not back in force today. Niners are just about wrapping up practice today, and they are going to go to the podium. It's Alumni Day, as we told you earlier, big day. It's August the 7th, so it's, and it makes me sad to even think about it. But 87 Day, obviously, with Dwight Clark, is a big day there. They used to have the workout inside the stadium many years. A couple years ago they did that. But Ronnie Lott was there today. Charles Haley was there today. B.Y. was there today. Brent Jones was there today. Eric Wright, Jesse Sapolo, the four-time champion, was there today. And they're winding up camp. They could have one more, before they fly to Nashville, and that's more like a walkthrough, John. They were actually off Monday, so they'll go today, tomorrow, and then Thursday, and then have a little something Friday, and then fly in the afternoon to Nashville and play a preseason game. So they're not going to break camp till August 21st, but when you get to this point and you're playing the first preseason game, and then next week they're hardly going to be around because they're going down to Irvine to scrimmage with the New Orleans Saints, who, by the way, are bringing in Justin Simmons for a workout today. So he may be on the field practicing against the 49ers. And that's the one thing, being at camp and just watching things. And I think Jair Brown's playing really, really well. He's going to be a starting free safety back there. George Odom's doing well, but you'd like George to be in the mix as far as on special teams mainly. The young guy, Malik Mustafa, is he's got a ways to go to be a strong safety. The Niners did let Eric Harris go today. So the point is, Talanoa Hufanga is hoping to get cleared next week and to be able to take part in the joint practices against the Saints. I'm not sure if that's going to happen or not, but how he recovers from that knee injury is going to be really critical. And he's not a fast player anyway as far as, straight line speed, but he's so instinctive and change of direction, smart. To come back off an ACL tear for Huff. That happened November the 19th. If he's not able to go, John, and there's any fall off in his game, I am a little concerned about that other safety spot. I don't think Mustafa's quite ready yet. We'll see how he does and if he plays against the Titans on Saturday night. But I was looking at Justin Simmons as a guy, but you're talking about finances. I hear Justin Simmons wants around $9 million. Aiyuk's salary, what's that going to be? Can you structure it to keep it below 14? The Trent new money. Trent may want about $9 million, a new money, to jump up from $20 million to be the highest paid tackle in football. So as we're wondering about all the guys that are not in camp, Trent and Aiyuk, and the guys that have soft tissue injuries and not practicing, I still think the one area of the football team, right guard's going to be fine. If Talanoa just can't move like Talanoa's moved before, who's going to be the strong safety next to Jair Brown?
That's a good point, and that's a huge one. Talking deep in the secondary, stuff like that. So, yeah, that's going to be a major issue for the 49ers. So that's some of the things actually on the field outside of this whole Brandon Aiyuk situation. By the way, there's another rumor floating around, again, from unsubstantiated websites out of Pittsburgh or guys just trying to get a big name. The 49ers are not accepting a second and fifth round pick for Brandon Aiyuk. This notion from people who aren't around here that they're just that they have to trade Brandon Aiyuk is just false. Brandon Aiyuk's got to agree to the place he wants to go, and the 49ers have got to agree to compensation. And like you and I were just talking about with Brooke Pryor, a second to five is not getting it done. They'll just hang on to him. They'll just continue to negotiate or say, okay, we got to have you play on the 14 or whatever the case may be. They have leverage, too, in this situation, and they don't have to trade Brandon Aiyuk. So a second and a fifth, there's no way.
Yeah, I don't. The misreporting, the misinformation and disinformation that we just all deal with, whether it's a presidential election and just being lied to,
the norm.
Or, you just go dumb. We opened the show by agreements in place with the 49ers and the Steelers. Really? Who's saying that?
No.
And then Brooke Pryor's a credible journalist. We see her on ESPN all the time. Anything Pittsburgh Steeler related, they go right to Brooke Pryor. She said that, Omar Khan does not want to give up a player. How's he going to pull that off? With a second and a fifth, he'd have to, send a fifth of Gold Bar whiskey the other way and maybe a case. But we have plenty of that. Elliott takes care of us. We don't need that. So I don't know where this is all going, but you just get numb to it. is that just the disinformation, the misinformation, the misreporting, and you got to stick to credible journalists on this. But even then, things change. Do the Niners really have an agreement with the New England Patriots, and now they're out because they tried to sign Aiyuk, who doesn't want to go there? And the bottom line is, Brandon's going to determine where he's going. So the Niners are almost done or getting close to being done off the practice field. Nick Sorensen's going to talk to the media today. But the players that are going to the podium today, Fred Warner's one, but then Deebo Samuel is going back. And if there's one guy in that 49er locker room that knows Brandon Aiyuk the best, they are still tight, it would be Deebo. And I don't know how much he wants to share, but he was honest. Last time Deebo spoke to the media in camp, John, he did talk about the advice that he gives Brandon Aiyuk. Now that we're into it a little bit and there's, been agreements made to make a trade and he's negotiating with other teams, it'll be interesting to see, what Deebo says about where Brandon Aiyuk is at right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Bottom of the hour, like you said, Chris Rose is going to join us. Chris is awesome. Talks baseball, talks football, but the reason we're having Chris on is they were at camp yesterday, NFL Network, and it was the flub where everybody thought that Chris McCaffrey had inside information because he called Brandon Aiyuk his former teammates. So we'll get into that conversation. And the one guy who's
they're not going to trade McCaffrey, are they?
Yeah, really. I didn't look at it from that side. But he slipped, and then, like I said, went on a diatribe for like a minute to try to bury that whole thing. But anyway, it got posted, and everyone was freaking out to say, what does he know? What did he know? So Chris Rose was there, so we'll ask Chris Rose about that and other things he saw from training camp. So stay tuned for that. That's always a good thought. And then top of the hour, we'll give you the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear, including the Giants from last night. They jump out to that 4-zip lead, cannot hold on. And then, of course, runners in scoring position and struggling by Mr. Birdsong. So we'll get into a little bit of that at the top of the hour as well. So Chris Rose, and then your foreplay, Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Center.
Greg Papa here. In a world where justice is paramount and community matters most, there's one name you can trust, and that is Habas Law. Founded by Omar Habas, a proud resident and legal luminary, Habas Law has been at the forefront of fighting for our community for over 35 years. And now Omar's son, Tariq Habas, joins him, adding new energy and dedication to the cause. Habas Law is not just a firm. It's a beacon of hope for those who have been injured through negligence. From minor mishaps to a life-altering tragedy, Habas Law has the experience and resources to handle it all. Habas Law helps clients recover from their injuries to the fullest extent possible to achieve the best possible recovery and outcomes. Some of the Habas Law team come directly from major corporations, so they have insider expertise and resources to handle tough cases and take on the corporate giants. Habas Law has a track record of winning thousands upon thousands of cases. But it's not just about the cases, it's about the people. Habas Law is known for their compassion, integrity, and unwavering support for their clients. And they don't just stop there. Habas Law gives back to the community, supporting initiatives like St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and Kick Childhood Cancer. When you're in need, turn to Habas Law. Visit habaslaw.com for a free consultation. That's habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they'll fight to make it right.
with that groin.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Christian, we do have to ask you just about the situation with Brandon. Just as a teammate with his, not knowing whether he's going to be here or not, the ramped up, conversation and reports about a possible trade. How do you guys deal with that in-house?
No, for me, I don't deal with it. That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them. As far as the business side of this game goes, it's always difficult, and so I stay out of it completely. That's way above my pay grade, and I just try to focus on what I can do every single day. But obviously, we always wish the best for any of our teammates, whether they're here or not. Obviously, we hope he's here. Just, it's a tough part of the business.
What did Chris Rose do? It was Steve Weiss who asked the question.
McCaffrey just kept talking. He never gave
he was
an
trying
opening,
to run from that thing.
Former?
That's as long as he's ever talked in his life.
Who's
after
getting
he said
traded?
former.
Aiyuk or you, Christian?
Chris Rose was down in Santa Clara at Niners camps. We're going to ask him all about it, but obviously you need to follow Chris, the Chris Rose Rotation podcast, Baseball Today. John Boy Media does a great job. Follow that stuff. Logan Webb joins him, and it's a really cool listen, so make sure you check it out. And Chris joins us courtesy of the McGuest Line. What's happening?
All is well, guys. What's up?
We're just wondering what you did to Christian McCaffrey to make him call Brandon Aiyuk his former teammate. That's all.
I think it was a slip. I think everybody – seriously, I mean, has he been traded yet?
No.
Okay. So
Freudian slip, whatever it was.
Here's the thing. We in the media and we as fans pay way more attention to this stuff than the players do. Way more. Way more. Because it affects our team. And, those guys know that on a given play, somebody is not going to be there for the rest of the season. They know that when it's cut down time, somebody who is not supposed to get cut gets cut. Like, that sort of stuff happens. So they all like Brandon Aiyuk from what I could tell. This has not been it's been a distraction, I think, more for the fans than anything else. I think the Niners have said all the right things. It's everything I could tell yesterday in talking with people. Brandon Aiyuk has not been a malcontent. He's just trying to figure out what he wants, and he has to do that. But the rest of it is just for radio show and social media fodder, I think.
I totally agree with you. And at one point, all those things are true. They're going to be the ones that are holding out, possibly. And so it's just the business side of football. I totally agree. But you are a member of the media. You're also a fan of the Cleveland Browns, one of the teams that is in play, and we'll see ultimately what Andrew Berry does, are your Cleveland Browns. And the one component that makes it interesting from a Niners standpoint, Chris, is Amari Cooper maybe coming the other way. As a observer of the Clevelanders closely, would you be on board for trading Amari Cooper straight up for Brandon Aiyuk and maybe a draft pick involved here and there? But would you trade Amari for Aiyuk?
I would be surprised if that happened. In part because, the rumors felt strongest yesterday and Amari Cooper practiced. Like, just go back and look at what happened near the baseball trade deadline. Jack Flaherty was supposed to pitch the day before the trade deadline. The Tigers pulled him out and said, just in case. Why would Amari Cooper have practiced? I mean, does he really need to practice an extra day indoors if his name is being talked about? I just don't. To me, that wouldn't feel like I'm trying to connect some of the clues, if you will. And that's probably why it wouldn't happen. Now, if you just want to talk about it from kind of a fun aspect, yeah, it would make sense for the Niners. I mean, the Niners want something they're in their window here. We don't know what the team's going to look like when they have to pay Brock Purdy, or we don't know if this is going to be Trent Williams last year, like all of that sort of stuff. So to me, it feels like they should have traded him before the draft, so they at least could have gotten a draft pick that would have helped them this year. But they still might get something. In my opinion, they can't just get a 2 and a 5 or a 2 and a 3 and call it a day. Like, that's not good enough, in my opinion.
Well, like you just talked about kind of reading tea leaves here, and that's, yesterday we were talking about this because there was so much talk of the Patriots and Browns, but yet you were there. Brandon Aiyuk was still in the building, so I thought, well, if he was going to accept the deal to the Patriots or the Browns, or if those deals were real, then Brandon Aiyuk wouldn't be in the building. He would be getting ready to go to one of those cities, and he didn't. And then we just had Brooke Pryor on from Pittsburgh, and she said, well, the Steelers are interested, but they don't want to add any players. Well, the 49ers are in a Super Bowl window, so I don't think that works for the 49ers. So I don't know where we are in this whole thing, but it certainly seems to me that we're not much further along than we were, because they've got to play nice together. Brandon Ayuk's got to want to go to a place, and the 49ers have got to like the compensation, and that's difficult to deal with.
It is still difficult. Brandon Aiyuk, first and foremost, I think we're so far down this road, he has to go somewhere, because it doesn't feel like he's going to get an extension where he is, right? I think we can all agree on that we would be shocked if it happened. Could happen, but I think we would all be surprised by it. So now if you just play it out, okay, last year a little bit more than $14 million, he becomes a free agent. What happens if in week 4 he tears his knee? Then where are we? Like, he has got to go get his money. Right now his value is extremely high. Teams are paying a ton for wide receivers right now. I mean, yeah, it'll upset them that they have to give a little draft capital, obviously, and maybe a player. But Brandon Aiyuk's pretty special. And but he's got to decide. He has got to figure this thing out, and he's got to do it quickly, I think.
And for CMC, it was a stumble. It was a fumble. They need a couple of those last year, but he's not a former teammate of Brandon Aiyuk. But he was voted by his peers, CMC, Chris, the number 3 overall player in the NFL, and you were there for the countdown last Friday, and then when it got right down to who was going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, it was interesting, and Mahomes wound up being 4, Christian was 3, Lamar Jackson, the MVP 2 times over, and this past year was 2, and I think we were all surprised that Tyreek Hill wound up number 1. So your thoughts on that, but just for our own edification, when do you know when the players actually vote for the NFL Top 100?
Yeah, I don't. But here's the funny thing. Let's keep this in mind. When everybody yells at media members when they get votes for MVP and things of that nature, and they say they get it wrong, well, just point to this. Because Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the NFL. Tyreek Hill's an exceptional football player. Really, really good. Since the Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill, they have won 2 Super Bowls. And I know that last year their defense was a huge reason why. I get it. But Patrick Mahomes is the best player in the NFL. You're starting a team, you're going to draft Patrick Mahomes. Who's the person you don't want with the football when they're down a touchdown with 2 minutes to go? Patrick Mahomes. The answers are right in front of you, and I think that the players didn't pass the test.
I couldn't agree more. The line starts after Mahomes.
Right.
I mean, it's simple. And I don't know that that's going to be the difference, but I mean, Patrick Mahomes in the back of his mind is like, oh, you don't think I'm number 1? Okay, we'll see how that works out. My gosh, he needs more motivation. You don't have to tell us about 2 minutes left with Patrick Mahomes. My God, we've seen it twice. It's killing us around here. My goodness, man.
Yeah, I know.
Ugh.
I know. Believe me.
Yeah, you do.
I get it. It didn't make any sense. I was happy for McCaffrey. They finished 3rd. I mean, there's been all this talk in recent years. There's no value in running backs, and why would you pay anybody? That dude is a beast. He does it all. He is great. He is in the perfect system. I hope that his calf is okay, and he's a stud. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, you sat down with him yesterday, and I watched the whole show from there. You also sat down with Nick Bosa. So give me your thought. What do you think of the new hairstyle? A little longer. He's got the stash going. What were your thoughts on sitting down with Nick, Chris?
I just couldn't get over the size of him. I looked at his size. I was like, my God, what the heck? Do you even wear pads on the field, or do you just go out built like this? because he's enormous. And we had Tom Pelissero, one of our awesome reporters there, and we ran back a little clip from Bosa because it was so interesting when he was talking about what Aiyuk is going through, since he went through something similar last season. And so we went directly from a shot of Nick Bosa sitting in that chair to Tom Pelissero then sitting in that chair. And Tom is maybe he weighs half of what Nick Bosa does. So just to see that visually was interesting, to say the least.
Absolutely.
It's Quadzilla.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Anything else jump out other than the Freudian slip by Christian McCaffrey? You guys hanging at camp? Anything non-Brandon Aiyuk edition stick out to you guys at camp?
No. I mean, these guys just want to get it going, right? I mean, he's not going to play any of these dudes. I would doubt it. So we'll see at some point. We'll see you September 9th against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets. I mean, I do think that defensive front, I could tell that Bosa was pretty excited, for him at least, about what Leonard Floyd, I think, can bring into the equation. I think he's a pretty talented pass rusher, and he's still doing it, after a few years. And I like their defensive front more than I did last year. In fact, I think Bosa told us that he felt like it was the most talented one. And he said, now we got to, all those teams did some special things. We have to do it. But I feel like we're in pretty good hands with the guys up front, and I would agree with him.
Well, they brought in Malik Collins. You mentioned Leonard Floyd, Jordan Elliott. They are clearly deeper. Gross Matos. They are deeper than they've been, actually, going back probably to the 2019 team that went to the Super Bowl, Nick's rookie year. Your other sport that you follow closely, we're rooting for your Cleveland Guardians, but Arizona just keeps on rolling, and they're up on them by a score of 7-3. Rodriguez will pitch the second game of the doubleheader, his first start as a D-back. So as you look at the wild card, boy, Arizona's just got it all clicking, and they're getting some of these veteran pitchers back. San Diego's not losing. They're going to get Tatis Jr. back. Are the Atlanta Braves the most vulnerable, do you think, of the teams right now that are above the line as far as the three wild card teams, Chris?
They're in trouble. I really believe it. I mean, we've waited now 4 months for the offense to get rolling, and it hasn't. And obviously, no Ronald Acuna that's going to hamper any squad. But you figure with the rest of the guys they've got in that lineup, they should be able to do something. They're trying to rekindle that magic from 2021 where they brought in both Rosario and Soler. I'm skeptical with that. And also I'm worried I'm not going to say I'm worried about Chris Sale, but I think he's only pitched twice in the last 18 days. And I don't know if that's because they're trying to kind of cut down on his innings here and make sure that he's healthy the last 6 weeks of the year. That's possible. I wouldn't be against it, but they haven't really come out and said much about that. And there's other teams playing well. I mean, the Diamondbacks, it's like they're adding two new pitchers. Not only is Erod going to make his debut today, but Merrill Kelly is going to return soon, and he was great down the stretch and in the playoffs last year. So they are as fortified as can be, and I thought they made two pretty shrewd bullpen pickups for A.J. Puck, the left-hander they got from Miami, and Dylan Floro, who's been a really good right-hander this season. So they're locked and loaded, and they know how to do it, and they're not fearful of anyone, and it would surprise me if they did not make the playoffs.
Wow, there you go. Yeah, it's going to come down to it between those three teams, but definitely the Padres and the D-backs playing some great ball. Chris, thanks, man. We appreciate it. What else you got going on there? The Chris Rose rotation, baseball today. Anything else? Anything else we're missing there?
No, just getting ready to call the preseason for the Browns.
Yeah.
That's always fun. I don't care who's playing, who's not playing, but Kevin Stefanski's pretty good about getting his starters at least sometime. And just like the Niners, the Browns have high expectations and a lot of talent. And we'll see. Maybe Brandon Aiyuk is playing for one of those teams come opening weekend.
Deshaun going to play at all in the preseason, Chris? Is Deshaun going to play at all, do you think, in the preseason?
I think he would get some snaps because, remember, he missed half the year a season ago. He had the shoulder surgery. I think they want to see how he's going to handle it when it's real out there and when there's guys nipping at his ankles. I think more so than just next week's joint practices against the Vikings.
You're the best, man. Thank you so much for a few minutes. We'll talk to you soon.
Always appreciate the time, guys. Good luck. And
thank you, Chris.
Yeah, if Christian McCaffrey lets us know when Brandon Aiyuk's on the move, just have him text me. Thanks.
You're the best. See you, man. Had the Freudian former teammate. I've never heard him speak
such
longer.
a bright guy. I do wonder. That'd be like a false start or fumbling in the Super Bowl, which he's not happy about. I wonder what his thought was when he said that. Because, this is going to go viral.
He talked for 2 minutes afterwards.
His defense mechanism on it, Christians, was just to talk for 2 minutes.
Some people would forget about it. He never talks for 2 straight minutes.
What would be the proper play to make a joke about it right then and there? That's not McCaffrey's style. That's more Kittle's style.
He tried to cover it with dirt for 2 straight minutes.
Well, if he just made a joke,
can we just isolate
just
that part?
Texted me about the former,
because he said former, and then he kind of went and then he went off for 2 straight minutes. He never talks for 2 straight minutes to the media ever. So he was just trying to put dirt on it.
2 straight minutes at his wedding. Christian's not a talker; he's a doer. I don't know.
That's what's so great about it is
his mom. Now she'll talk for 22
You're
straight
right,
minutes.
Exactly. But he was like, "Oh man!" So he just kept talking and talking and talking. It was like, "No, that dude knows. He knows what he did."
I wonder what he was thinking of his mind when that.
Just keep talking. Talk over it.
I could have called him any F word out there.
Yeah.
Well, maybe not any F word.
But he called him former.
Former
It's not part
was
of my position. I think obviously as a former teammate, or
and then he went for 2 straight minutes to put dirt on it. Like, if I keep talking, they won't ask me about what I just said.
Technology and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. He was totally Chevy guy there.
He went, oh boy.
Oh, that was tremendous. I can't believe he said that.
I watched it live, and when I said that, I went, uh-oh.
And he did that at like 2:02 or something. Like, it was right after the show. And everybody in the bullpen was like, oh, did you see what McCaffrey did? It's like, oh, no. Oh, man. That was amazing. By the way, as we continue to give you an opportunity to win 2 tickets to every 49ers home game this year, congratulations to Liz Capurro from Santa Rosa. She won a $50 gift card to the Niners team store, and she qualifies for the chance to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niners home game. The winner of the grand prize is going to be announced on Murph and Marcus August 26th. Thanks to everybody for calling in. If you missed out today, no problemo. You'll have one more chance to qualify today during Tolbert and Copes. Listen in, and they'll tell you the hour that they're going to play their Tim Ryan Sounder. And you got 3 chances to qualify each show every day from now until August 23rd. So stay tuned to the Sports Leader, home of the 49ers football for the past 20 years. But congratulations to Liz. She is today's Papa and Lund winner of that $50 gift card, and she qualifies for
the what?
grand prize. She's
the winner?
Yeah, the winner.
The winner.
Did I say that? No.
You said wiener.
Oh.
Sorry. She is not a weenie.
No, she's not.
She is a winner.
No.
A lot like the Arizona Diamondbacks, who won Game 1 in Cleveland 7.
They're never going to lose again.
3.
So the Giants basically need to go undefeated, and they could make the playoffs.
Giants need to beat them head-to-head.
Yeah. When they got
September
3
3rd, 4th, and 5th at Oracle Park. The D-backs are coming.
And the Fathers, too. The Padres are...
then they're going right to San Diego after that.
Yeah, they're hot, too.
6, 7, and 8.
It's, I guess our best hope is that the Braves, the Bravos, fall on their face. That's what it's looking like.
Rose was talking about Chris Sale. He's pitching tonight, which means Chris Sale will pitch against the Giants either Monday or Tuesday next week. We will get him.
What's the park looking like? Do you have that direct view?
I do.
What is it looking like?
The rain, it's clear. It's clear as a bell in D.C. right now.
Wow.
See what's going on there now?
Yeah, I see it now.
It's fine.
Wow.
The rain is supposed to hit at about 9 o'clock their time, which is
6.
What time's the game? 6:30. The game could be over by then. So I don't know. We'll see.
So we're looking good for tonight. Tomorrow might be rain
right now we are. The concern is that's why they moved the game up.
Yeah.
We don't have a show tomorrow. We were supposed to do a partial show. First pitch tomorrow is at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Supposed to be.
Well, but that's why they moved it up, because they think the rain's going to hit in the afternoon. So they moved it up 4 hours. So as of right now, they're actually watering down the infield.
Wow.
So if they think it's going to rain later,
ball.
they're not going to water the infield much. So it's clear right now in D.C.
Yeah. All right. Thanks to Brooke Pryor. Thanks to Chris Rose. By the way, Tolbert and Copes bags today at 2:30 to talk some Giants before it looks like we're going to get Giants baseball. Before we do the foreplay, Chris Rose did say something about Brandon Aiyuk in the middle of that I was like, huh? We'll explain that next. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Hey, I got great news for homeowners. Mortgage rates are tanking, and my friends at Loan Pronto have rates that start with a 4. This is the best rate they've had in years. Listen, if your current rate is over 6%, you can dump it and lower your house payment big time. Loan Pronto was locked in, folks, recently at 4.99% APR. Whether you got your loan last week, last month, or last year, it is time right now to call Loan Pronto. Even if you're in the process with another loan and another lender, stop now and call Loan Pronto. Ask about their zero-cost rate reduction home loan. You can lock in at a lower rate with no closing costs. In a matter of days, you can do all this with absolutely almost no paperwork at all and usually no appraisal at all. And if you act now, you can even skip your next 2 house payments. So call now to Loan Pronto. They can give you a rate quote in minutes with no hard credit pull and no upfront fees like those other guys. So call 415-808-5721 or loanpronto.com. Phone number again, 415-808-5721.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is difficult. Brandon Aiyuk, first and foremost, I think we're so far down this road, he has to go somewhere because it doesn't feel like he's going to get an extension where he is, right? I think we can all agree on that we would be shocked if it happened. Could happen, but I think we would all be surprised by it.
So Chris Rose there with us, who just joined us, and he was at 49ers camp yesterday and was there on set when Christian McCaffrey called Brandon Aiyuk his former teammate. He used the word shocked. I wouldn't be shocked. I think of if we looked at it and did it by percentage, I think everybody keeps saying this, that the percentage is higher that he's moved than he's not. But shocked means, like, I don't know, if I had to put a percentage on shocked, that's like 95-5 against. Would you be shocked if Brandon Aiyuk came back?
I'm not shocked by anything anymore. Things happen. No, I would not be shocked at all if he returns. I think that's a plausible way that this ends. It's up to Brandon Aiyuk to decide what team he wants to play on. And he could easily canvass the league, see what the offers are, and see that they're not appreciably higher. What does he want? You've been saying all day, you've heard that they've been offered. Mike Silver came on months ago and said the Niners offered 26. He wants Amon-Ra money. Say they cut that in half and they offered him 28. And he wants Amon-Ra, which is 30. So is anybody else out there? We've heard, 28 and a half? Mm-hmm. Is anybody else out there, he's not going to make Justin Jefferson type money. And we're going just by the average annual value. There's right. A lot more details on that. The
actual guarantees.
Well, they wrote Justin Jefferson a check for $88 million. So that money is real. Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't get anywhere near that. But he got the big average annual value at 30. Tyreek had his deal redone. He makes 30. A.J. Brown's 32. So what would it take to get... So say Aiyuk wants to go to Pittsburgh. What do the Rooneys have to offer him to get him in? What's the figure? Is it that much higher? Is he going to get 35.1 and pass Justin Jefferson? Is he going to do all that? That's not likely. So, what are we looking at? So it's not that far apart from what the Niners are offering versus what he can get on the open market. And then he has to decide, do I want to leave Debo and my brothers here? And we have a lot invested here. I was drafted by this franchise. The B.A. Ricochet, everything that he did last year in the playoffs. I'm not going to say we're just going to never talk about it again, but how's he going to feel going to the AFC? He's a West Coast kid. He's from Northern California. Went to high school in Nevada. Went to Arizona State. He's a Niner. Does he want to go freeze in Pittsburgh and Cleveland and New England and Washington and wherever? So I think the media kind of runs with all this because they like the story because it gives them content. It gives them material where they can talk. So trade Aiyuk, we got a whole day worth. I don't want Aiyuk getting traded. And I think the Niners don't want to trade Brandon Aiyuk. There's not many scenarios where they're a better team with him off the roster. Nobody wants that. But it's up to one guy to decide. So it's going to be hard. It's like Aaron Judge. When Aaron Judge almost, arson judge, and he was almost a Giant, was he? And the Padres offered that money. It was the power of the pinstripes, ultimately. Do I really want to leave here and give up everything I've invested and achieved here in this uniform? The Yankees are the Yankees, but the Niners are the Niners. So I think ultimately it's for Brandon Aiyuk to decide. I would be more surprised if he does choose to leave. I think they're close enough in the contract. It could have been done. And I don't know what's holding it up where he just won't agree to a deal. But I think the combination of Ryan Williams being John's age and how close they are and Aiyuk being so well connected, and hopefully things have not been said that you can't take back and you go back in the room and you just move on and you be a pro. But I would be surprised if he does choose to leave. I think he will find a way to stay here, and they want to keep him here.
Well, and again, to just use logic in this whole situation, if the reports are accurate, he doesn't want to go to New England. He's rejected that, and this has got to be a two-way street, and they got to work together. Brandon Aiyuk's got to want to go to the place, and the 49ers have to be satisfied with what they get in return. So the Cleveland deal, given what's on the surface, if that's an actual report that's accurate, Amari Cooper in a 2, which could open up some money to make other signings, if the 49ers really wanted to move him and Brandon Aiyuk wanted to go there, I think that deal would have been done. But yet he's still hanging out at camp. So I believe that is not going to be a deal that's going to get done. And if, again, Brooke Pryor joined us a little bit earlier, she covers the Steelers for ESPN, and she says the Steelers don't want to involve players. Well, that's a deal breaker for the 49ers. So if it, we've heard as much as 2 second-round picks and some players. We've heard a second and a 5, and that's it. Picks only are not going to have the 49ers do that deal, even if Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to Pittsburgh. So given what we've found out so far, if any of these reports are accurate, a lot of things are done in a stealth manner. You don't know, and all of a sudden it comes out of nowhere. Here's this mystery team. So that's what it would have to be to me. But the logic in what you just explained is correct in that we all think that, getting the other job or going to the new place or, there's no perfect situation, no perfect job. Does Brandon Aiyuk want to start over? He's close with Debo. The reason why he'd want to go to Pittsburgh is that he likes and respects Mike Tomlin. They both like and respect each other. But he doesn't have a connection other than that. Is that connection stronger than Debo or Kyle or any of these other things? Probably not. So if what we're hearing is correct and they've actually upped the offer a little bit to Brandon Aiyuk, how much more is he actually making? And if he's the biggest thing to me of why I don't think he's leaving, at least not yet, he keeps showing up. He's not practicing outside. I understand that. But if you hate those people and you don't want to play for the organization, why do you keep showing up there? I don't show up to places. Ex-girlfriends, ex-wives, people I hate, I don't go hang out with them.
This is not like that. This is a business negotiation. He doesn't hate anybody in the building. He's tight with a lot of those people.
But a lot of guys stay away. And the reason they stay away is because
they hold out to make more of an... Trent Williams doesn't hate anybody either. But
what I'm saying is
there's a way to do this.
If you're in a contentious negotiation, you don't go there because it's unpleasant. But he's going there every day. So this potential rift that is happening, that Kyle's mad and this is that, and they can't find common ground, he wouldn't go there every day if that were the case. Because it's unpleasant. And we as humans, as our nature, we don't go to, if we don't have to go to an unpleasant place, we don't.
Sometimes like with Trent Williams, nobody can get a hold of Trent. The silverback has gone quiet. He's not talking to anybody. Sometimes that's better. When you're around and whatever Brandon is feeling, you pass somebody in the hall and you shrug your shoulders or roll your eyes or say something you shouldn't say. Sometimes it's better to hold out rather than hold in, where you can't say what you're thinking because you're emotional. So I don't know. I mean, the bottom line is Aiyuk went to Arizona State. Before that, he went to Sierra College. That's in Rockland, the former training camp home of the Niners. I remember interviewing Brandon Aiyuk right after they drafted him. It was weird because of the pandemic back then. There was a picture of him that his mom put him in a Niner uniform when he was just a kid. She grew up. She's a huge Niner fan, and she taught Brandon to be a huge Niner fan. So it's hard, to leave this franchise, just like it was ultimately undoable for Aaron Judge to leave the Yankees. This is the franchise that drafted him, developed him. He became an All-Pro here. He went to a Super Bowl here. He went on 3 championship games here, won the 3rd one. Does he want to go somewhere, in a different climate and not like, he can adjust. Pittsburgh's not the end of the world, but it's different. Pittsburgh, Cleveland, New England, Washington, wherever he goes. And then watch his team, run the NFC again and go back to the Super Bowl in New Orleans. Does he want to do that? So to your point, I'm not shocked. But I think the media from the outside looks at it that way. I would be surprised if ultimately Brandon Aiyuk takes a deal that leaves, but there's been a lot of things that I've observed from Brandon Aiyuk since the season ended that has surprised me. So I'm not going to be surprised by anything, but hopefully, he does re-sign with this franchise and they keep him. They don't want to trade him, and I think ultimately what we're hoping is he doesn't want to leave.
It's Bob and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. If you got thoughts, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line. It is foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Giants back at it today in Washington. Blake Snell tries to follow up the no-hitter, but here is Hayden Birdsong, who had been great pretty much up until the point of yesterday where he struggled. Here he is on his performance yesterday.
It's baseball. Obviously, I want to get to 5, 6, 7 innings, but sometimes it doesn't work that way. I mean, things happen. But guys can hit, obviously. Didn't have my best stuff. Wasn't my day, but gotta be a little bit better than 2 innings. Gotta be. Can't can't hurt the bullpen like that, especially with a couple more games coming up this week, and it's just now we're getting deep into the bullpen and just hoping we grind out like a lot of innings early in the game. So gotta eat up more than 2 innings.
He's 100% right. They get off to a 4-zip start, and then he struggles, and he was struggling from the start, and he was lucky to get through 2, and then Bob put him out there for the 3rd. He imploded, and he was done for the day.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Well, he didn't throw his fastball much, and a lot of nights and days, the fastball runs on him. But I don't know if he was afraid or just the scouting report was to throw more breaking balls because Washington is such a good fastball hitting team. And, C.J. Abrams got on top of that high one, which was neck high, his second time up, which was pretty amazing. But his breaking ball wasn't there. He hadn't pitched in 9 days. Going back to the second game of the doubleheader, he wasn't really on the roster. They just put him on that day for the taxi squad up to the 27th man to pitch. So he hasn't, he pitched 1 time in 9 days, and he was a little bit rusty, and then he got tired after he threw that 40-pitch second inning, and then he was out. Home run hit, he was gone. So now it's on to Blake Snell, and it will be interesting to see in light of how well Washington handled the fastball last night and how overall they just hit well. How does Blake Snell pitch tonight? He's got a great fastball, both up and down, in and out. He can put it wherever he wants. Can he just throw that thing by everybody, or is he going to have to pitch backwards a little bit and try to come at him with his breaking stuff and that curveball, then go fastball later? But he'll pitch Sunday against the Tigers. He'll bounce back, but it was not a great outing for him last night.
No, he struggled, and again, the runners in scoring position 1 for 14. That is not good. I'm not a math guy, but that's not good. All right, we gave you a quick break from Brandon Aiyuk. Now it's back to Brandon Aiyuk. Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network. This is pretty funny. He's at Raiders practice, and Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, is actually behind him as he's giving an update. Take a listen.
Guys, it doesn't get much more awkward than this. Hi, Ryan.
Oh, God.
Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, is in attendance here at Raiders practice.
Can we ask him?
Why does he not have a microphone? Well, why does he not have a microphone in his hand? Well, because he's declining comment. I asked him to come join us, give us an update, give us the best information he could possibly give, and he's like, Nope, I am not commenting. He did say to me, nothing is done. He also said, stop paying attention to everything you read on X and think it's...
Ryan, if you can hear me, say something, Ryan.
He can hear me. That's what makes this so awkward. So I got to give you a Brandon Aiyuk update. You know what? And if there's anything wrong with what I'm saying, just feel free to interject at any point. There is no deal for Brandon Aiyuk to go anywhere as we sit here. I told you it doesn't get much more awkward than this. There is no deal. The 49ers have had those trade talks with multiple teams, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, from what I understand. But there is no trade agreement in place. There is no contract finalized. We will continue to monitor the situation.
All right, so there you go. There is the NFL Network with...
I watched the whole thing live. It was hilarious. And
his
Ryan
agent
Williams
in tow.
actually got a phone call right in the middle of it. He was in the background of the shot, and they pulled back, and he was standing right there. And he would turn and wave, and then he got a phone call in the middle of it, and he walked off, and they thought, is it Aiyuk calling? The awkward thing is that Ryan Williams from Athletes First also represents John Lynch. He is John Lynch's agent. So he's also representing Brandon Aiyuk. So he's negotiating with John Lynch, who he also.
But why is he in Vegas? Is he talking to Devontae Adams for us?
He's in Costa Mesa. They are. They are practicing in Costa Mesa.
Yeah. Is he talking to? Our guy Devontae.
He's big. He's got guys on a lot of teams. He's got a few Raiders as well.
Let's make a Devontae Adams trade. That would be nice.
Why don't you call Mark Davis and see?
Oh yeah, he's a big fan.
Is there a PF Chang's in Vegas?
Well, he used to go to the one in Walnut Creek. We could just go up there in the old days.
Chinese chicken salad every day at 11:30 and read the Oakland Tribune.
Yeah.
Do you think Mark Davis is going to trade his bet? Well,
maybe.
Why don't you call and ask for Max Crosby? Let's see if he'll do that.
Yeah,
no. Either one of those guys.
He's not taking my call. He's not taking your call, but he's not taking my call either.
He's not taking John Lynch's call either, or Jed York's. He's not making a trade with the Niners. It's not happening.
All right. Here is Brooke Pryor. She joined us earlier, covers the Steelers for ESPN, and this is a deal breaker for the Niners.
I have not. Only that, I don't think that they really want to part with any players. I think that it seems like they would prefer to not have to deal anyone on the roster. But if that's the case, if they're only offering draft picks, That, I think, could be a significant holdup, because if that was the case, if that was all the return that the 49ers were going to get for him, then this is a deal that should have been done before the draft, when you could have added guys this year. This feels like, it'd be too little too late if that was the draft package floated right now.
It seems like a deal with the Steelers wouldn't get done because they want something to replace probably Brandon Aiyuk, and if not that, then we were talking about New England, and one of the things that came out of that, Brandon Aiyuk declined it, but it sounded like Matthew Judon was going to be in a deal. So maybe it doesn't have to be a receiver, but it has to be something that's going to help a team in a Super Bowl window, and if Pittsburgh is just offering picks, that would seem to be a deal breaker for the 49ers.
So we don't have a clear match. If Brandon Aiyuk does not want to go to Cleveland, he does not want to go to Foxborough, Washington's out. Pittsburgh, he wants to go to Pittsburgh, okay. But Pittsburgh doesn't want to trade anybody off their roster. They want to do it with draft picks. So how do you line this up? It's not a perfect fit to get this to work. I do wonder what Omar Khan offered for Brandon Aiyuk going back to the day one of the draft. We heard he offered 2 third-round picks for Debo in day 2, but the Niners wanted the first. I mean, where was Pittsburgh picking in the first round? I wonder what they even offered for Aiyuk this year. Did they make an offer to get Aiyuk before day 1 of the draft?
Well, I know they drafted the tackle guard out of Washington, so I think it was about 17, 18 in that range.
See,
is where Pittsburgh
that's too
was.
Late. That's too late. You couldn't get a Dunze.
Right, you couldn't get any of those receivers. The Dunze went 9. The 3 elite receivers went 4, 6, and 9. I think in the first with Harrison, Neighbors,
Malik Neighbors, who was going off at Giants camp.
Saw that. Finally, to number 4, let's get off of Brandon Aiyuk for just a second, because today is Dwight Clark Day down in Santa Clara. Here is Kyle Shanahan telling a story. He even know who he was when he was a young guy. Take a listen.
I just always remember Dwight at all the camps up in Rockland when I was in middle school running around, and I didn't realize how good of a player he was at that time because I was too young, and I just thought he was one of the coolest guys in the world, just walking around like he was the man, like where everyone just respected him. I was like, why is that guy so special? And I remember my mom crushing me for not knowing what the catch was when I was in 6th grade. I didn't grow up here and didn't totally know from, I think I was 2 or 1.5 at the time, so she should have been softer on me, but she wasn't. And she made me feel stupid, and now I get why, because it's one of the best plays ever.
My mom
was
crushed
tough on
me.
him. Kyle was a year and a half the day of the catch. That's funny.
My mom crushed me for not knowing about the catch. He's 1.5. What is wrong with you? You call yourself a Shanahan? You don't even know what the catch is?
He was a baby.
Go to your room.
He was a baby.
Go to your room. You know what the
Why
catch
is everybody? Why is everybody love that guy?
Mom.
They're walking around like he's the man. Yeah, he had the catch. He's also dating Miss Universe. That's why. Although I guess Christian McCaffrey married Miss Universe.
Yeah.
So today on Alumni Day, 87 Day, Dwight Clark Day, Ronnie Lott was there, Charles Haley was there, B.Y. was there, Brent Jones was there, Eric Wright was there, Jesse Sapolo was there. Nice.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good representation.
August the 7th every year is Dwight Clark Day, 87 Day.
87.
And I'm surprised that OTD is as OTD conscious as you are. You know what happened on this day.
Yeah, we're going to do that next.
And they are playing the Washington Nationals.
Yeah. And by the way, I always flip around channels when I come in, when I'm driving into the show. And this person who, well, I don't want to give it away, but that person has a radio show. And
they gave it up?
Yeah, and he's still, they ask him, I heard him talking about it this morning. That's his claim to fame, which I'd be cool with that. Like, people are like, you don't want to do that. It's like, why not? Go down in history. You challenge a guy, didn't walk him. So anyway, all right, that is your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you needed to hear. Kyle Shanahan gets crushed by his mom, even though he was 1.5 when the catch happened, and his mom still crushed him. You're Shanahan. You should know better. All right, this day in history, it's a big one today. We will give you that coming up next. We still have a caboose to do as well, and then Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour, including Andrew Bagley at 2:30, and then it looks like Giants baseball, rain, stay away, Giants baseball pregame at, 3:10? Only here on the Sports Leader.
Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Mike Krukow joined JD and Dieter this morning, discussed how Hayden Birdsong's struggles in D.C. doomed the Giants, and so did 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and the KNBR socials.
$1 billion.
Oh, yeah, of course. My good friends at Dolan. That's going to make a whole lot of sense here in a second, that the Dr. Evil. Because did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard, they're not even based here in the Bay Area. Some are not even based in the entire state. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they are based right here in the Bay Area, and they've been that way for nearly 30 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting hard for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Of course you do. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Beautiful weather out today. I'm looking out the window. The sun is shining, which means motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children playing, they're all around us. Look around. Please be careful. Let's work together in making sure that the Bay Area is a safer place, and feel confident that you're in great hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And they've secured, yes, this is where it comes in, more than $1 billion, $1 billion with a B, thank you, $1 billion with a B in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. But you pay nothing, nada, zip, zilch, no hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Bonds one home run away from history, and he swings, and there's a long one deep into right center field, way back there. It's gone! A home run! Into the center field bleachers to the left of the 421-foot marker. An extraordinary shot to the deepest part of the yard. And Barry Bonds, with 756 home runs, he has hit more home runs than anyone who has ever played the game.
August 7, 2007. There's John Miller. He sounds as good as ever. How many years is that? 17?
17. Mike Bassick. They are playing the Washington Nationals.
Uniforms are vastly different.
What is Bassick doing now?
He's a talk show host on, what is it? It's in Dallas, one of the sports stations in Dallas, The Fan in Dallas. And it's funny because he does middays, and so I was flipping channels, as I always do, and I went, oh, yeah, today's his day. I wonder if they're talking about it. And sure enough, I flip onto their station, and they're talking about it. And we've had him on before, and he's embraced it. Like some of these guys will run away from it or whatever, kind of like Eckersley, right? When Eckersley coined the term walk-off. And he,
that was the ultimate walk-off.
He like, for example, he's like, look, I remembered the Kirk Gibson home run. He talks about it, and I'm not saying he's proud of it, but I know that we've had Bassick on before, and he's like, look, I'm part of history. Challenged Barry Bonds. I'm good with that. So at least you go down to history for something, I guess.
Well, he was very gracious. I remember him standing at his cubicle in the clubhouse, his locker, and he took it head on. I mean, it wasn't like, Ralph Branca giving up one to lose the pennant or Tracy Stollard. And they were, it was more of a milestone like Al Downing, giving up Aaron 715. But he was gracious about it. And he did pitch for the Texas Rangers only 3 games in his career and 3 starts. That year, 2007, he was in Washington for 29 games. He made only 20 starts, so he didn't have a lengthy major league career. But is he from the Dallas area? I thought if he was going to be on radio, it would be he's from Duncanville, Texas.
Right outside of Dallas, yeah.
Does make sense. But, on this date in 2007, Barry Lamar Bonds, 756, wound up with 762. And all these years later, still not in the Baseball Hall of Fame. And he's no longer on the ballot. The 10 years came and went. And the question now is, will Barry Bonds ever be in the Hall of Fame? The only 7-time MVP, the home run king, yet not in Cooperstown.
Ridiculous. August 7, 2007, Barry was 43. Mike Bassick, like you said, at then AT&T Park, bottom of the 5th, 1 out, and Barry hits it out. 17 years ago today.
And it was a no doubt about her.
Yeah.
He crushed that.
He did.
And John's call was stupendous. Dwayne Kuiper's call gives me chills to this day. What a great call that was.
Yeah, we are lucky, we'll say. We are lucky because when we go down and we listen to all these, man, it's our favorites. So anyway.
My personal favorite is 715, though. That was the ultimate.
What happened with that?
Lee Hammer says.
Lee Hammer says no.
Yeah, that's exactly right there. Fabulous.
Oh, that is tremendous. There you go. 17 years ago today, Barry Lamar Bonds was 7.56. All right. We do have a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol for you. We do not have – maybe we'll play that again. It was so good. A lot of great feedback on the Yager yesterday without the shirt who got in trouble. Oh. And you didn't think that Yager was that big, but he did get in trouble. So for those who missed it, maybe we'll just replay that because it was so good. We got some other stories as well to hit you up with, and we still have some remnants before the top of the hour. Short show for the guys today. They will have Andrew Baggerly on at 2:30 and an opportunity to win tickets to all home 49ers games, too, before the Giants and the Nats get at it right here on the Sports Leader.
Five-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
My sleep number with a two herniated it's all night long, every night.
That's a hard one, man.
Thank you, Danny. Had to slip in a sleep number read during the last break. And
never piss off Danny.
The old herniated discs.
You're trying to go fast. You only got a minute to do the read.
I did that on purpose.
Read.
I said the caboose pistol's next. Let's give John some material.
That's what I am. I am happy about a lot of different things, but once the season starts, like I said, I keep the earphones in to monitor you to make sure that we don't have any Fletcher Cox in his face moments or anything like that. We do like the herniated dicks. Steve Levy. Was it Steve Levy on ESPN who did the herniated disc? Disc? Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's Steve Levy. If we could look that one up too. Steve Levy, I think, is the one who does that one. So anyway, one thing I found interesting, just because this is always such a big topic, our old producer, Mitch Moss, is at VSiN, Vegas Sports and Information Network, which is the old Brent Musburger thing, and it's grown into things. But they have a guy on there. His name is Matt Youmans, Youmans, and he does the predominant fast food top 50 power rankings every single year at about this time. And Mitch was telling me.
He's based in Vegas?
He's based in Vegas. And I texted Mitch about this, and I said, what makes his so different? Why is it? He said this guy eats fast food, and he said, I'm not kidding, 3 to 5 times per day.
3 to 5 a day?
Yeah, he said 3 to 5 times.
Breakfast, lunch, dinner, and every in-between meal snack?
Yeah, he said 3 to 5 times per day.
So who's bigger, this guy or the guy jogging with his shirt off in Baltimore?
I guess I should tease that too. We're back by popular demand because people were rolling in the aisles about this. We'll play the guy from Baltimore who got citations for jogging with no shirt on. And you were saying yesterday that he wasn't that big.
I don't know where the crime is there. I don't see where there's a indecent exposure.
Yeah, that's what he says. So I'm just going to give you. He did 50, and for each one, he has a paragraph. I mean, this is like an extensive thing, right? This is like an NFL, pre-draft report.
Where does he have Arby's?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I do love Arby's.
Here, I'll count down to 10, and then I will find out where that is. So his 10. Which I don't know that I agree with. And there's some that you may or may not have heard of, especially, by the way, he has...
How high is In-N-Out on there?
12. He has In-N-Out Burger at 12.
Because he lives in Vegas.
Vegas.
Here's they have one in Vegas?
Yeah, they do. Right off the 5, right? I mean, or is it 15 or whatever? It's right there in downtown Vegas. There's one, and it's really popular. I'll give you a readout on In-N-Out, who he has at 12. He says, a West Coast hotspot as polarizing as the two presidential candidates. This is either loved or hated, and there is no in between. He says, the drive-thru is almost always a traffic jam, but the line usually moves fast. Competitive eating goat Joey Chestnut loves In-N-Out, as does, and then he talks about a senior reporter of VSiN, the networks, blah, 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 blah. I go for the double-double, and one of his producers goes for the triple. He says, ask for the fries to be light, well, or well done.
Animal style.
Yeah, so he has them 12.
He's got In-N-Out 12?
Yeah, 12. So this is his top 10, and this is always a polarizing topic. He has KFC at 10, which no way. I wouldn't even have KFC in the top 50, but okay.
Wow. How many days a week is he going to KFC for the original recipe?
He has Wendy's at 9, Dairy Queen at 8. Oh, here you go.
Frazier style? I do love a good DQ.
Yeah. He has Arby's at 7. Wow. That's pretty high.
I haven't had Arby's in a while.
This might be surprising. Chick-fil-A's at 6.
So Chick-fil-A is
outside of the top 5.
On top. Shake Shack going to crack the top 5?
Yep. Now, this is very controversial. McDonald's at 5. No way would I have McDonald's at the top 5.
McDonald's is solid.
Yeah, well, he talks
especially
about...
if you get a Coke there.
Well, and here's the other thing, too, and he brings up a good point. He says, as prices soar out of control, many restaurants, McDonald's has wisely promoted a $5 meal deal that includes a burger, McChicken, 4-piece nuggets, blah, blah, blah. So it is true that fast food's got out of control, but everything else has too. I don't think I've ever eaten at a Freddy's Steak Burgers. Do you know of a Freddy's Steak Burgers?
Never had one.
Yeah,
is that just in Vegas?
Let's see. He says, Famous for steak burgers and frozen custard, the menu offers hot dogs and chicken. He says, and he also has a suggestion. So, for example, he says triple steak burger, onion rings, and turtle sundae is what he would order there. Shake Shack is 3. Shake Shack 3.
I do like Shake Shack. Five Guys?
Culver's, he has his 2. Culver's.
Where's
and this is a Chicago staple at 1, Portillo's. And they do like the beef sandwiches and all that. Pretty good. What did you ask for? What one did you ask for?
Five Guys.
Five Guys. Man, Five Guys is good. He doesn't even have that in the top 20.
That shirtless jogger from Baltimore, I know he gets a lot of Five Guys.
Oh, he gotta. Man, he doesn't have it. Oh, here he is. 35. Yeah,
Five Guys?
Automatically invalid.
How about Whataburger?
Whataburger, he had like top 15. This is what he says about Five Guys. While many fans rave about Five Guys, I'm not one of those guys. The hamburgers, hot dogs, and fries are good, but fall short of the greatness some claim. I don't know about that. The fries are amazing there. So anyway, so that is, it's on their website at Visson.com. Our old friend Mitch Moss, who's actually in the picture outside with this guy eats fast food 3 to 5 times per day. His name is Matt Yeomans. 3 to 5 times per day. Man.
So you have a picture of him. How big is Matt Yeomans?
He must work out a lot because, well, there are a couple of large guys in this photo. I'm not sure which one he is, but our friend Mitch is in this photo as well. And again, Mitch.
No ranking on A&W, John? Does he have A&W at all?
Let me see if he's got A&W. I think I did see it when I was scrolling here. A&W's underrated.
You know what A&W features?
What?
The Papa Burger.
Oh, they do. You're right about that.
Yeah.
The Papa Burger. I know I know he had it. You can't not have that because they do the root beer floats really well there. And I know it. I thought I saw it. Taco Bell 36. Dunkin' Donuts. You're Tim Hortons, eh? He has it 40.
Yeah. They're hockey pucks.
Yeah, not good. No, I don't think he has it. He does not have it.
This is the one you want. The A&W Papa Burger.
Yeah, that's a nice burger.
Is that a good-looking burger, John?
They do good onion rings
there. Isn't that
there.
perfect there, the way that's built so beautifully?
Yeah, they do great. Obviously, Rupert floats their A&W. So anyway.
Can we get an ad there?
Take
Can
a
we
look.
get an ad? There, Nima, take care of me. Greg Papa here for the Papa Burger at A&W Root Beer.
He does a nice job, too, because he explains everything, and then he puts a best bet on there. So, like, this is what he would order if he were there. So anyway, it's a good list. It's comprehensive, and I texted with Mitch, and he said this guy is the fast food expert. So it's just something to know.
The classic, the big one, the original Papa Burger.
Even if I ate a Papa Burger every single day, which I've had like one the last 10 years, I would be embarrassed to have a list like that and tell people that I eat fast food. Even 3 to 5 times a week?
Right, you can't.
He does it 3 to 5 times a day?
You can't.
Is he getting any salads? What's the best salad at a fast food restaurant?
He has no salad suggestions here. Not one. There's no.
So does he have, what's his day? What's the best breakfast place?
I'm going to have to text him.
It's got to be the Egg McMuffin, right?
Yeah, Egg McMuffin is solid.
Is that why he's got Mickey D's up
what's
there?
the one with the pancake? That's the one. The McGriddle. The McGriddle that's got the pancake. That's solid. That's so good. And any breakfast burrito, too. We're known for our burritos here. Breakfast burritos around here. You throw a rock. I mean, seriously, you go to a lot.
He's got In-N-Out, what number, 12?
Yeah.
Chick-fil-A 6?
Yeah. And I don't see A&W
Five Guys
anywhere.
didn't make the top.
Well, that's what I mean. He's got Five Guys at 35. You know,
Five Guys
to each their own, but come on. 35?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Right.
No way. Anyway. All right, there's that. All right, so let's play this for you. I got a couple more as well, but there was a guy yesterday, and everybody was howling about it and wanted us to play it again. So back by popular demand, we played a cut yesterday, and you'll hear the news intro, and then at the end, it's the lady laughing from the Baltimore TV station, but it was a guy who had his shirt off and was jogging, and he actually got 2 citations. He said 1 for each nipple. But I have nipples, Greg. Can you milk me? So here is the guy in Baltimore who got arrested and has become a viral sensation.
Baltimore City Police have charged a man. 31-year-old Dwayne Townsend is charged with indecent exposure and disorderly conduct on several occasions dating back to November of 2018.
And you see, that's what the problem is. Now, It's a beautiful day. I want to come outside with my shirt off, and I was just jogging, trying to get my body back in shape. And all of a sudden, I get hit stick like I'm on Madden, just boom, out of nowhere by a cop. And, it scared the hell out of me. I was so scared, y'all, I didn't on myself. And I'm talking about I was wet. I was wetter than a whale in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water, okay? And to myself, I said, indecent exposure? Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. What you want me to do? I'm a man. You want me to put on a bra? Man, that bra strap will snap like a bungee cord. Just go. And, I just came out of court, and they just gave me 2 court dates. One for each titty.
I'm sorry. It's had a fantastic response. I'm sorry. I can't.
So there's, of course, the newscaster at the end there. She's,
I liked him yesterday because he came off very authentic.
Mm-hmm.
But now you hear him the second day, and the lines were written and rehearsed.
You think so?
I was wet. Wetter than a well in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water? You think he had lived that line? Come on.
You don't think so? Now you're skeptical.
I was wetter than in a well in a bubble bath drinking a bottle of water.
You don't think he came up with that stuff on his own?
Where did he come up with that one? No.
No?
No, I don't believe that's true. But the Papa Burger is only 640 calories, by the way, and only 35 grams of fat. Not bad.
Yeah, but you couldn't eat that 3 to 5 times a day. You'd be dead in a month.
Who says?
What was the
Take
guy?
my shirt off and go for a jog after every one.
And you
I
get
have.
arrested. There was a guy who wrote what was the book, Super Size Me? A guy did eat McDonald's for a month straight, and it was not, the results were not good. And I think, Super Size Me. Guy did that.
But this guy's eating fast food 3 to 5 times a day, every day. That's all he does?
Yeah.
So
that makes you an expert, I guess, but
arteries?
you're going to be dead you're not seeing 40. Might not see 30.
Those arteries, you think he's
Man, those are not good.
He could be fine.
Yeah. Everybody's different. There's no doubt about it. But fast food 3 to 5 times a day, that's just not, it doesn't even sound good at all.
I think I'm going to have the Papa Burger, breakfast, lunch, and dinner for how long to give me?
Couple of days.
2 juicy beef patties, 2 slices of melted American cheese, lettuce,
I got
tomato,
bacon,
onion, pickles, and our classic A&W Papa sauce.
Oh, nice.
What's on the Papa sauce? And it's on a lightly toasted.
Yeah. Most people, once you get to a certain age, like maybe you do fast food like on road trips because you just got to grab something and go.
No, the best thing is with the A&W is the root beer.
Oh, by far.
I get the Papa Burger and I wash it down with a nice mug of A&W root beer. I joined their mug club. I am in.
A&W Papa sauce.
I don't know what that is.
What's on the Papa sauce?
The only thing about root beer is very filling. So if you eat like a full thing and then you drink root beer, it's
love it. Yeah, but it's better than getting a shake.
Shake will kill you. You go shake.
What are we
Good
doing? No,
night.
you got to go at A&W. You got to get the root beer. That's why you're at A&W.
Yeah.
Papa Burger, A&W. What about the fries? They have good fries there?
I don't remember the fries. Not memorable. Yeah. I will say this about it, In-N-Out. You either love them or you hate them. But Five Guys has great fries. So these big greasy things. Oh, my God.
Oh, so good.
They're amazing. By the way, the 49ers have worked out a few players today. Remember Robbie Anderson, now Robbie Chosen? Robbie Chosen worked out with the 49ers today.
I do.
And safeties Rudy Ford and Tracy Walker worked out for the 49ers.
Tracy Walker intercepted Jimmy Garoppolo.
He did.
As a member of the Detroit Lions. Remember the second game of the year, Jimmy opened in Minnesota.
I remember
Lost that game, beat Detroit, but he threw a late game pick to Tracy Walker. The Niners won that game. Then week 3, he did not duck out of bounds against Steven Nelson.
Oh.
He stayed inbounds and tore his ACL. So,
by the way, have you heard that Jimmy's struggling mightily at Rams camp? That's the report. Mightily.
What, are they going to play Stetson Bennett?
No. I'm just saying. That's what they said. Mightily.
Well, Jimmy's going to be suspended for the first 2 games of the year.
I also was listening to a station in Dallas, and they were doing a camp report. And Trey Lance sounded like Trey Lance. It was like a couple of throws, he'll hit one. And apparently the other day, it was like Nuke LaLoosh hitting the
bull.
The bull. They said that I guess there's a fence behind the goalposts on one of the fields, and Trey Lance sailed the pass like 20 yards over the receiver's head, and it cleared the fence. They were like, he's struggling. They said that they're all set with Cooper Rush as the backup. And they said that Trey Lance is still developmental, and the reporter went into the whole thing and that he hardly played in high school, hardly played in college. That's where they still are with Trey Lance.
19 pass attempts at North Dakota State. We've been down that road before. And the NFL has changed their rule as far as 3 quarterbacks. You can bring up the third quarterback for game day possible activation in the fourth quarter from the practice squad. So if Trey's going to be their number 3, they could cut him and then put him only on the practice squad and not have him on the 53-man roster.
Yeah. So, all right, we got a Giants lineup out. We'll get you ready and a couple of more remnants before we get out of here. At the top of the hour, Tolbert and Copes will take you to 2:45. Andrew Bagley is going to join at 2:30, and then you got the pregame, and it looks like we're going to get baseball a break in the weather in Washington. Blake Snell tries to follow up on that no-hitter. That all to come right here on the Sports Leader.
continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It is still difficult. And Brandon Aiyuk, first and foremost, I think we're so far down this road, he has to go somewhere because it doesn't feel like he's going to get an extension where he is, right? I think we can all agree on that we would be shocked if it happened. Could happen, but I think we would all be surprised by it.
I would not be surprised. We shall see. No new news. What we know is New England, which you probably know. Cleveland, that doesn't look likely or it would have been done. And we had Brooke Pryor on from ESPN, and she said the Steelers would only offer picks. So where are we in this old Brandon Aiyuk situation? We do have a Giants lineup pop, and I'm sure you know. You're down there at NBC Sports Bay area. Lamont Wade Jr. at first. Elliot Ramos, who hit a homer yesterday. Michael Conforto hitting third. Chapman fourth. Bailey fifth. Tyler Fitzgerald drops down to the six-hole. Mike Yastrzemski's in right. Gerard Encarnacion is your DH. And Brett Wisely at second base with Blake Snell.
They are facing a righty in Jake Irvin, who is Washington's best pitcher overall. He's got an ERA 3.5. Although he has struggled a little bit lately. He started off pretty well. From May 28th through July 4th, to get a 1.65 ERA. Since July the 5th, his ERA is 6.43. So you got the lefties back in. Obviously, Wade's back in. Conforto was in last night. Yastrzemski's in the outfield, which allows Encarnacion to DH. And Wisely is back in. And the question, obviously, with Blake, after the no-no, he threw 114 pitches on Friday. How many is he going to be allowed to throw tonight? Would he even get to 195? After Logan Webb's complete game against the A's, Bob Melvin said he had a max of 95 on him. He's also got a little bit of a blister issue from the no-no. I assume it's on the middle finger of his left hand, which most power pitchers, it's on the middle finger. So we'll see. But kind of a big game in light of what Arizona did winning the first game of the doubleheader. And then Jake Irvin is their best pitcher, and their guys can hit. They can hit fastballs. Abrams can hit a fastball. Ruiz can hit a fastball. Wood can hit a fastball. Ruiz is not in the lineup, by the way, tonight against Blake. And Blake's got a great fastball. He's overpowering with the fastball. Will he be able just to blow it by guys? Blake Snell's threw a no-hitter in the last start, John, but the last 5 starts have been just amazing. His ERA is 0.55. He's allowed 8 hits. The batting average against him over the last 5 starts is .078. It's not even 100.
8 for 103.
What he has done amazing. Has been just unbelievable. But, how far can he go into the game? We do have clear weather for now. Weather could be an issue later in the game, but I think we'll start on time. But even if we don't, his last outing that can, make it all more difficult, there was an hour rain delay in Cincinnati on Friday, and he was able to fidget during that and then go out and, throw a no-hitter. So good matchup tonight. We'll see if the Giants can score some runs for him.
Yeah, that would be good. So Blake Snell, like you said, has been absolutely on fire, so that's going to be worth watching. This one got buried today. Probably would have been a bigger story without all the Brandon Aiyuk stuff going on, but it is official. Lauri Markkanen signed a 5-year, $238 million contract extension with the Jazz, so that deal is done. So the Warriors, will they shift or will they just keep things the way it is? The NCAA announced a 4-year show cause order against Jim Harbaugh on Wednesday for impermissible contact with recruits and players during the COVID-19 pandemic, so he knows when to get out of town, so that's not going to bother him. And this is pretty cool. Amit Alor of Walnut Creek is the youngest Olympic wrestling gold medalist in U.S. history. She went to College Park High School. She's 20, so pretty cool. She wins gold.
And she's from the Bay Area.
Yeah, from the Bay. So very cool.
Congratulations. When are you playing Serbia? Is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow tonight.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, we're playing.
And the gold medal game is over the weekend, so we'll watch that.
Joker.
Just following up with Aiyuk. So Garofalo went on, and the big talking point with them on their lower third, more likely for Aiyuk to be traded than to re-sign with the Niners, kind of what Chris Rose was saying, and maybe Chris took the cue from the NFL Network. They all think that it's more likely that Aiyuk gets traded than re-signed. So we'll see how it all flushes out. Just talking to Mike Silver, he says talks are continuing with the Steelers. And he said that the Niners do not have to get a wide receiver back. And really from Pittsburgh, there's no one you would want that you would take back, including George Pickens. He's an X-wide receiver. If you're going to trade an X, you want an X back, but he's just not a refined route runner. They don't have any. Van Jefferson can run routes. That guy's fast, but would that be enough? So I told him what Brooke Pryor told us, and he was kind of taken back by that. He didn't think the Niners would do it without including picks, without including a player and just for picks. But he mentioned, trying to get Minkah Fitzpatrick, which I think would be untouchable.
You'd do that straight up and you'd win the trade. Minkah Fitzpatrick is awesome.
Well, I mean, and that's, safeties are being devalued right now in the NFL. A lot of them hit the street. Justin Simmons is going to work out with New Orleans. There's some good ones still available. I told you at the beginning of the show, or in the show, that I think Jair Brown's going to be fine. If Talanoa does not come back, and next week they're going to Irvine to scrimmage with the Saints, and he's hoping to get cleared physically. But at some point, they're going to clear him. They're going to take him off PUP. If he's able to move laterally, then Talanoa is the guy. If he's not, Mustafa's really young. Odom's a veteran guy you want on team. I think the one area that you would look at would be safety. But are they going to give up Minkah Fitzpatrick? I would think that would be highly, highly unlikely. But the other name that Michael Silver did mention, if the Niners are insisting on a player coming back, how about Pat Freiermuth, their tight end?
Again, best of luck. I mean, look, Ayuk's very talented. Freiermuth's great. They've been looking for tight end for a long time, and let's say what things are. I love George Kittle, and I hope he stays with his team for a long time, but he's at that magic age of 30. He makes a lot of money, and he gets hurt. And when that last part is the big part for the 49ers is they don't like it when you get hurt a lot. They want you to be available. And look, Kittle's laid it on the line. He's been the epitome of a 49er, the way that he plays, as hard as he plays, and that's what they ask you to do. But he makes a lot of money. He's 30, and he gets hurt. So Freiermuth is a young guy. He's really, really good.
I mean, and, Juszczyk, they're trying to rework that. Can you play double, with a fullback and 21 personnel? Jack Coletto, by the way, is the fullback in Pittsburgh. Niners had him last year. I'd like to bring him back. But if you can't get a pure wide receiver off their roster, Freiermuth is one of their best eligibles. He is a good blocker in line. I think Eric Saubert's going to make the team. Braden Willis has gotten better. But if you can't pluck a wide receiver from them, would they be willing to give up a receiving tight end who's also a pretty good blocker in Pat Freiermuth? So I don't know. But Michael is saying that right now what everybody's concentrating on is the negotiations going on with the Steelers. It sounds like they can, they can do a contract with him in Pittsburgh. The stumbling block is going to be the compensation and the trade package. But I would think it'd be highly, highly unlikely they would trade Minkah Fitzpatrick. Would they make Pat Freiermuth available? They do have that big tight end, Darnell Washington, but he's more of a blocking tight end. So I don't know, but that would be interesting. But right now, Aiyuk wants to go there if he does leave here. I think a deal with Pittsburgh could get done. The question is, can Omar Khan and John Lynch agree on the players involved if there are players coming back from Pittsburgh?
They have plenty of talented young players. It's a matter of if he will, because she told us they wouldn't include players. They got a couple offensive linemen that are young and good players that the 49ers would be interested in. Herbig, the pass rusher behind T.J. Watt. I'm with you on Minkah Fitzpatrick. He's just too good.
You got to ask for him.
You do. I would. It's just safeties are being devalued unless they're really good, like Minkah Fitzpatrick or Hamilton on Baltimore.
Well, you
get those
Brandon
guys.
Staley, and he lines up as your star.
Right. I mean, he's like
not
Derwin
only
James.
Your deep safety or like Jalen Ramsey. He lines up all over your defense. So let's keep in mind what happened. Well, we're gonna see you tomorrow. What's going on? Are we gonna have
we'll see.
baseball or
depends on the weather?
It could rain.
Yeah,
right.
We'll see what happens with the weather. They're supposed to have early baseball, and then we'll jump in after that, unless there's rain, and then we'll have rain delay theater. Pop and Lund, as always, sponsored by good friends at Redwood Credit Union, are offering auto loans with competitive rates and personalized service because your journey matters. Redwood Credit Union, for all that you love. Thanks to Danny and Walter, as always, for a tremendous show and great guests today. Chris Rose was very, very nice, and Brooke Pryor, who covers the Steelers for ESPN. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. The boys are next as they get ready for Giants baseball on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shagging? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Be with you for about 45 minutes. Then we'll get you ready for the Nationals and the Giants. And then, who knows? We'll see. We'll see where we're at. We'll see where Mother Nature is at. Although Mother Nature doesn't look quite as unsettled tonight as she does tomorrow in the nation's capital. So we'll see how that goes. Could be bouncing around, could be here, could be there, could be anywhere. Not really sure. We're going to try to get Andrew Bags joining us, hopefully, at 2:30, and then we'll get you ready for the game, and we kick it off talking the same thing we talked yesterday, Giants and Aiyuk. What's up?
What's up, dude? Are we? Is weather on the table still in D.C.?
I think it was on the table. I think it looked like, according to my app, it could rain somewhere around like 5:30 or so our time. So, but yeah, it's still tomorrow's just a mess. Tomorrow looks like it's going to rain all day.
Well, they moved the game tomorrow already.
Yeah, and it's still going to rain. Like, it's supposed to rain in the morning, like game time. Like, tomorrow's jacked.
And it's like 90 degrees there too. It's like a tropical storm. It's like
Yep.
and there's lightning and thunder, I think, which is the concern. But I saw today, yeah, may come in a little bit later, but I think they're going to get the game started at least for a while today.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get started, and then they could have some thunderstorms and it's just Hopefully they at least get this one in, because tomorrow's supposed to, like, looking at the app, it has rain like all the way through the day, like literally all the way through the day. So we'll see. We will see what happens, but we'll be here for you. Rain delay theater possibly. So whatever is what it is. Mother Nature does what she does, and we just kind of sit back and wait and see where we're at, which is much like what we're doing with the Brandon Aiyuk situation. Just kind of sitting around waiting and kind of seeing where we're at, they're at, where he's at, where they're at, where everybody's at.
I'm pretty surprised this is where we are right now still.
Yeah, so am I.
You know what I mean? Like, I really did. And I asked Mayoka this on Monday when we had him on, and we said, if you had to guess, will the Brandon Aiyuk situation, yes or no, be settled or finished, or whether he's here or somewhere else, will it all be organized and worked out by the time they kick off the preseason on Saturday? And he said, I'm going to say yes, it will be, but I'm not confident. Which I thought, okay, he's leaning on one side of it, whether it's a trade or they re-sign him. But I just wonder what the hang-up is. Is it that the Niners don't feel an absolute bit, like, is there not enough pressure right now on them to pull the trigger on a deal that they think they're getting 75 cents on the dollar? Are they having trouble finding a partner that's willing to sign Aiyuk where he's willing to sign there as well? And so then they have to come back, and because that's the leverage he has right now, is that they can't really trade him for value until he agrees to sign a contract with whoever he lands with. Because if he doesn't want to sign in Cleveland at all, then you're not going to get Amari Cooper.
But if I'm them, why would I trade him for 75 cents on the dollar?
That's kind of my point. You just need to know that you have somebody on the field. I wouldn't.
I wouldn't either. I'd say, look, if you want to sit out, sit out. We'll franchise tag you next year and then trade you next year, figure out a way to trade you next year. I mean, if that's the way you want to play it. Like, if you're not going to if you can find a way to get better this year via trading him, I don't know if it's even possible, but if you can, and again, you got to think different positions, maybe not just a wide receiver, but if you can get better or stay about the same and get some more draft picks along with it, so you can be as good now or close to it, maybe not as good, but, set yourself up for the future, okay. I'll buy that. I would buy that. But if you can't, I would just say, well, if we're not going to get any better this year, well, we'll just let you sit out.
We'll keep the asset, yeah.
And then we'll just franchise you next year, and we'll do this whole dance all over again if you want to, because they could franchise him for a couple years. So if I were them, yeah, I wouldn't be trading him for 75 cents on the dollar. I got to get close to a dollar for a dollar on this one. That's the whole thing. Because apparently, according to reports, them and Pittsburgh and Aiyuk have the framework on a deal, but it doesn't sound like the Niners and Pittsburgh have the framework on a deal.
It sounds like they're not getting enough in return. Like they're like, we don't want draft picks back for a guy who we need to help us win this year.
Well, maybe Pittsburgh's thinking, we got the deal set. Let's just go ahead and give him what we want to give him. And if I'm the Niners, I'm thinking, no. We don't have to trade him.
We're not settling here, no.
We don't have to just give him to you guys just because he wants to and you want to. This is an asset that we have. We're not just going to give him. We'll give him to you. So, there's so many. It'll be really interesting to find out exactly what happened. I mean, it really sounds like they were close on a deal. The wide receiver market exploded, and they just said, "Well, hell with that. We want more." And they were like, "Well, what do you mean you want more? We had this thing settled," and the Niners sounded like they knew this is where it might go, so they tried to get ahead of it and didn't quite make it. Didn't quite get ahead of the rush, and they got squashed. And now look at the market. So I'd be curious to find out exactly what happened after that, what Aiyuk asked for after that, where was the sticking points after that. And it's interesting if you're Aiyuk, because I'm curious what the gap would be between a proposed Steeler deal, which apparently is 30 or so, and what the Niners are offering. I've heard 28-ish, in the 28 range.
I just can't believe that's where we are, where it's like that's the difference in...
Yeah, so, I mean, because I keep thinking, and look, if I can get it, go get it, man. I mean, I'm always for the players. You can go get the money, go get your money. You don't have much time to make it in this game. But I'm just curious, what is it with Pittsburgh? Why is Pittsburgh a desired? The dude's from here. He went to ASU. I'm curious what it is about Pittsburgh. They have Russell Wilson and Justin Fields as their quarterbacks. Pittsburgh's never been known as a hotbed of offense. They don't have receivers you look at over the course of the last 20 years and go, wow. Hines Ward, Plaxico Burress, they got Pickens now, and
Antonio Brown was there.
Antonio Brown. Well, I guess they did have 3 of them that were pretty damn good for a while when Roethlisberger was there, so I stand corrected. And now that I think about it, I was thinking not Roethlisberger edition. Yeah, Roethlisberger edition, they had some pretty good. Juju Smith-Schuster was pretty damn good. Antonio Brown was the best in the game.
How about Santonio Holmes?
Yes, Antonio Holmes. So, yeah, I totally... So that was my faux pas. But I'm curious with where they're at right now. What he sees in Pittsburgh, if that's where he wants. Is it just about the money? Or is there something else that I'm missing here about Pittsburgh that maybe he sees? And again, don't get me wrong, I don't really care. If he can get his money, then go get your money. It'd be nice to see him stay here. I like watching him play, and the Niners are better with him. But, if this doesn't work out, then go get your money. But on the other end of the other side of the coin, if I'm the Niners, I'm thinking, well, we're not just giving you away. Just because you get the framework of a deal worked out, that's great. And look, if the Steelers have a framework of a deal worked out, that kind of lets you know if you're the Niners, okay, where we need to get to. Can we get to that? Do we want to get to that? I mean, that's the thing about having and this is what happens with really good teams. You start paying all these guys, and all of a sudden you don't have enough for everybody. And they might have enough for him for this year, because I know I was reading Kawakami yesterday, and I don't really follow the cap and all that, but they were saying that Purdy's cap number won't kick in until 27, so they got a little bit of time if they wanted to. but do they want to? That's the question. Like, how do they value the wide receiver room? How much money do they want to put into the wide receiver room? So, yeah, I thought for sure they'd get this thing done. I just did. Just because they hadn't won a Super Bowl. This gives them the best chance to win a Super Bowl. But I guess each side has their limits, and the Niners weren't real thrilled with the fact that they went back on something that was close. And, again, I don't blame either one of them for what they're doing. But what I wouldn't do, I'm not just going to settle to make him happy or make the Steelers. I'm not. He may have. People say he has the leverage here. I would say they both have the leverage. I mean, the Niners have the leverage in that he's under contract. And if they really want to play hardball and twist the screws, they most certainly can. I don't know. It's going to be interesting how they play this. I still think he's going to end up here. I know I'm definitely in the minority on this one now because it's kind of slipping away based on reports. But who knows? Maybe the reports aren't always true. But I just think that, sometimes quality of life and the ability to play with somebody that you connect with in the quarterback, the ability to play around where you grew up, the ability to play for a quality organization, and not that Pittsburgh isn't. They most certainly are. In this type of offense, I think maybe you look at it and say, is a couple million, $2-3 million worth it? Maybe it is. Maybe for him it is. And again, I don't blame players for squeezing every bit they can out of a career because they're short. But those are things, a lot of times older players ask themselves rather than younger players ask themselves. So we'll see how it works out. But it's definitely been a lot of twists and turns into this thing.
Tolbert and Coach with you on a Wednesday afternoon. We'll take a quick break. We got Giants pregame coming up at 2:45 for a 3:45 first pitch. Raf, who's here today in for Tim in the KNBR Weather Center, says, quote, the beginning of the game might be wet. Do with that what you want.
Wet.
It might just be wet at the beginning of the game.
It might be wet.
When we come on back, I'll tell you how you can win or qualify to win a pair of tickets to every regular season 49ers home game for this year. And we've got some sound from Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin on whether or not they're planning to add to their receiver core. That's all coming up. And then Andy Baggerly at 2:30. Tolbert and Cobes, it's a Wednesday on the Sports Leader.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. St. Helena's Sports Leader.
As of right now, there is no trade between the 49ers and Steelers for Brandon Aiyuk. If anything changes, we'll let you know right here for Everything 49ers. Keep it locked on your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons. KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Another day brings more rumors, more anticipation, and more bullshit. Faceless aggregators spread misinformation as we await the truth. When will this all end? Will there be resolution? When the hell can we move on with our lives? Who knows? As the Aiyuk turns.
It goes on a Wednesday afternoon.
Derek is start having to have drug tests.
Derek is so
here.
stupid. Dude, what the hell is going on? Continuing today until Friday, August 23rd. You're going to have 3 chances a day. Once during Murph and Marcus, Pop and Lund, and Tolbert and Copes to qualify to win 2 tickets to each 2024 regular season Niner home game. Each person who qualifies is also going to get a $50 gift card to the Niner team store, and it enters you for a chance to win that grand prize. When you hear the sounder, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR. You'll hear the special cue to call featuring Tim Ryan. So you know it's coming in the next 25 minutes or so. Tune in today till 2:45 for your chance to qualify for those tickets. So when you hear the cue to call, 415-896-KNBR. All right. Like on Monday, there are multiple Twitter accounts today and yesterday saying that the 49ers have a deal in place with the Steelers for Brandon Aiyuk, though nothing has been official from NFL reporters. Mike Krukow and Ian Rappaport were both saying on NFL Network earlier today. They didn't say, like, set in stone, but they are both of the belief that Aiyuk will be at some point, eventually, a Steeler. That's their thought. That's the way it's trending. They're working on the details, I guess, of what this deal would entail. Mike Tomlin did answer the question of, are you looking to add a receiver to your room? He had a smirk on his face. Here's Mike Tomlin talking about adding a receiver.
The openings you have, wide receiver, how have you seen that playing out so far in the first few weeks?
I just like the way that group has worked. Getting to know particularly some of the new veteran guys in that group. Can't say enough about Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller, for example, guys that have shown really high floors in this process, man. They're really consistent in their performance, and they bring it every day, and that's kind of indicative of veteran players. Been pleased with the growth and the work coming from that group.
Actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
Well, don't forget, yesterday also we had the Christian McCaffrey sound about him going, yeah, it's not my deal to talk about this, not part of my job, but, as a former teammate, teammate of his, so I'm like, and people are checking in going, is it bad for him to be around the team and whatnot? Let's go out to the phone lines. Jack is in Santa Rosa and wants to talk some Brandon Aiyuk. Jack, what's up, man? You're on the Sports Leader.
Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Good. How you doing, Jack?
Good.
I'm doing well. Hey, so my question is, Brandon Aiyuk is in the locker. He's coming to practice, which is great. But my gut is if the 49ers don't expect him to be on the team, why do they want him in team meetings and hearing all the plays and going over all the strategies that they're going to work on all year long? It's not like, Tom, you probably can attest to this, but it's not like basketball where you're out there and kind of free-flowing sometimes other than a couple plays, right? So,
well, I would say this. I don't know that Brandon Aiyuk's he has no clue what's going on in the defensive end, nor should he. And you can't dismiss him, even if there's a 5 or 10% chance of him being on the team. It'd be even more awkward to dismiss him and then invite him back. Like, okay, you can come back now. We've signed you. So I don't think it's that big a deal to be perfectly honest with you. I don't think him being there is going to give the Steelers or anybody else any insights to what the Niners are doing. So, but right now he's part of the team. I mean, he's under contract, so it'd be really awkward if a guy's under contract and you just tell him, we don't want you around here.
Well, we had Jimmy do that. Remember Jimmy?
Especially when you're trying to sign him.
Yeah.
Like, I think they want to sign him. I don't think John Lynch, I don't think Kyle Shanahan, I don't think anybody wants him to leave. It may be the reality of the situation, but they're trying to figure. I think they've tried and probably continue to trying to figure out a situation that works for both parties. It might not in the end, but I firmly believe that they want him here because they realize they're better with him.
Thanks for the call, Jack. We appreciate it. Yeah, I'm with you. And, like, again, I don't know to what extent he's in team meetings still, or that he's, I don't know when a guy holds in like this, like, and they know that trading is, and maybe some of that's changed over the last week. Like, maybe he is originally just kind of hanging around team meetings and being a part of the process while they work things out because he is under contract. But once you decide you're maybe going to trade him or you start shopping him to other teams, I'd imagine some stuff changes. Like, remember when we knew that they were going to trade Trey Lance and they had him leave practice? They had a meeting, he and Kyle Shanahan last offseason. They got together and he was like, maybe it's, maybe you should get out of here then. And then there was a report that he had left the 49ers facility, was no longer there anymore while they awaited the trade. I think it's a little bit different when you start to shop a guy or you're going to move a guy. But wherever the process is here, I mean, to your point, Tom, I don't think it's disastrous or anything. It's training camp. I don't think you're giving away state secrets here for a guy who's already been in the organization for as long as he has, for 4 to 5 seasons.
Well, and Aiyuk's a starter.
That's what I mean.
Trey Lance was second, third string guy.
Right, exactly.
So they just didn't want that to be, hard on him and a distraction to the team, too. With Aiyuk, I don't know that it really
It's no distraction.
Really
he's here,
is.
he's playing, and he's the guy.
And he's a starter. So, I don't think it's a huge deal.
What we do know is Adam Schefter reported the Patriots are out on Aiyuk.
Yep.
So it seems like it'll either be the Steelers or the Browns. I really do wonder, like, if you were to give truth serum to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, what their best option would be. And I think if the Amari Cooper thing is really on the table, I would have to believe that's the option, right? That's the number one thing, because that's as close to a 1-for-1 as you would get.
Yeah, I keep hearing that he's not much of a blocker.
That's what I've heard, too. Yeah.
I don't know that for a fact. I just take people for what they say on this one, because I haven't paid that close attention to Amari Cooper when he's playing. He's a hell of a receiver, but if you're not a blocker, then you and Kyle probably ain't getting along, because Kyle expects his receivers to block. So I find that's another part I found interesting, was that he wants to go to Pittsburgh, but he didn't want to go to New England. So apparently Aiyuk didn't want to go to New England, even though they were going to offer him a nice contract, because he didn't want to go through the growing pains, young quarterback, young coach, coming up from the bottom basically now. That didn't want to be a part of that, but he wants to. I would love to know what he sees in Pittsburgh. Like, what is so appealing about Pittsburgh? I just don't get it. And I know, look, I just go ahead and strike my receiver comments from the record. Somebody brought up Emmanuel Sanders, too.
Oh, yeah, that's
now
right.
that I thought about it, they had a guy named Rodgers, too. They actually had the best receiver core in the league there for about 3-4 years.
It's almost like they don't have good receivers.
Yeah, I don't know how
like
I
7 of them.
Yeah, like I skipped about 5 years in my mind. I went from right now, to 2007 somehow. I just decided to go all the way back there and skip everybody that was really good between. So go ahead and strike that from the record. But that notwithstanding,
You didn't even mention Lynn Swan, by the way.
you look at I'm not going back that far. John Stallworth, you want me to go back that far?
I'm just saying, it's an organization with a lot of rich history.
Thank you, appreciate it. But right now, did they strike anybody as an offensive juggernaut in the quarterbacks they have? And we know Tomlin's a defensive guy. So it's been a little while since they've been, since Ben Roethlisberger has probably been in his prime, where they've been like a dynamic offense. Maybe, 5, 6, 7 years, something like that. I don't know. It sounds odd to me. Like, I would get Cleveland, right? I would kind of get Cleveland. I'm not a huge Deshaun Watson fan. Hope he gets hurt this year.
Yeah, me too.
But I'm not a huge fan of his. But I am a huge fan of Stefanski. I think Stefanski's really good.
I do too. I like him.
Look what he did with all those quarterbacks last year. It's like a junkyard full of quarterbacks last year, and this guy got him to the playoffs. So I am a big fan of his. And you would think, okay, now that would make sense to me. Let's go there. Offensive-minded head coach. No matter what you think of Watson, hope he gets hurt this year. He's a pretty decent quarterback. Like I think he's better than where Wilson or Fields are at.
I would agree
right
with
now.
that. Yeah.
So that you could see, like, okay, I can go there, quarterback. Look at the offensive minded head coach. I can be the number one receiver there. Got a good quarterback. Okay, we're good. I don't get Pittsburgh because it can't just be about the money. Because apparently New England offered the money and he said, no, I'm good. So it's not just, hey, somebody give me money. It's, I want to go to a certain place. And look, the Guardians made sense too because of Jaden Daniels, teammates at Arizona State. Like, okay, I get that. That would make sense now.
Did you say Guardians for Washington Commanders?
Well, I'm not the Guardians. I just went ahead and switched the Indians and Redskins. I looked at the whole thing.
I was like, you're trying to be so PC, you don't even know which.
I did. I'm so woke now. I don't even know what team.
DC Guardians, yeah. Why
I don't know what team goes with what team. Yeah, the Cleveland Commanders are losing to the
that's so funny. I knew what you meant, but I was like, wait, he totally twisted those up.
I transposed woke names. And not even in the same sport either. That was brutal.
That's good.
But Pittsburgh, I don't know. Maybe there's a connection there I'm not seeing. There's got to be something there. I don't know, maybe when they visited last year, like the stadium. I don't know. I don't. That one seems, and it's not like you're going to the easiest division either, by the way.
No.
They may be the worst team in that division this year. So, interesting. If he does go there, I'd love him to speak as to why, like that, they were the team.
Just real quick on the way out here, Richard Sherman on his podcast did say, quote, no offense to him and talking about Amari Cooper, but I don't ever remember seeing a clip of Amari Cooper blocking 60 yards downfield. And again, how much does that help you right now in San Francisco with the adjustments, some of the injury history with Amari, and some of the other concerns that the team has had over the years? So we can get more into this over the next couple of days if he's still a Niner and the way it's going now. Who knows how long this thing is going to take. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, Andy Baggerly of The Athletic's going to join us, talk some Giants baseball. Blake Snell takes the ball today, first time since his no-hitter, as they get ready to take on the Nationals in Game 3 coming up at 3:45. Andy Baggerly next on the Sports Leader. What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, we talk about all different kinds of tax issues that people have with unfiled tax returns. They can't afford to pay their taxes and whatnot. But you can help with just about any tax problem, can't you?
That's right. All types of things. Like you have an audit or you get a letter from the IRS and says you owe $1 zillion, pay now. Or you need advice. Suppose, for example, you're switching teams and you're moving to another state. What about the taxes there? We handle federal and state taxes, not just income taxes, payroll taxes, sales taxes, estate taxes, and we do estates for people's trust and estates, wills, the whole works. The bottom line, anything you have to do with tax, including asking advice. A lot of times people say, I'm thinking about doing a transaction. What's the best way to do it to minimize the taxes? Anything in tax is us. We have a free consultation. Let's discuss it first. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and talk with us.
That's where Steve Moskowitz can help any bit of your tax problems. He is here for you. 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Sorry to steal your thunder, man.
Be caller 10 now to 415-896-KNBR to win the 49ers Team Store gift card and qualify for the 49ers Season Pass Grand Prize.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. You know, baseball announcers always talk about pitchers that have electric stuff. Got that electric arm. You know who else has electric stuff right now? Honda. Electrified rides that you can count on, because you can always count on a Honda. Accord hybrid, CR-V hybrid. Great mileage and range. Never need charging or plugging in. You just go. Nice and smooth. Easy ride. I know Honda doesn't seem like it's fun to drive, but it's got all the goodies with it. Listen to what I want when I want. So if you want a fully electric Honda, you can get the all-new Prologue. Definitely worth checking out. Or any other car that's going to be incredibly reliable, going to be fun to drive, and going to be fuel efficient. So if you care about the environment and care about saving on gas, care about leaving the planet in decent shape, Honda's got an electrified ride that's right for you. Get an electrifying deal now at your NorCal Honda dealer. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
Diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office. The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
We are working to make the connection with Andy Baggerly, covers the Giants for The Athletic. When we do so, we'll talk some Giants baseball with him. Blake Snell on the hill today. Could be some funky weather out in Washington, D.C. We'll keep you abreast of any of that information if and when it becomes available. But we will get through a Giants pregame up to a scheduled 3:45 first pitch. Hayden Burnside didn't have it yesterday, man. They went a 4-0 early in that game, and we were doing the YouTube show. It crumbled pretty fast.
Didn't
fell
have
apart
it.
for
That'd be an understatement.
Yeah, he got rocked.
He had nothing. Oh, yeah, by the way, someone in the YouTube chat pointed out Mike Wallace, too. So that's another Pittsburgh receiver. If you just want to keep throwing him in there, pour salt on the wound, please. Let me have it. Yeah, that was. I don't know what you can even say about that one. I don't need. That's it. He didn't have it. He didn't have it, and the bullpen didn't really have it either. And just one of those things. When you get out 4-0, you're hoping, okay, this should be. And you knew right away. It's like, this one's going to take a lot more than 4 to get this one done.
Yeah.
Because they were right back at you. And Birdsong didn't have it, and he was putting guys on base. And as soon as Abrams hit that home run, it was like, oh boy, deep that they're in trouble, and they were in trouble. But they had again, even though they scored, what was it, 5 yesterday? Was it 5 or 6?
It was
5. How many times? I swear, can they get guys home from third base? I mean. I don't know what I'm going to have to look it up because I keep saying it. I've said this over probably 30, 40 times this year. Where they rank in the league in getting guys home from third or what they hit with runners in scoring position because they're brutal. I think at one point yesterday, the Nationals were 5 for 12. They were 1 for 10. And they were getting guys on. Like they had a chance even when they got behind. Like 5-4, even 7-4. and they cut it to 7-5 at one point. I was like, okay, they're getting guys on, but they just couldn't. And look, sometimes it's a strikeout. Actually, a lot of times it's a strikeout. But one time Bailey, second and third, hits a line shot to Abrams at short, and it's like, what are you going to do about that? That's baseball. You square it up, you hit it right at somebody.
We've made the connection with Andy Baggerly, by the way. Sorry, Tom.
What's that?
We've got Bags. Sorry,
let's go.
Andy Baggerly joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. I know we just have a few minutes with you, Bags. How are we looking weather-wise out in D.C.?
Yeah, first of all, sorry I was busy striking out with runners on second and third.
You fit right in, Bags.
Yeah, join the club, bro. Yeah.
I know. No, you're right. It's been rough. I mean, the situational at bats. I mean, like you said, there were like 23 hits in that game yesterday, and there was plenty of opportunities. And but no, the weather is it's clouding up. I think that they are expecting there's going to be some rain tonight. You just hope that this isn't a situation like what we just saw with the Pittsburgh game against the Padres, where they start it, they have to stop it after an inning. Then like Dylan Cease is out after one inning. They can't bring their starters back, and both teams have to wreck their bullpens, and then they got another game tomorrow. So if they can get this started, obviously I think they will. There's no tarp on the field right now. But part of the reason they moved up tomorrow's game is if they have to schedule a doubleheader, in case they can't play tonight. So, but right now it's not raining right now.
Good deal. Good luck getting one tomorrow.
I was going to say, how are they going to get in two tomorrow? It's supposed to be worse tomorrow, I thought.
that would be rough. Hey, I want to ask you about Fitzgerald. You wrote a nice piece on him, and I'm just curious. Where did he come from? Because he wasn't a prospect, was he? I don't remember him ever. I don't ever remember mentioning him along with Harrison and Ramos and Matos and Luciano and others. He was always just kind of a guy that was there that, maybe he'll play some short, he'll play some center for you, fill in here, fill in there. I don't know if this is who he is or not. It's a hell of a lot of fun watching him, but what's kind of his backstory? Was he even close to being a prospect?
Yeah, well, he grew up in downstate Illinois. His dad played briefly in the big leagues in the Cardinals organization for, most of his time there. He went to the University of Louisville. It was a 4th or 5th round pick, I think. Very toolsy guy. I think he's been a guy who, if he didn't move up faster in the minor leagues, it's because the strikeout percentage was a little high. Mm-hmm. And, that's part of it. And, he's brought that number down. He's been more selective, and he's still found a way to be. I mean, right now he's just hitting mistakes. He really is doing a good job, hitting mistakes. And, you're in the big leagues long enough, you're going to go through patches where you're facing maybe really good pitching and you don't get a lot of mistakes. And so it'll be interesting to see how he competes, when that happens. But, for now, he's a guy who's doing a great job waiting for his pitch, and he's not missing it. And that's just, you're going to put up numbers, in this league when you can do that. And obviously you don't expect him to, average a homer every 6 at-bats like he has since the All-Star break. And in fact, when I mentioned that to Bob Melvin, he's like, is that what he's doing, really? So, you don't keep that up. But, right now, if you had to say who's the Giants' opening day shortstop next year, I mean, you really wouldn't have to think too hard about it. And say, looks like Tyler Fitzgerald.
Well, and he's kind of an aw shucks guy, isn't he? Fitzgerald doesn't even seem really much like he wants to talk about this stuff per your article.
I mean, would you?
He's like, I don't know what to tell you guys. It's too much. I don't know what to say. Yeah.
I mean, that's really inconvenient for sports writers, though, when a guy doesn't want to talk when he's going good, because, generally speaking, guys aren't in a great mood to talk when they're going bad. So, but no, he's fine. He's been accessible, available. I think he just doesn't want to think too much about it, because he knows a big part to, keeping his mentality is to be kind of a clean slate everyday guy. And if he starts thinking, hey, I'm really on fire right now, you can swing your way into a slump if you start thinking that, hey, a good result's going to happen every time I swing the bat, so I'm going to get real aggressive. That's when pitchers will expand. Or, like Mike Conforto was saying the other day, it can go the other way too. You start thinking, oh, they know I'm hot, so they're going to be pitching around me, and then you maybe are passive and you're expecting maybe, to get them, for them to try to get you outside the zone, so you end up taking pitches down the middle. It's just, you just got to be athletic, react to what you're seeing. When you get a pitch in your zone, swing with some intent, and take your chances early in counts and battle with 2 strikes, and all the good things that make you a good hitter. I mean, those things don't really change.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, I think we're going to get out of here pretty soon. We got our Giants pregame in about a minute and a half. Bags, I appreciate the time, man, and we will talk to you soon. Enjoy the game.
Okay, thanks, guys. Appreciate
it. Thanks, Bags.
Right, no joke, Tom. I look up right now, and they were talking Tyler Fitzgerald on MLB Network, and the bottom third headline or question they were asking is Tyler Fitzgerald the most impressive position player rookie in baseball? That was right now on MLB Network. It's like Ryan Dempster and Kevin Millar talking about it.
I'd like to talk more about him because he came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Like, just nowhere. The thing I remember most about him early in the season was I didn't think he was a very good fielder.
Because they were playing him everywhere.
Yeah.
A bunch of different positions.
Oh, man, this guy, he's really fast and not a great fielder. And now it's like you want him up in big spots. So you never know, man. Baseball's wild that way.
Yeah.
The guys that are supposed to be great aren't, and then guys kind of come out of nowhere. So we're going to get you ready for the game. One quick, what do we got, about a minute?
Let me tell you this real quick, though, Tom.
Yeah, go ahead.
Andy Baggerly was sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. What you got?
No, I was going to ask Bags this, but I know we're kind of running out of time. When he said Snell was asked if he needed a complete game to change how the market valued him, and he went on to answer. I don't know about you, but like after the complete game, no hitter, whatever. And by the way, Framber Valdez yesterday, ouch.
Dude, 8
ouch,
2/3.
ouch.
Stung.
But does that change anything you feel about Blake Snell? Like after 9 years, I'm like, no, I know who he is. Maybe if I sign him to a 9-year deal, I can get one more complete game. But I know who Blake Snell is at this point of his career.
I don't think that changes anything for anybody.
Yeah, it didn't change anything for me. Did it change anything for you?
No, everything's got to click for a no-hitter or a perfect game. And don't get me wrong, like you look at the list of no-hitters in history, and a lot of good players have thrown them. Perfect games are just sort of more random, but it's about efficiency. What's crazy is how many first pitch strikes he's getting and how many strikeouts he's getting while keeping pitch count down. That's what's really impressive. But he's just locked in. It didn't change anything. This is who we knew he was.
Yeah. All right, coming up, time to get you ready for look, we don't know exactly what's going to happen weather-wise. We'll figure it out as we go. Bag said tarps on the field now. I'm not sure if they're expected to start on time, but listen to the Giants pregame show. We'll have all that for you and more as we get you ready for the Giants and the Nationals. Game 3 of a 4-game set right here on the Sports Leader. Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
Welcome to Nationals Park in Washington, D.C. The Giants road trip continues tonight. Game 3 of the 4-game series in Washington. Could be a little bit of rain a bit later on. But right now, the game is set to go. The Giants will send Blake Snell, his first start since his no-hitter, to the mound. I'm John Miller, Dave Fleming along in the middle innings. A full pregame show starting now.
everybody. It is August 7th in Giants history. And if you know your Giants history, you know August 7, 2007 is the day Barry Bonds becomes the all-time home run king. So let's take a listen. The Giants were taking on the Washington Nationals 17 years ago at China Basin and are tied 4-4 in the bottom of the fifth at AT&T Park. Randy Wynn leads off the inning by flying out to left. The next batter is Barry Bonds facing a Washington lefty named Mike Krukow.
Everybody standing here at 24, Willie Mays Plaza. An armada of nautical craft gathered in McCovey Cove beyond the right field wall. Bonds one home run away from history, and he swings, and there's a long one deep in the right center field, way back there. It's gone! A home run into the center field bleachers to the left of the 421-foot marker. An extraordinary shot to the deepest part of the yard. And Barry Bonds with 756 home runs. He has hit more home runs than anyone who has ever played the game. Henry Aaron, the home run king, 755. He hit his last one 31 years ago. And now tonight in downtown San Francisco, Barry Bonds hits number 756, one more than Aaron.
John Miller on the historic call, August 7, 2007. A couple other trivia notes there. Barry went 3 for 3 and was a triple short of the cycle. And also the Giants lost the game 8-6. But anybody who was there will remember. Hit it a long way, too. August 7, 2007, number 756 for Barry. Hey, and before we go, our ongoing tribute to his godfather, the late, great Willie Mays, August 7, 1959. Willie Mays singles home Felipe Alou in the bottom of the ninth to give the Giants a 3-2 win over the Reds at Seals Stadium. Hey, Willie finished the game with 3 hits, 2 singles, and a double, the game-winning RBI. Johnny Antonelli with a complete game, 16th win of the season, 9 strikeouts, 1 earning on 4 hits. All good on August 7, 1959. And this has been Brian Murphy with this date in Giants history.
All right, time to get you ready for Game 3 of a 4-game set, allegedly. We'll see if they get all those in, but it starts by getting Game 3 in tonight, and have the call for you, John Miller. Hello, John.
John.
Hey, how you doing back there?
Fantastic. You?
You feel cheated that you're not getting all of this heat and humidity and rain forecasts and
so
remnants
cheated,
of
John,
the hurricane and all that?
Yeah, I'm so angry.
Kind
so
of a bummer.
happy you're living. I'm so mad you're living it up in D.C. and I got to suck it up here when it's 71, light breeze, and just very pleasant outside.
Oh, what a nightmare! Yeah.
Well, that one, that one started off so good yesterday and just kind of went to as they say, hell in a handbasket really quick.
Well, the young pitcher, Birdsong, who'd been so good, and yesterday he just could not get his mechanics together, and so it went for him. So, and I think what they were saying about him was that he's had some issues when throwing the fastball of getting it where he wants to get it, and which is not unusual for a young guy, especially a tall guy. Has a lot of moving parts in the mechanics of his delivery, and he can get out of whack fairly easily, and it's not always that easy for a young guy to figure out, what am I doing wrong? Why does that fastball always end up 4 feet above the belt and whatnot? But anyway, yesterday was one of those days. He's always been able to get the curveball and the slider over when he's needed to, even when the fastball has been all over the place. But yesterday, everything was all over the place. So, and that's what happens when that's going on.
Well, let me ask you this, because you've been around this game a long, long time, and you've seen this Giants team a long time, and you see other teams in baseball. Is it me? Like, are they worse than other teams at getting runners in from third with less than one out or cashing in on scoring opportunities? Because when they were down 7-4, they still had opportunities to get right back in that game and score more runs, and that's really been an issue for them this year. And I'm just wondering, because I focus so much on the Giants, if maybe it's an issue for a bunch of other teams too. I just don't realize it, or the Giants are worse off in that area than maybe other editions of the Giants and other teams this year. I don't know.
I never even gave a thought.
Okay, that's enough.
I don't know. You mean the fact that they had one hit and 14 at bats?
That one, John. That one.
Is that what you're talking about? Yeah. And because it didn't look like it was going to be an issue, and the first time they got a runner in scoring position, Michael Conforto on the first pitch hit a 3-run tape measure home run. And you thought, wow, okay, this is going to be a pretty good night. But then they went 0 for their last 13 in those same sorts of at-bats. And I think the part that's gets to you is not just the lack of hits in those high leverage at-bats, but they had spots where they didn't even need a hit.
Yes.
Fly ball could have gotten somebody home. A well-placed ground ball could have gotten somebody home and moved another guy up who could have then scored the same way. And the part that really sticks with me, though, I all night in my dreams I was seeing C.J. Abrams, just a couple of pitches after I very astutely pointed out how the Nationals were just not swinging if it was a fastball, because it was always up in their eyes. And then Abrams swung at one, and I thought, and gone. What was he thinking? He's like, out of here. Yeah, so you don't see that every day.
No, you don't.
They said it was the highest off the ground pitch hit for a home run this year, and somehow I wasn't that surprised. Yeah. But anyway, so it's just as they used to say, I can tell you about baseball in one word: you never know.
We'll be back with more John Miller right after this. Back here with John Miller at a Game 3 of this 4-game series between the Giants and the Nationals. John, I was going to ask you about this yesterday. The Chicago White Sox finally won a game yesterday against the A's. They're now 28-88. They'd lost 21 consecutive. Were you with the Orioles when they started the 88 season, 0 for 21?
I don't remember. That's going back quite a few years there. Copes, 88. What? I had high school yet. Yes, I was, and it was. I would never want to have to go through that again, and I wouldn't want anybody to have to go through that. Although it is fascinating, and in the case of the Orioles, the difference between their 21-game losing streak in 1988 and the White Sox this year is that for the Orioles it was the first 21 games of the season. Yep. So, which not that you didn't notice what was happening to the White Sox this year, but when you're 0-15, they started about 0-12 when they were about to set the all-time record for consecutive losses to open the season. And remember, they had future Hall of Famers like Eddie Murray, Cal Ripken. Also, Fred Lynn was on that team, and he was a great player. Terry Kennedy, who went to the Giants later on and was on some very good Giants teams, excellent catcher. He was there. They had a lot of veteran and really strong talent on that team, and they just could not beat anybody. And they were losing games on balks. That was the year after all the balks. Remember, there was in 1987. We're going to clamp down on all these balks, and because Whitey Herzog had all these base stealers, and he was a little upset that they weren't calling these things. So they called them. You were getting like 4 or 5 balks every game, it seemed like. But anyway, but that year the whole team was in a slump. The pitching was bad, and they fired the manager after Cal Ripken Sr. Cal's dad got fired, even though his son was the shortstop and his other son was the second baseman. And they fired him. And Frank Robinson came in, and then they lost 15 more games in a row. And what I do remember is, because Frank did a great job of entertaining the media, people came from all around the country to cover this like it was the World Series every night. And the players were depressed. These guys are all looking for a story every day, and no players wanted to talk. And guys really saw that. Well, they're just too depressed to talk about it, and everybody was in a slump. So they talked to the broadcasters, and Joe Angel was my partner. And at some point, I said to Joe, this is horrible. On the other hand, it's making us famous. So. It was a great career thing for the two of us, as it turns out. The Washington Post Sunday magazine had a color photo on the cover of the glossy magazine. And how do these guys make something so bad sound so good? Yeah. How are we doing that? That is incredible.
That's a lot of lost columns for Joe Angel, probably.
Poor Joe. That was his first year. And I remember when we went to Minnesota, the loss streak was, I don't know, maybe 12 or 13, and the longtime columnist there, Patrick Royce, said, when Joe Angel was here in Minnesota, the Twins were just a little below 500, not very good, and then he left, and they won the division title. And now he's gone to Baltimore, and they've lost the first 13 games in a row.
Oh, no.
Turns out he's not just named Joe Angel, he's the angel of death. And so Joe was like, oh, that's not good. It's not good. I said, wow, they spelled your name properly. They got some publicity. He says, well, what if one of the owners of the Orioles sees that and said, oh, my God, why do we have that guy? He's bad luck. And, so... that was just one of those years. But then, we were on ESPN, we were on, you name it, and stations were carrying our broadcast. Yeah, we're going to carry that game tomorrow because it's just so interesting that the team could be that bad.
To tie it all back together real quick, do you remember who they beat to end the losing streak?
The Chicago White Sox.
Nice, there you go.
At the old Comiskey Park. Yeah. And I remember we were talking about before the game, Frank Robinson said, what are you going to say when they win the game? Do you have that all scoped out? And so I said, well, I haven't given it that much thought. But how about this? I'll go, the Orioles in the losing streak. The Orioles in the losing streak. Whoa, whoa. And Frank said, all the writers laughed in the room, and Frank said, I like that. Go with that. So when
go with Russ Hodges. I like that.
The game was over. Somebody came by the booth and said, "What did you say when they won?" I said, "Well, I have no memory of it, but I'm pretty sure it's not worthy of being repeated in the newspaper. So then the next day, I pick up the New York Times, and they've printed a transcript of what I said. So it wasn't that worthy, I thought. But I thought, on the other hand, maybe I actually should just go with that from now on. Doesn't sound that good to me, so I'm going to use it. Yeah, so I don't know.
Well, John, have a great call, and hopefully we'll get a big one tonight. I'm looking for a good call today.
All right, good call today for a change. I'm gonna make every effort.
Not like yesterday's game. You know what I mean? We're looking for a good one. So, all right, John, have a great call. We'll talk to you soon. The great John Miller. Tom, maybe we'll talk soon.
I'm sure we will. Enjoy award winning.
It's next.